Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Unstable Quirky Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The world had spun for a stretch of time Yagi Toshinori could not quite comprehend or identify. It twisted and turned in such dizzying colors his legs had buckled, and he'd almost thrown up. His thoughts, his very sense of himself were being swallowed into the disarray, his memories almost slipping with it. The only thoughts he could comprehend were those of agonizing suffering he was undergoing. Nothing else slipped free. His mental state had hardly felt like the most pressing thing though when his body felt like it was eating itself up from the inside, pulling his skin tighter against his cracking bones and aching muscles. By the time he'd found some sense of awareness, his body had curled in on itself, the cold flooring like a soothing balm to the searing heat simmering along and under his skin. His brain thumped against his skull aggressively, hammering so hard he feared it would sledgehammer itself out into the open onto the concrete beneath him. Somewhere outside of his sphere of recognition, there was movement, yelling, a skirmish of some kind, but he could hardly pick it up over the rushing of blood in his own ears, over the way it felt like someone was ripping their hands into his abdominal region, over the staggering hand-shaped heat gripping to his wrist, the only part of him left in an upwards position despite his best efforts to tear it down to the rest of his body's level. To hold himself and shield himself in a cocoon fully from whatever the F was attacking him so relentlessly. And then, like nothing had happened in the first place, it all disappeared. The pounding vanished, his skin cooled and settled back into itself, the pain that had crashed into him residing like a wave being pulled back out to sea. His hand flopped to the ground beside him. The colors stilled into shapes he could make out, his sickness abating with the mostly fading blurring. He found his breaths easier to control, though still shaky as his mind struggled to recover from whatever that had been. He remained there, even more consciously aware now, reveling in the nothingness and numbness as he watched his fingers twitch in front of his wide eyes. Even though the aches had disappeared, his muscles felt weaker, tired even. He felt like he couldn't move, could just stay cheek-pressed into the cool concrete beneath him and legs poked out at what should have been a more awkward angles. Perhaps he would have just stayed like that in that sluggish state under any other circumstances. The quiet his mind had cushioned him in during everything however shattered so suddenly, so violently that Toshinori's whole body flinched more into itself, a loud sobbing filling the air from the opposite way in which his body was positioned. It was so loud, so deafening, he had only the moment to wonder how he'd missed it before his body was moving on autopilot, shifting him into a sitting position despite some protests. He blinked, dazed, trying to focus his thoughts just a little more. They did not respond. The only thing he could focus on was the crying. Toshinori had had those moments where his body had moved on its own often, his desire to help overcoming all other sensibilities and self-awareness. It had gotten him into mostly bad situations many a time or two in the past, had left him bruised and concussed on the ground, ended him in a hospital for longer than he'd like to admit. It had brought him happiness too, teary-eyed smiles and tightly held hugs that hurt physically but eased his internal aches. It bought him his mentor, his very own quirk. So even if it was foolish, he'd nursed the feeling, allowed it to pull him onwards every time it struck him. There was something about this crying that felt familiar in an unfamiliar way though, something that dug into his chest and yanked him around in a way he'd never felt before. He wouldn't have been able to put it into words even if his head wasn't a jumbled mess however. He just knew that whoever was crying out for help meant something to him, was more important than anything else. Every muscle in his body screamed it at him, fought to clamber into some state of awareness for it. His head snapped around and arms pressed into the ground to push himself into a standing position, his vision swimming for a moment as he stood too quickly. He squinted against it, trying to find the source of the crying. He could make out two figures, one tiny and green and the other dark-haired and staggeringly tall. Outside of those basic observations, his vision remained mainly blurry, making things all the harder to determine. There wasn't much choice though, he didn't have time to hesitate long enough to hopefully blink his sight back. the crying picked and clawed at him the longer it dragged on. It almost sounded higher pitched than it had seconds before, more panicked maybe. His feet moved swiftly, one for all flickering to life under his skin. He could almost feel Nana floating behind him, watching with a quiet judgment at whether he'd be able to temper all for one this time, not cause irreparable damage with one overpowered punch. He hadn't yet had the chance to use his quirk against a real foe, but the dummies they'd been practicing with showed he most likely wasn't ready for such a thing. Also Nana's face. That was definitely another hint. With her face in mind, all for one flickered off, his fist colliding like a normal fist would into the man's cheek, sending him stumbling. His hand dropped from the boy, the small child crumpling to the ground and his crying peppering off with the movement. Toshinori couldn't turn his attention to the small green-haired boy yet though, his legs sweeping into the back of his attacker's shin and knocking the startled man down. Maybe his quirk had left him disorientated, maybe he didn't quite have the experience of fighting as he led on, maybe the red seeping from his head meant he'd been attacked by someone else before Toshinori, enough to be thrown off. Either way, the man crumpled like a Jenga tower, the blonde teen elbowing him into the ground for an extra oomph on the way down. His head slammed into the pavement, his body going slack instantaneously as the contact was made. There was no crack, for better or worse. Nana would say better. Gran Torino would say worse. The rage that consumed the boy's chest made it hard to consider who he'd side with. He didn't want a death on his hands, could only imagine his mentor's disappointment with that, but he couldn't shake the irritation and rage that the small green-haired child's cries had elicited in him. Who even was this guy? He didn't seem to be a gang member. He looked too put together with his red tie and black suit, his slicked back hair and fancy-looking watch. There hadn't been anyone else hanging around, no one else hovering and encouraging the attack on the helpless boy and maybe Toshinori himself. He didn't seem to be an actual villain either. Most of the ones Toshinori had seen wore more eccentric clothing, attacked more populated areas than the empty street they were currently in. There were no heroes too, no sign any plan to show up. Shouldn't one have appeared by now if it was a villain? He crouched down, squinting and blinking some of the fuzz out of his eyes successfully as he looked the man over. A pair of cracked glasses rested near him, close enough for his breath to fog them up. He could almost feel Nana's relief already. She'd cover his butt, had done so since before she'd even decided to give him her quirk, but there'd definitely be less to cover now. Future symbols of peace don't kill people, Toshi, he could almost hear her chiding. He knew that. There was not a lot of relief in him though, as his eyes ghosted further down. There was a phone in one of the man's pockets, a wallet in the other. Toshinori looked between the two, one hand grabbing for each. The phone flickered to life in his hand, the man's face, albeit more youthful, staring back at him, resolute, devoid of any happiness as he sat wedged between two other people. His friends looked less serious, but there was a dangerous glint to their eyes. None of their faces registered as familiar, unsurprisingly. He'd hoped they would though. An explanation would be nice. He dropped the phone, slamming his foot into it with a glower. Was it excessive? Did he care? This guy had attacked a child and maybe Toshinori himself too. Plus, this guy had money and Toshinori was not willing to have them show up if they were tracking him or something. His eyes moved to the wallet, opening it and examining the contents inside. There wasn't much to show, a bit of cash, a credit card and a few other cards of differing colors. He pulled free a small mostly white card, eyes hovering over each detail. No way, he uttered in disbelief, rubbing his eyes before staring intently once more at its contents. He hadn't been mistaken though, much to his dismay. A provisional hero license? He turned it over in his hands. Could it be fake? He didn't have one to compare it to. Nana would. He slid the card into his pocket, dropping the wallet beside the phone and standing up straight once more with a scowl. This all felt fishy. He couldn't remember how he'd gotten here for one, and now he was getting attacked by someone who was supposed to be a hero. Training with his master couldn't come sooner. Maybe she'd have a better idea than him. Excuse me, mister. Toshinori startled, whirling towards the voice, hands forming into fists at his side. They quickly relaxed back out, his eyes shooting down and connecting with another green set. The small boy he'd saved blinked up at him, gawking. His hand was nursing his wrist, rubbing it subconsciously as he continued to stare. Aside from that, he looked unharmed. He'd even stopped crying, though there was a red puffiness to the area. "Are you all right?" Toshinori asked. Even if he couldn't see anything hurt, he'd know all about the unseen injuries. His mother had used to hide hers before she died, covering them from his view and offering a bright smile in response at even the smallest cuts. He had taken after her there, even if Gran Torino had taken to slapping him across the head whenever he caught wind of it. "I'm okay thanks to you. Are you a hero?" "Of course you have to be. What's your hero name?" "It's definitely something cool. I've never seen you on TV before. Are you new? Are you a UA student? What's your quirk? Can I have your autograph?" The boy rambled giddily, practically bouncing on his heels. Toshinori blinked slowly, mouth slightly agape as he watched the kid reach around, unearthing a notebook from his backpack and extending it out to the blonde teen. "Oh, I'm not a hero yet," Toshinori brushed off, a little put off. He'd been thanked before, had been praised by those he saved, but nothing quite like this. He'd been getting better at speaking to people, had been getting more chances to talk with people who didn't care or know that he'd been quirkless a couple weeks ago. This was still a bit much. The boy practically had stars in his eyes as he jumped in place, vibrating with excitement even after hearing Toshinori's response. "So you're going to be? I want to be a hero when I grow up too. Just like All Might," he piped, still offering Toshinori the book, not deterred at all. Toshinori took it hesitantly and his eyes seemed to almost get brighter somehow. It did funny things to Toshinori's chest to see. "All Might, huh?" he mumbled. He'd never heard of All Might before. Was he a new hero? He liked to keep up with all the new heroes, all people he might one day get the chance to meet and learn from. It was a little harder than it used to be when he was a child, when he had access to more technology and his mother's wealth of never-ending knowledge. Most libraries in his area had known him before one for all, meaning they were quick to stink-eye him out. Getting his hands on technology in other places was just as hard. Yeah. He always saves the day with a huge grin on his face like this and is all like wham, kapow. And when he's done punching the bad guys, he says, the boy trailed off, puffing out his chest and smiling in a different way than before. It was a little funny to look at. "I am here." He deflated after. Toshinori couldn't help but smile, his enthusiasm infectious. How could anyone want to hurt this kid? Well, not like that. He does it cooler. "I'm working on my impression," the boy defended. Toshinori had the strangest desire to ruffle his mop of hair, his free hand itching to do so at his side. That would be weird though. No small kid wanted some stranger doing that. His chest squeezed just a little more at the wholesomeness that was this kid. All Might was lucky to have a fan like this. Toshinori could only hope that one day he had at least one too, that he could be so lucky for once in his life. "He sounds very cool," Toshinori mused. The kid watched him, searching uncertainly before his grin returned and he focused his attention back on the book in Toshinori's hands. It wouldn't hurt maybe to sign his book. The kid would probably forget about it, accidentally throw it away, and that would be that. It hurt to think about, but it was realistic. He's the coolest hero out of all the heroes," he insisted as Toshinori signed his autograph. Nana would find this all amusing. She'd ruffle his hair for sure, laughing at how he was fumbling through this situation. "Well, I hope I can be just like him too," Toshinori hummed, handing the boy back his notebook. He practically ripped it from the blonde's hands, staring at it intently before squealing excitedly and hugging it to his chest. "Thank you, mister," he squealed, the stars still shining in his eyes even now. Gods, he wanted to bundle this kid up and hide him from the world, which was a strange thought to have about someone he barely knew. He didn't even know the boy's name. "None of that Mr. stuff. Makes me sound old. My name's Yagi Toshinori. You can call me Toshi if you'd like," he offered. Hadn't planned to say that. He didn't offer his first name like that usually. His nickname was sacred too, something that gave him purpose, something that linked him back to Nana. Giving it up like this was definitely an odd thing to do. Something about this kid though? It didn't feel as weird and out of place as it should have. "Toshi," the boy tested the name, furrowing his brow before extending out his hand to the teenager. His grin seemed almost permanently attached to his face, falting for only moments. "My name's Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Toshi," he offered. Toshinori took it, shaking it only lightly. "Should you have told me? You're gonna be a hero one day," Izuku, no given last name, inquired, brow furrowing. He looked more worried about this than he should be. "It won't be for a while yet. I don't have a hero name yet anyways," Toshinori responded. Izuku nodded slowly, seriously, like it was of the utmost importance. "I'll keep your secret safe like you kept me safe," he venomously declared, his free hand coming to his chest, resting against his notebook. His words should have only been adorable. They were, of course. The way he puffed up again, the fierceness in his declaration, all of it warmed Toshinori's heart in a way the blonde wasn't used to but could place as being a result of the overload of adorableness. There was another feeling though, something he couldn't quite put into words. It didn't feel bad. It felt something he could be secure in. How strange. "Maybe I should be getting your autograph too, future hero," Toshinori piped, fiddling around for something for the kid to sign. It was only right. One day this kid would definitely be worth something. Toshinori wasn't sure of a lot of things at the moment, but he was sure with every fiber of his being that someday, this kid would be an amazing hero. Of course he wanted the autograph of someone like that too. "You think I can be a hero?" Izuku asked. Toshinori paused in his efforts to unearth something, looking down. The kid had sounded so sure about himself before. Where had it all gone? "You don't even know anything about my quirk," the boy mumbled. Something about the way he said it? "Well, you don't know anything about my quirk yet, and you think I can be a hero. I don't need to know either. I think you'll definitely be one too." He bent down as he spoke, finally succumbing to ruffling up Izuku's hair. The kid stared at him long and hard. It was so long Toshinori pulled his arm away. Had he hurt his feelings somehow? It hadn't sounded bad to him. He sometimes fumbled his words, a fact Gran Torino was always quick to pick at him for, though it wasn't just for his speech. Gran Torino said he fumbled a lot more than that too. Was it the hair thing? When Nana did it, Toshinori always found comfort in it. Was it? Tears welled in the boy's eyes and a sob racked his body. Toshinori's hands hovered uncertainly towards him, pulling back and forth as he struggled on what to do. "Are you all right? Did I dash?" Izuku lurched forward, the book falling to the ground as he threw himself around Toshinori, squeezing him as tightly as a small child could. Toshinori's hands remained outwards, eyes wide and mouth opening and shutting. Nana would definitely laugh about how he handled this later when he inevitably told her between trading punches. If he hadn't been sure before, he was in that moment. Slowly his hands fell back down to a reasonable height. Slowly they shifted again, wrapping around the small boy. Slowly he squeezed back. The boy continued to cry, blubbering his words unintelligibly against him. Toshinori still wasn't sure what he said or did that cause this. He wasn't sure if it had been bad or good. He was leaning more towards good though, otherwise why would Izuku be hugging him? He was still confused. There was something else there, something else he couldn't place again. A feeling that may or may not have brought tears to his eyes too. Of course, if anyone asked, if Gran Torino specifically asked, he would be 100% sure there hadn't been any. It would be silly to cry. He was supposed to be the older, more mature person here. "Thank you, Toshi," Izuku finally managed, pulling back and wiping snot from his nose. Toshinori wished he had a handkerchief or something to offer the kid. Anything really. His hug felt so little to offer such a child. To offer this child. A grin adorned Izuku's face even if tears continued to fall. A determined one. Toshinori returned the gesture. And maybe, if perhaps he was crying too, then they'd be a matching set, the two of them, grinning like idiots with teary eyes, big dreams, and a determination the world would have to be ready for. Izuku reached down for his notebook, ripping a page out of it and scribbling in it. He moved it at Toshinori, reaching upwards. Gods, he was so short, wasn't he? He was so tiny. Even if everything in him was sure this kid could be a hero, right now he just wanted the kid to be safe, healthy, well, just for a while longer. What weirdly strong thoughts to have. Maybe Toshinori needed sleep or he'd hit his head too hard or something. One day we'll fight together. We'll share our hero names and be just like All Might, he proclaimed confidently. So many things could go wrong before then. While Toshinori didn't yet know a lot about All for One, he knew how threatening he was, how he scared even his mentor greatly. How many lives had been taken by him before Toshinori? He could die to such a villain one day if he even made it into a hero school and graduated. And that was an if too. He looked long and hard at Izuku. Looking at him made Toshinori more sure than he'd been since Nana, since his mother and father. It made him feel like he could do anything. If this kid thought he could, who was he to let him down? That's a deal, Toshinori responded, taking the signature. Izuku nodded resolutely, sniffling, and turning to slide his notebook away. While he did, Toshinori looked down at the paper. Good gosh, it was scribbles mostly. He could make out a little bit, maybe the first bit of his name, but the rest was definitely just squiggles. He folded the piece of paper carefully, tucking it away, grin clinging to his face and tears falling just a little longer. This kid was going to give him a heart attack at this rate, one from an overload of positive feelings. His heart squeezed and twisted in his chest, had for a while now. The space felt warm, a warmth Toshinori allowed himself to enjoy while he could. They'd have to go their separate ways now. Hey Izuku? Toshinori began. Izuku turned back to him, humming a little. He stopped crying it seemed, the smile now gone. He was frowning though it didn't look like a negative thing. It just seemed neutral. How did he even know that? He'd only known this kid for like 10 minutes, right? This really was all getting weird. As much as he wasn't quite ready to let go of Izuku, the sooner he got the boy back to his mother or father the quicker he could go see Nana about this. The quicker he could figure this all out. What are you doing here alone? Where are your dash? Toshi, watch out! Izuku cried, yelling, shoving into him. His small push didn't even budge Toshinori, meaning the teenager went flying, slamming into the wall with a thud due to something from behind. There was no crack. Still no cracks. Toshi! Izuku cried. Look at that. He'd only just stopped crying and Toshinori had made him cry again, unintentionally or not. He groaned, trying to push himself up almost instantly. There wasn't time to dawdle. Not when. There was someone new in the alley, her black hair held in a tightened bun. Her eyes seemed to be dimming, a reddish glow dying down to a murky brown that had turned on Izuku. The boy fought and twisted, the woman squinting as she picked him up with ease. He looked terrified, panicked cries falling from his throat as he thrashed in her grip. His fingers scratched and batted at her to little avail still. There was something else to the set of his face, something in his eyes. Let me go, he screamed. Surely his scream would bring someone even if only a few onlookers. Onlookers meant videos. Videos meant proper heroes. Proper heroes meant Nana. He'd even take Gran Torino right about now. Be quiet you. Was it you who ruined our plans? She snapped, eyes falling on her partner. Because they were definitely partners, co-workers of some kind. The more Toshinori looked at her, really looked, the more he was able to place her as one of the people on their previous attacker's phone. Let him go, Toshinori grumbled, rising to his feet. Both of them turned to him. The woman looked him up and down, squinting curiously before sighing deeply. Kayasuke, she lamented. Yep, definitely not random. That had been the guy's name on the license. He wasn't supposed to get involved in this, you know. I mean, we've been keeping an eye on him, but we came for you. Now look what you've both made us do, she tooted tiredly in Toshinori's direction now. It was his fault? He didn't even remember how either of them had gotten here. What had they done to even warrant this? If it was his fault though, because it couldn't be both their faults. Izuku was maybe 5-ish. How could he have done something to warrant this? Guilt pooled, swallowing away the lingering fondness with ease as he watched Izuku. They'd been watching him too, they'd said. Watching this small kid who hadn't even had the chance to do anything big enough to be worth warranting such people's shady attention, Toshinori was sure. They'd been watching him like prey, like he was someone they'd what? He had to fix this. He'd get them both out of here. One for all thrummed under his skin again. If he had to, 'cause some excess damage he would. Nana would know what to do with both of them. She'd have the answers to fix this. He just needed to, 'cause some form of distraction, something that would get him close. Like Izuku could read his mind, the distraction ultimately did not come from Toshinori. Izuku propelled his legs up with one large swing, kicking at her elbow with all his might, letting out one final loud scream, one that would definitely garner some attention, and biting the woman's arm. If her yelp was anything to go by, it must have been one hard bite and kick. He fell from her arms. Instead of scrambling away instantly, he stomped hard on her foot, throwing his bag at her and rushing towards Toshinori. The blonde wasted less time being surprised than the woman, charging forward quickly. One for all sparked like yellow lightning along his skin. Distantly, he contemplated how strange and new that was before his fist collided with the ground under the woman. He tried focusing on less, done what Nana had told him to do. 20%. That's all he'd charged into his fist. It didn't feel like 20%. It felt like a lot more than it normally did, the ground cracking and exploding under his fist, giving out under both the two of them and the surrounding area in her direction. The woman's eyes sparked, but dust cut her vision off as they both fell, as the world shook. Toshi! There was a pain, one that traveled through Toshinori's hand and up his right arm. It was not the most pain he'd ever felt. He'd gotten himself into too many fights to truly say that, trudged around with harsh wounds for weeks that had festered and become unbearable, but it did hurt a lot more than it should have. A cry passed from his lips, his eyes squeezing shut unconsciously as the pain ricocheted up his arm. He must have blacked out when he hit the ground. It made the most sense when he finally came to, when white-hot agony finally begun to register again in his mind, shooting from the arm he'd injured and apparently, unluckily landed on. There was something else that pulled him out of it somehow, one small voice that had already done it once. Feeling returned to the uninjured parts of his body, something he really hadn't noticed being absent until he felt someone push into his good arm, the voice getting just a little louder by his ear. Izuku. He managed to open his eyes, meeting the terrified Set hovering just over him. Izuku, brave crazy little bitey green-haired kid, was shaking, crying right there beside him still. He was bleeding, a small cut on his leg. He didn't even seem to notice, too focused on the blonde teen. Toshi, Izuku cried, eyes lighting just a little as he noticed him stirring from his pained fog. He seemed to sob just a little harder as Toshinori showed signs of life. Are you okay? Toshinori asked. He out to get that looked at. Toshinori wasn't sure what had happened past the falling and crumpling and hurt, so much hurt God, but that could probably get infected. He could get more seriously hurt because Toshinori didn't grasp one for all like he thought he could. Izuku shook his head, blubbering in his sobbing. With a hand he felt he could move, Toshinori ruffled his hair, taking slow deep breaths to center himself. He couldn't say how long they stayed like that, Izuku crying by his side, Toshinori's hand buried between his green locks as he tried to focus himself past the pain. It did grow easier just a little, just enough for Toshinori to sit slowly, to unearth his arm enough to look at. He grimaced, shifting, hoping Izuku hadn't seen it. It was purple, bruised, and definitely broken. Had that happened when the ground caved under them? It had definitely felt like it happened instantly, though it didn't make sense. Punching the ground would obviously not have been great for his fist, but causing this much damage? Could it have been one for all? It had never done this before. He hadn't had the quirk long, but he'd done more damage than this. Accidentally went 100% in the beginning even and turned out fine. Nana had never mentioned any problems of breaking bones either. There was a groan from their right, Toshinori barely catching it. With Izuku's crying, the thrumming pain and soft sound of chatter filtering into his senses, it nearly slipped past him. He turned to find the source, struggling to see through the clearing dust he'd caused. Slowly it faded away, just enough to see their newer attacker, her eyes closed as she lay against the rubble miraculously, legs bleeding and cut up. Considering things, that was light compared to what Toshinori had figured the damage would be for her. Nana would be proud of that, at least, even if he could imagine her exasperated disappointment at the mess he'd made of the place. Other people could be hurt. Toshi, you don't even have a license, she'd most likely say in this situation. He grumbled at the imaginary Nana's words, turning over to Izuku. He hadn't noticed the woman. That was good. He'd been through enough today. Izuku, he managed to say, his voice a little crackly. Izuku looked up to him instantly, big eyes wide, scared and worried. It hurt to see. He shouldn't be causing anyone such worry, least of all Izuku. Let's get out of here, okay? We should wait for a hero to get us. You're hurt, Toshi, Izuku sobbed. How he had so many tears in him still was slightly baffling. Do you remember the man who attacked us before? Toshinori asked. He winced, partly from the pain of shifting, partly at the idea of divulging to Izuku anything like this. He didn't want to make Izuku doubt his idols. He didn't want Izuku hurt though. That was the most important thing. Izuku nodded, sniffling, and squeezing Toshinori's hand. It had fallen into his lap at some point. The action was oddly comforting for the blonde teen too. You know how he was a villain, yeah? Well, he was pretending to be a hero, Toshinori explained. Izuku's eyes fell to their joined hands. He couldn't quite tell what was going through Izuku's head. It couldn't be anything good. He has friends, other people who could be pretending to be heroes, he continued after a pause. Izuku squeezed his hand just a little tighter, lips wobbling. He still kept quiet. Oh geez. He was most likely scaring the kid. What if Izuku took this personally and later begun fearing heroes or something? Okay, maybe that was a little dramatic, but the boy's silence was stretching out again and it was only causing Toshinori to panic more and more, and he just needed to do something. But what? What could he do to... Then it hit him. Izuku, what do you think All Might would do here? Toshinori asked, uncertainly. Finally Izuku looked up at him, eyes shining with tears. He hadn't noticed none falling before now. His lips wobbled, gaze holding Toshinori's. He'd find the bad guys and beat them, Izuku mumbled. Toshinori smiled, nodding. We can do that too, Toshinori assured Izuku. Like real heroes. We can. Izuku asked, brow furrowing as he looked down at his hands. We can, but to do so we need to retreat for now. It's a tactical retreat. We gotta heal up before we can fight and beat the villains, Toshinori assured him. He almost believed himself. Izuku slowly begun nodding, sniffling one last loud time before rising to his feet. Like All Might, Izuku mumbled. Toshinori nodded, trying to stand too. It was hard on shaky ground with one hand in Izuku's and another effed beyond repair. Like All Might. Izuku's face scrunched up unnaturally, eyes aglow even if they still shined with tears. Slowly a smile, that weird one, spread across his lips and he let out one loud and strange-sounding laugh? Had the kid hit his head or something too? He really hoped not. He prayed to the past users of one for all he hadn't. Don't worry, Toshi, Izuku piped, puffing his chest up again and voice deepening as much as someone his age could. For I am here. Toshi smiled, finally managing to rise to his feet. If his smile looked anything like Izuku's, maybe it would scare off anyone who dared get near them. Let's go get some help, Toshinori spoke, shifting to examine their surroundings. Izuku pulled Toshinori after him, seeming to have an idea at least on how they'd get out of here. Had he climbed down to find Toshinori? Maybe he'd scratched himself on the way down. A lump formed itself in his throat at the mere thought of Izuku doing that, Toshinori's name falling from his lips as he tried to climb into the crackled cratery mess just to find Toshinori. Let's go find my mentor. Shoyuda gave them just a little more time than he was supposed to or should have. It went against his better judgment, every fiber of his being, but when the time rolled around, continued ticking past, he didn't investigate any further than one quick text to his fellow teacher about their whereabouts. Midoriya had promised it would be a quick visit as he'd handed over the papers, standing with those big round innocent-looking eyes in the doorway, his friends. Waiting just outside chatting happily amongst themselves. Every student was entitled to visiting someone off campus. He most likely hadn't seen his mother in some time either. He'd been so focused on improving himself in every way to be a hero he'd visited his mother less than most of the other kids. Shoyuda could count on one hand the number of times. He'd hesitated though as he looked at the boy. Trouble followed Midoriya like a lost puppy. Every time something went wrong, you'd find those familiar tufts of green hair somewhere in the mix. One home visit could quite literally end with Shoyuda himself getting in trouble, could result in people getting hurt, his students getting hurt. So Shoyuda had paused maybe too long as he peered over the paper, a knot twisting in his gut. He'd hesitated, and in that silence, Yagi had appeared out of nowhere, peering easily over his shoulder to examine what was going on. "Of course you should be able to, my boy," he jovially declared, placing a hand on Shuta's shoulder and grinning down at their shared student. "Isn't that right, Aizawa?" And wedged between both sets of hopeful eyes, Shoyuta had caved, brushed off his concerns foolishly. He'd even let Yagi, now practically quirkless, volunteer to escort his student, which had always been a combination destined for disaster. Shoyuta trusted Yagi cared for Midoriya. Yagi would always deny it venomously, much like Shoyuta had heard Midoriya do in a similarly flustered manner, claiming he had no favorites. Every staff member, even a fair chunk of students, knew how bullshit that was. How could you invite one student to lunch with you, a lunch in which you took great effort to make, and claim you cared about all your students equally? You couldn't. As sure as Shoyuta was on this fact, he also knew how idiotic the two were together. Two self-sacrificial idiots in one place, ones who looked up to each other, could very easily lead to a danger of its own Shoyuta did not feel like dealing with personally. They had no one to rein them in, stop them from putting heroics before themselves. How had he caved knowing all these things? He wouldn't be able to say. It was a soft-hearted decision. He'd been cornered, attacked on all fronts with no one to back him up. It had been rigged from the beginning. How much trouble can they really get in Shoyuta? Hizashi had offered in an attempt of consolation half-heartedly when Shoyuta had recounted the situation to him later. How much trouble can they get into? He pondered for the days leading up to the fatal weekend, watching Midoriya huddle over schoolwork with Ida and Uraraka, watching him spar against Bakugo and Todoroki. How much trouble, he wondered as he hovered by the gates, watching the hero and student leave side by side, Yagi listening silently as Midoriya prattled on, offering words here or there, ones that seemed to encourage Midoriya further. How much indeed he begun to fret as the hour mark struck. Since they were supposed to be back, should have reached out to Shoyuta by at the very least. No word from Deku? He'd heard Uraraka whisper to Ida, the very last straw for their teacher, pushing him to his feet and to finally do what he'd been putting off for too long. "You better not have jinxed me, Hizashi," he mumbled, rubbing his temple and searching for Yagi in his contacts as he stepped outside. The class practically gravitated after him. Maybe if they were smaller in numbers, maybe if certain students weren't part of the group in particular, it would have been a more admirable effort. Shoyuta had clocked the way everyone seemed to gravitate after him before he'd even exited the dorm, could faintly hear the struggling to all bunch up against the door, cursing and hissing at each other to get closest. They'd definitely have to work on that in class more at some point. He didn't have the heart to send them running, although he wasn't sure even his usual demeanor would be enough to do that. They were just worried about Midoriya. He couldn't fault them for that. The phone rung once, peppering out almost instantly, Yagi's over-exaggerated peppy voice greeting him in the form of an automated message. Shoyuta furrowed his brow, taking the phone away from his ear and staring at the screen. Was Yagi's phone simply flat? He wouldn't put it past the blonde man. The only things that seemed to motivate the man to do things anymore, to live even, was the students, mainly Midoriya of course, and with said particular student at his side all day, charging his phone would hardly have been his priority even if it should have been. That reasoning felt flimsy, weak to even his own mind. Sometimes Yagi could be dense, could say or do things that were objectively unwise, but you didn't become the symbol of peace by being stupid. You didn't learn about villain attacks so quickly so often by letting your phone go flat. All might too, huh? Shuji lamented, one of the first students to dare step outside. He was followed very quickly by everyone else, everyone but Todoroki strangely. In the scuffle of students, Shoyuta still did not fail to miss the disappearing ears on Shuji's extra appendages. "It is quite concerning neither of them are picking up," Yaoyorozu mumbled, crossing her arms as she pondered over the situation. "Don't worry about the nerd," Bakugo yelled grumpily, scowling at everyone who looked at him. Despite how he was holding himself, he'd still followed the crowd, listened in an attempt to see if Shoyuta was having luck. They were not. "He's probably fine. He'd normally respond by now," Uraraka worried, bouncing between her feet as she spoke. "And if All Might isn't responding either? Hey sensei, maybe we should dash. No one else is leaving the dorms." 2 missing people is bad enough. Let us handle this, Shoyuta spoke. He wished he could believe himself. Maybe then the class would believe him too. The way they looked amongst each other very clearly said otherwise. Aizawa-sensei is most likely correct, Ida proclaimed, the words spilling from his mouth more convincingly than should his own. If Midoriya and All Might were in danger, it would do us no good to put ourselves in similar danger. For the time being, let us leave it to you, Aizawa-sensei. Shoyuta swallowed thickly as Ida turned back to him, smiling reassuringly. The others, albeit hesitantly, buckled at his words, sighing, and mumbling amongst themselves about the predicament. Todoroki took this moment to appear, his eyes glued to his phone as he melded into the crowd. No one paid him much mind at first. What's everyone doing here? He asked. If that wasn't Shuta's turn to sigh, he didn't know what would be. The others all turned to the red and white-haired boy, offering different levels of exasperation at his response. He greeted each with confusion. Midoriya and All Might are missing. How have you heard nothing about this? Todoroki's brow creased inwards and he looked back down to his phone for a moment, shaking his head. No they're not, he responded like his words were pure fact. The silence that followed such a statement held for only a few beats, everyone waiting with bated breath for Todoroki to elaborate. The boy didn't continue. They're not responding to anyone's texts or calls and they should have been back already. That seems like the definition of missing, Jair pointed out, others nodding along with her. Todoroki tilted his head almost like a puppy would. They probably broke their phones in the chaos or something, Todoroki refuted calmly. He might have been the only calm one as everyone instantly turned on him, voices rising over the top of each other with the same framed questions differently worded. Quiet down. Shoyuta yelled over top of them, the noise dying out ever slowly. If Shoyuta hadn't been developing a headache before, he definitely would have one now. He could practically feel the future lack of sleep he was going to face, the madness that would follow whenever Todoroki supplied an answer. Todoroki, what do you mean by that? You guys don't know? Todoroki asked, realization dawning on his face before he turned his phone to face the group, to face Shoyuta. A lot of villains and heroes cause damage, but this is definitely Midoriya's quirk. I mean, at first I thought All Might, which for obvious reasons can't be the case, but the two have similar enough quirks to excuse that consideration. Coupled with the fact they're looking for this green-haired kid, which is a bit of an exaggeration because we clearly know Midoriya as a teenager, closer to adulthood, can only mean it was him. And a blonde guy who has to be All Might, Todoroki explained, still mostly calm in his tone even as he rambled on, pointing at different parts of the article, at different photos of a small wreckage. His words were thought out, ones that flew out of him with a twinge of excitement even if his face appeared otherwise neutral. That couldn't be right though. Todoroki and Midoriya were friends. Why would he be excited to talk about his friend being in a dangerous situation? Though, they said they were looking for a young blonde man and All Might isn't young, maybe the journalists misheard, Todoroki continued, mumbling a little to himself in a less intense Midoriya fashion. It was slightly unnerving. Even without their resident overthinker, it seemed the trait clung to the class, this time in the form of one Todoroki Shoyuta. God damn it, Midoriya, Shoyuta mumbled, taking the phone out of Todoroki's hands to look closer. Shoyuta had seen a lot of damage left behind from villains. Technically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that screamed Midoriya about this even if Todoroki sounded confident. How could he know so much about the damage All Might and Midoriya's quirks could leave in their work to such a precise level after all? What reason would he have to look into that? Any villain could leave any different level of damage. And yet, green-haired child. Blonde-haired man with blue eyes. There were no photos. There was nothing but a simple description about the possible attackers left in the wake. Everyone knew what Midoriya and Yagi looked like so realistically, one could have attached their names to the article if it really was them. If it was though and Shoyuta overlooked it? Somewhere else in Yamada Hizashi sneezed so violently his headphones flew off his head. The man rubbed his nose, picked up his headphones and went back to his business, unaware of the venomous curses his co-worker was thinking of him for the jinx he had cast upon him. When Toshinori was 10 years old, he fell from a tree and broke his arm. He'd snuck out of the orphanage he'd been in at the time, needing a moment away from some of the crueler kids who'd decided their bad day should mean an even worse day for him. He wouldn't have even spared a glance at the tree normally, would have kept walking, body hunched into itself, eyes to the ground till he found somewhere to lay low for a moment. Soft meows had somehow reached him from the tree's branches, large sorrowful brown eyes zeroing in on the dirt below fearfully. Every now and then, the cat moved a paw, trying to figure out the best way down unsuccessfully. Each time she got closer to slipping. So yes, Toshinori had, no hesitation, climbed the tree, had spent a fair while trying to do so too. It hadn't been an easy feat but he'd managed to, the cat watching his each and every move as he went. Of course, when he'd gotten up there, he'd found himself in the same position as the cat, with no one to turn to either, leaving the two of them stranded up there for longer than Toshinori would care to admit. Until Toshinori had, in another attempt to try and get down, slipped, falling wonkily and landing awkwardly on his left arm. He'd known instantly it was broken. Any attempt to use it hurt and it looked crooked no matter the angle he peeked at it from. He'd gone a whole week without seeing a doctor about it though. The caretakers in the orphanage didn't pay him much mind, and when they did, they had no kindness to offer a troubled child who also just happened to be quirkless. The other kids weren't any better, jabbing and trying to shove it when they could. If he hadn't happened to help the right person at the right time, broken arm and all, he might have pressed on with it, having already stomached it for as long as he had. The woman had chided him for letting it go that long, warned him about it healing wrong and infections before proceeding to berate him for getting into a fight with it. She'd still helped him, of course, pressing a kiss to his cheek which sapped the energy out of him somewhere in her lecture, but the point was, he'd lasted a week like that. The night had passed for the most part since his arm had more recently been injured. It had maybe been just over half a day, considering the sun was starting to peak, and it had definitely been out when everything had gone down. His arm was killing him in a way his last broken arm hadn't, dead weight that he had been carrying by his side the whole time. It was a deep purple in color, puffy to look at as it, every now and then, swung back and forth beside him. It felt infinitely worse than the broken arm he'd had then. He'd take it back in a heartbeat. Maybe it wasn't helping that Izuku was cuddled up against his back, small arms wrapped tightly around his neck even in sleep. Having been supported there for so long, Toshinori's good arm had gone numb. He'd planned for them to stay at the last two locations Nana might have shown up in, places fairly well hidden and out of the way of most patrolling heroes, according to Nana, or curious civilians. The first had been completely gone though, wiped off the map like it had never existed. Except it very clearly had. Toshinori had been there a couple of days ago, enjoying an ice cream with Nana as a quick break from training. Not even the small carvings he'd made once had been left in the ground. He'd pushed through his despair and confusion though, Izuku yawning and stumbling beside him at the time, filling the silence with chatter that did effectively ease Toshinori's concern over everything even if only slightly. The second place had looked different too, though not by as much as the previous. They had stayed there for a while, Izuku falling asleep against him, a deep slumber that Toshinori hadn't had the heart to interrupt. Maybe if he hadn't seen a couple heroes hanging around too close for comfort they'd have stayed there till late morning at the very least. Nana had to be getting worried. She'd have dawdled for a while by their actual plan meeting place, would be checking all these sort of locations by now. They'd intersect eventually. He only hoped she didn't show up at his house. That would be embarrassing for the both of them. Maybe more awkward than embarrassing. Telling his mentor that he was an orphan was not high on his bucket list of things he wanted to do, especially not with a broken, maybe infected, arm and a small child he realized he might have kidnapped the more he thought about it. Toshinori was used to hunger, had grown complacent with the stabbing pains and cramps it eventually brought on if left unchecked too long. Izuku couldn't be used to it. As they traveled, the small boy never much commented on his hunger, but as the hours trickled by, his stomach would grumble, his face would pull and his free hand that hadn't been locked tightly into Toshinori's would come to his stomach. His silence was mildly concerning. If they weren't kind of on the run, Toshinori would be setting up a witch hunt to find out if and who had denied this kid of things like food enough for him to stay so silent on the matter. He was a growing boy. He at least had to be eating enough meals for him to have the energy to be so starry-eyed and chatty. He wasn't Toshinori. If you want to be a hero, you gotta eat up, Nana always said, offering him a yellow and blue bento box decorated with lions, smiling even if Toshinori brushed her off in the beginning. He'd kill for one of them right now. He'd kill to give Izuku one of them right now, maybe one decorated with bunnies instead though. He couldn't place why, but it definitely would fit him better than the lions. Even in his sleep, Izuku's stomach grumbled unhappily. He could only imagine how painful it would be when Izuku eventually awoke. It didn't help matters, they were getting lost on top of the hunger. Things looked different than Toshinori remembered, people dressed a little different, shops and other buildings gone and replaced. It's like he'd woken up in the future or something, which was frankly impossible. If time-traveling quirks existed, the world would know about it, even if more and more quirks were popping up as the years dragged by. Things persisted the way they were going. The knot in Toshinori's gut grew just a little tighter as he swayed and almost tripped, body knocking into the wall uncomfortably and sending a jolt through his body. No, it wouldn't come to it. Yagi would find Nana without having to trouble her by going that far. Toshi, Izuku slurred sleepily, whimpering and curling just a little tighter into Toshinori's back. His curls brushed against the teen's neck, the blonde shuddering at the sensation. It's okay, Izuku. Just go back to sleep, Toshinori mumbled, shutting his eyes for a moment and standing still, hoping his tilting vision might just right itself after a few moments. Hoping the nausea that struck him would abate again. You need help, Toshi. Your arm is all purple. Arms aren't supposed to be purple, Izuku mumbled into his shoulder, his eyes only half open as he looked to the side of Toshinori's face. The blonde aspiring hero opened his eyes, turning his head a little more away from Izuku's to Gigi. Nothing came up. You said we were going to do a... Izuku trailed off, a yawn shaking his small body. His cheek pressed just a little more into Toshinori's shoulder blade. His vision went white for a moment, his body slumping a little more against the wall. Tactical retreat to get help. That's the plan. We just gotta find my teacher. She's probably on our trail right now, Toshinori spoke, letting his head sag against the wall. The coolness of the brick was soothing against his otherwise hot skin. If she's on our trail, should we not wait for her to catch us? Izuku asked. Toshinori grimaced. He probably looked weird doing it, face smushed against the wall still, trying to sap up every last bit of receding cold while it lasted. Too dangerous for that, Toshinori responded, taking one long deep breath before pushing himself off. His vision swam. He smiled anyways, turning to face Izuku with the expression just like Nana. Just like Izuku's idol. A sign of true strength. Don't worry about it, okay? I'll get us to her and then we can get that scratch of yours checked out, Toshinori piped. Then they'd eat and sleep, though it was probably best not to mention eating. It would only remind Izuku of it and make him hungrier. It was already making Toshinori, despite the desire to throw up, itching at his throat too. We're hero partners, right, Toshi? Izuku asked. Toshinori blinked long and slowly at Izuku, the boy's small face scrunching and eyes opening just a little more as he met the older of them's gaze head-on. Partners look out for each other. They don't need to lie to each other, Izuku insisted. The smile melted on Toshinori's face, the fake edges folding to realer ones as he looked at the small green bean who was under his care for the time being. If he had a free hand, he'd ruffle up his hair again. I want to help too, Izuku mumbled, pressing the bottom half of his face into Toshinori's shoulder again and staring forward absently. I don't want to be a stupid Deku, he spoke quieter, to himself. Toshinori heard it anyways. His smile vanished in an instant, brow furrowing as he tried to unpack Izuku's words in disbelief. The way the boy had said it. Who's told you that? Toshinori asked softly. One for all flickered under his skin again, an unconscious thing. It felt wilder, stronger, less tameable than it had been yesterday. His grip on it felt shaky where he had felt comfortable, chosen even in it before. It felt borrowed. Izuku buried his face fully, head rubbing into his back and arms growing tighter once more. Words vanished before they could pass Toshinori's lips. My friend Kachin started it. It's not just him. All the kids at school say it, Izuku confessed, his words muffled, croaky. He doesn't sound like a good friend. None of them do, Toshinori stewed, trying his best to keep his animosity light. He'd never been good at controlling that though, no matter how many times Gran Torino tried to pound it out of him. "They're not wrong," Izuku whispered. "Okay, that was enough of that." Toshinori took a long breath, pressing one side of his body into the wall and slowly lowering to his feet. Izuku startled against his back, yelping when Toshinori placed him down a bit away. "You're not a stupid Deku, Izuku." "They are wrong," he insisted, a cold, disgusted twinge to the words he'd taken from Izuku. The boy's lips wobbled and he shook his head, hugging his knees to himself as he sunk down against the wall. "No, they're right. I'm a stupid, dumb, quirkless Deku who can't even help people who matter to me," the boy cried, burying his face in his knees. "Quirkless?" He couldn't afford to cry. He'd cried more times in the past 24 hours than he had in ages, and that wasn't something a hero should do. And yet as he looked down at Izuku, tears leaking from his eyes, shaking from the cold and most definitely starving, he saw himself. He saw what Nana might have seen once before she'd offered him the first bento. What the lady had seen before she'd healed him minus the injury. Slowly he shuffled himself properly beside Izuku, leaning back against the wall carefully, hesitantly. Izuku did not move away, eyes darting out from behind his knees but otherwise doing nothing. "I was quirkless up until a couple of weeks ago, you know," Toshinori confessed. Maybe Nana would scold him for it later, for dancing too close to revealing one for all. He'd deal with it. It was one scolding he could handle from his mentor. He was probably already in for it for everything else. "That's impossible," Izuku brushed off, head having inched out from pressed against his knees curiously though. His sobs peppered out as Toshinori hummed, nodding his head. "Normally yeah, but it's true. Until the beginning of the month, I was quirkless too," Toshinori explained, turning to look at Izuku. The boy's mouth was slightly agape, skepticism dancing around the edges of his wonder. "We're hero partners, so I'm not going to lie to you anymore." The doubt disappeared like dew when the sun came out, his crying altogether cutting out and a gasp falling from his lips. "No way! Is that why your arm's all funny now? Was it your quirk? Is it because your body's not used to that yet?" Izuku asked. He should have expected that. Izuku, during his talks, spoke extensively about quirks, about heroes, his mothers, just random people he'd seen. For someone so young, he'd been able to pull apart and dissect a quirk scarily well. "Well, I'm not actually sure," Toshinori pondered, face scrunching in thought. "It wasn't like this yesterday. It's all funny today." Izuku hummed thoughtfully himself, looking a little too harshly at the arm laying on Toshinori's lap. "Do you think I'd be a Deku without my quirk?" Izuku's attention snapped to his face instantly, eyes widening and head shaking back and forth erratically. "Oh, of course you're not a Dedekutoshi. You punched that other guy in face to save me without using a quirk. You got us this far without using it too," Izuku defended, leaning forward as he recounted the events. Toshinori quirked an eyebrow at him. "Then you're not a Deku either," Toshinori stated simply, turning forward again, peeking up at the sky present above. The stars were harder to see than he remembered. But I haven't, you actually dash. If you didn't distract that lady, we might not have made it out of there," Toshinori pointed out. Izuku fell deathly quiet. The blonde took that as his excuse to continue. "When you thought I was in danger, you tried to push me out of the way too," he continued. "And let's not forget how you braved the destruction to find me because I was hurt. Izuku, if that's what makes you Deku then I am too." He rolled his head against the wall, trying to capture a peek of Izuku's face. Hopefully he hadn't messed that up. He hardly was the mentor type. He prayed for the unlucky soul he passed one for all to one day. Izuku, head still turned away, shuffled closer to Toshinori, laying against the teen's good side. Izuku shook silently, not a peep coming out of him. Uncertainly, Toshinori wrapped his free arm around his shoulder. Maybe they could stay like this for a second. Just a second. There had been a few courses of action to take before Shoyuda and anyone else had been let out to investigate. Nedzu, always on top of things, had already been in contact with Mrs. Midoriya before Shoyuda had even showed up in his office. He was waiting, seated comfortably, for the underground hero to appear, The same attack Todoroki had showed flashing on a laptop screen, much to Shuta's dismay. He had really been hoping, even if he thought it more and more unlikely as the seconds ticked by, that Midoriya and Yagi had no relation to it at all. According to Mrs. Midoriya, they had indeed arrived at their destination, enjoyed some tea and much chatter. The three of them all together, unsurprisingly. She claimed nothing seemed amiss, that her son wasn't acting out of the ordinary. They left around 2:30-ish. They hadn't been due back till, Mrs. Midoriya was insistent. They said even in the beginning that they had to leave before 3. Nedzu had finished his story, his little black button eyes coming back to Yuta as he finished his retelling of information. Had they been meaning to come back early from the beginning? Was there something more nefarious at play? Yuta didn't know, and that wasn't a very comforting feeling in regards to the safety of one of his students, a problem causing one or not. This attack, Todoroki thought it was Midoriya as well. Yuta had brushed on, flipping his gaze to the screen as he sunk just a little more into the chair, crossing his arms. It could be just another villain, Nedza commented, turning the screen so both of them could still see it. But all the details surrounding it, or the lack of information I should say, is all a little suspicious. Yuta had been thinking the same thing as he'd made his way to see the headmaster, eyes glued to the third article he'd been able to find on the incident. The articles were long, don't get him wrong. They were lengthy, drawn out, offering information on casualties and how far the damage had stretched. Outside of that and the call for two witnesses who both fit and didn't fit descriptions of Midoriya and Yagi, that had been all. Most of it was flowery language just to fill the space. There was no word on what had even caused it. No mention of heroes involved or even villains. Maybe that could be attributed to a lack of overall knowledge on what had transpired, but something about the way they were all phrased, how vague the descriptions were, and how they didn't even ask for anyone else to provide information if possible. The attack does look like something Midoriya could hypothetically do with his quirk, Nedzu hummed. Yuta leaned closer to view the pictures, squinting at the newer ones on Nedzu's particular article. He didn't doubt it. If it didn't break the kid's arm at the slightest inch too much over, then his quirk could be a weapon of mass destruction in a very All Might-like way. Such raw strength like that? What could cause him to do this though? Yuta asked. Midoriya wasn't stupid, far from it. He was a critical overthinker, and while that didn't always lead to great conclusions, it often sometimes did too, had provided insights into his classmates' quirks that even Yuta hadn't picked out at first. As an example, Midoriya would sacrifice his own well-being at the drop of a hat. He wouldn't sacrifice anyone else's though. Nobody, according to the article, had been hurt too badly, but Midoriya wouldn't risk that. I also have to wonder about how they've allegedly been described. Nedzu weighed in too, scrolling down a little further to a small section attached to the end of the article. The ages of the two on a lot of the other articles vary, Yuta offered, sliding his phone out of his pocket. There had been no surprise on Nedzu's face at his observation, though there was a glint of something. The descriptions aside from that stay the same. Some say the blonde individual is a teenager, some an adult, and some a child. Yuta continued anyways. The green-haired person relatively remained the same, described as a kid. It made more sense though. People at least referred to teenagers in similar words all the time. Saying a near 50-year-old man was a child in a description was not so easy to overlook. Perhaps the best thing we can do from here is investigate ourselves, Nedzu had concluded at the time. It had been too late when they decided upon that. They could try and trace Midoriya and Yagi's steps from the Midoriya house. Could try and ask some bystanders what they'd seen at the scene, but both scenarios were better done during the day. Most of the people would have been planning for bed around the time Nedzu and Yuta split ways. Unable to sleep, Yuta had spent most of night patrolling, searching for a glimpse of blonde or green together. Midoriya had been learning to control his quirk more, but he was still half expecting the team to show up with a broken limb or two. If he really was behind that damage, it would be all the more likely. When he wasn't patrolling, he watched the dorms, half expecting one of his students to decide to do their own investigation. Bakugo's kidnapping had been a completely different situation, different stakes, different feelings, but he still watched, half expecting to see one of them try nonetheless. Daylight had broke by the time Shoyuta turned on his heel, making his way back towards Yue for the time being with nothing to show for his night out, not even a hint of the student or teacher duo. It's when Shoyuta wasn't looking that he found something. He, at that point, hadn't been looking too hopefully, more moving on autopilot and not expecting to find anything anymore. He almost had missed it, buried in his thoughts and internal planning to really notice anything about the people walking around him, the child specifically that sped past him, backpack clanking as he did so against his back. Green hair. It wasn't a vibrant green or anything exotic, but the green registered as vaguely familiar enough to pull him out of his head, the man whipping slowly around to get a proper look at the retreating boy. He was tiny, maybe 5-6-ish years old, his small legs carrying him further down the street at a pretty casual speed for a child. He couldn't be Midoriya, obviously. He couldn't see the boy's face, but Midoriya wasn't. Well, he obviously wasn't a small child. It was what? 6 a.m.? What was a child doing out alone by himself, let alone so early in the morning though? It probably wasn't any of his business. He had his own kids to get back to. They'd be waking up soon, most likely hoping for some development, one that Shoyuta still couldn't give them. He changed directions, slowly following after the boy from a distance, trying to figure out quite where he was going, what he looked like. If Midoriya wasn't the person described, there would have to have been another someone, and the kid could have been the one. He had to wonder though if he was the real green-haired person connected to the incident, how anyone could see him and describe him as a teen. The kid seemed to move faster the longer he went along, eventually turning into a small sketchy-looking alley with not even a glance back fortunately. The jangling turned to a loud thump instead, going silent as Shoyuta got closer, hand gripping to the cloth around his neck tightly as he rounded the corner. It was only years of being an underground hero, of cultivating on instincts and dodging, that saved him from getting a trash bin lid to the shins as he turned the corner, his capture weapon wrapping around it and yanking it free from the boy at the last second. The child yelped, being thrown forward by the momentum and almost falling to his knees. He scurried back to his feet quickly though, placing considerable distance between him and the black-haired man. "Stay back," the boy cried out, placing himself between Shoyuta and another figure, one he tried to shield from Shuta's view unsuccessfully. A blonde teen was slumped against the wall, face scrunched up, sweating profusely in his sleep. It was hard to see considering the sun hadn't fully risen yet, but his right arm, nestled lightly in his lap, looked mangled, bruised to the point you couldn't see even a slither of his normal skin tone amongst it. If Shoyuta had any doubts in his mind, he was now more than certain that these two were the ones mentioned from the incident. He didn't have a moment to contemplate what this meant for Midoriya and Yagi before he took a hard look at the youngest boy's face, hands having found a piece of wood that he now held in front of him. "Leave us alone," a tiny version of Midoriya Izuku cried out, tears welling in his hard-set eyes, his body shaking even as he stood rooted in place defending who had to be a dazed, unconscious and injured Yagi Toshinori. Because it couldn't be any other kid. His face hadn't changed that much as he'd grown older it seemed, freckled and baby-faced even at 6-ish years old. That glint in his eyes too, it couldn't belong to anyone but Midoriya. Even if it didn't seem Midoriya had placed him or even recognized him at all. "Midoriya?" he asked anyways, just to make sure, just to test how he'd react. If Midoriya was scared before, now he quivered a little more, his body hunching just a tad more into himself. He actually flinched when the name slipped from Shuta's lips. His eyes hovered over the man, lips wobbling as he took another careful step back. "I won't let you take or hurt us either," Midoriya warned, voice growing just a little louder. The blonde-haired teen behind him grumbled under his breath, shifting, but otherwise did not stir. "I'm not here to hurt you," Shoyuta assured him in a softer voice. He couldn't have looked very reassuring to the boy, weighed down by tiredness and stress even more than usual, his hair knotty and his clothes in need of a wash. Midoriya didn't have much to offer in response. He didn't move any closer either, still hunched in place, guarding his older companion. Technically speaking, he could just grab Midoriya now, wrap him up in his capture weapon and call for some extra help for the person who most likely was Yagi. Midoriya's quirk was strange on a normal basis. How would it react in a child's body if he decided to even try and use it before Shoyuta could activate his quirk? "I just want to help." Your friend looks hurt, Shoyuta continued, taking a cautious step forward. Midoriya's grip tightened on his choice of weapon, eyes narrowing as tears spilled from them. We don't want your help. We're getting help. Midoriya refused, eyes briefly glancing over his shoulder at his companion, said companion shifting in his sleep again, face scrunching. He looked more on the verge of waking than he had last. Shoyuta glanced in his direction, almost like Midoriya's voice was rousing him despite everything. He had to do this quickly then. He didn't much fancy fighting Yagi, teenager now or not. He just hurt himself more, set the more volatile Midoriya off more even if his quirk could be snuffed out with a glance from Shoyuta. What sort of help? Midoriya puffed out at his words, more of the fire returning to him. Toshi's mentor. She'll be here any second now and she'll definitely beat you guys for trying to hurt us, Midoriya piped. He even looked a little excited at the prospect. Even as a child it seemed his adoration for heroes ran strong. Meeting his idol's mentor probably didn't help the enthusiasm. If Midoriya didn't know who Shoyuta was though, who's to say he knew Yagi was even All Might? He'd called him Toshi. Toshi short for Toshinori. Nobody, not even Midoriya, ever really called Yagi anything but All Might. The class had been resolute in it even if, after losing his buff form, Yagi had insisted they drop the hero name when referring to him. If 15-year-old Midoriya knew, he'd self-combust in embarrassment. He'd be horrified at the casualness he was exuding towards his idol, not that should assure Yagi would mind. Midoriya's stomach grumbled and he looked down for a moment, face pulling tightly before his attention snapped back to Shoyuta. He smacked his cracked lips together in an attempt to wet them. Shoyuta reached into his scarf, fiddling around inside, fingers searching for something. Midoriya watched the action, standing up straighter, scurrying a little further back. Here, Shoyuta offered, unearthing one of many energy bar he'd taken to carrying around. With a few of his students eating through their reserves with their quirk, it always helped to have something ready to offer if they really pushed it. Funnily enough, Midoriya had already been one of those students. Midoriya didn't reach for it, even if there was a hungry glint to his eyes as he focused his attention on it. He shook his head, swallowing thickly. I don't take food from strangers or villains pretending to be heroes, Midoriya huffed defensively. Shuta's brow raised, eyes jumping back and forth between Yagi and the small boy. Heroes pretending to be villains? What had Midoriya gotten into this time? Well, I'm not a villain so you don't have to worry about that, Shoyuta begun, pushing his capture weapon more away from his face. Maybe if he showed more of himself, Midoriya would be more open. And I don't want us to be strangers, Shoyuta pressed on, crouching down a little. His legs, worn from the long night out, already threatened to buckle at the action. Midoriya continued eyeing him warily, watching his hand extend outwards into the space between them, bar in hand. Shoyuta smiled, hoping it looked more reassuring than some of his coworkers had said it was. My hero name's Eraserhead but you can call me Aizawa if you'd like, he offered. And then he waited. Some of the fear had leached out of Midoriya's form, his grip loosening on the wood, stance shifting into something more relaxed. The tears slowly abated, sapping into nothing. A cautious curiousness lingered in the place of fright. You know who I am already, Midoriya stated. Shoyuta internally winced. Showing up with knowledge about him definitely hadn't been a good start. He couldn't fault the boy, not when he and Yagi had clearly gone through something of their own too. That's right, Shoyuta admitted, watching as Midoriya darted forward, snatched the food and darted back. He spared one final glance at Shoyuta before he tore apart. The wrapping viciously, biting into the bar rabidly. He only stopped when he finished almost half the bar, ripping off a final bit he shoved in his mouth before wrapping it back up. I have extra if you were saving it for your friend, Shoyuta offered. Midoriya's nose wrinkled up, skittishly looking back at Shoyuta. The man pulled forth some more, sliding them over to Midoriya's heel this time. The boy took this as his cue, scoffing down the rest of the energy bar and reaching for rest, hoarding them into a pile by his backpack and picking up another. I have more food you know and water too, Shoyuta risked some time into the quiet, Midoriya tensing almost instantly in place, eyes hovering over him probably trying to place where it would be. Not on me, Shoyuta brushed off. Midoriya's hackles returned before Shoyuta could even blink. He didn't reach for the wood lying by his feet exactly, didn't crouch back down or raise his fists at Shoyuta. It was the look in his eyes, the way he let the wrapper drop, small traces of food left in it. "We're fine, thank you, Eraserhead," Midoriya insisted. They so clearly weren't. Wounds and hunger aside, Yagi and Midoriya were camped here, waiting for someone who most likely would never come, who was most likely dead. In all the time Shoyuta had known the X-1 hero, he had never mentioned a mentor, had never mentioned anyone outside of his detective friend. "We could get your friend help for his arm too. If it gets left unchecked it could get worse," Shoyuta warned him. Midoriya looked over his shoulder, thoughts unreadable as he contemplated for the first time. He checked out. For his friends, Midoriya would risk anything. "We have the best medical attention, you know. Recovery girl should be able to fix him up good as new." It was a bit of an exaggeration, they'd have to wait till Yagi had his energy back of course, but it did the trick. Midoriya's eyes lit up, the boy gasping as he whirled back around. "Recovery girl? You know her?" He squealed, a grin splitting across his face. Once a fanboy, always a fanboy it seemed. Shoyuta nodded, the boy's face scrunching up again as he seemed to consider once more, this time far more openly than before. "How did you know my name?" he asked. Shoyuta swallowed thickly, looking down at his feet as he deliberated himself on the best course of action. He could lie to Midoriya. Say Yagi's mentor had sent him in her stead. If Yagi were to wake up he'd quickly be disproven. He wasn't sure if he wanted to test how much of a threat one wounded, X-symbol of peace would be, quirkless or not. If he were to tell Midoriya the truth, would his student believe him? It was a tall tale to hear from someone you didn't even remember knowing. To lie or to tell the truth? "Your mother's worried about you," Shoyuta admitted. It mightn't be the full truth but it wasn't a lie. Technically. Midoriya's eyes widened, mouth parting slightly at the mention. Shoyuta didn't give him a chance to respond. "Midoriya, let me help you. If you come back to UA with me, we can get you food and water, can get Yagi's arm some dash." "Did you say UA?" Shoyuta paused, watching Midoriya scrunch his face up again in thought before nodding. It was that admission that seemed to shake the green-haired boy's final concerns, his smile returning. "Are you a teacher at UA?" He should have guessed that would be what tipped the scales in his favor, a small fond smile, one he'd deny if anyone found out, encroaching on his face as he watched the light shimmer to life once more in Midoriya's eyes. "You'd be safe there, no villains at all," Shoyuta insisted. Midoriya reached for his backpack instantaneously, shoving in the plastic wrappers and the extra energy bars before throwing it on his back. "If you promise Yagi'll be okay we'll come," Midoriya spoke, words rushed and spoken as if he was trying to hide his excitement. The boy outstretched his vibrating hand to Shoyuta, feet tapping against the ground as he waited. "I promise," Shoyuta offered, shaking the small hand. He'd make sure of it. His student had been through enough. Yagi had been through enough. "After we gotta find Yagi's mentor though. She's gonna be worried about him." Shoyuta nodded, smile dimming a little as his arm came back to his side. He turned to get a better look at the blonde, Midoriya shuffling out of the way. He hovered close by still, though whether it was from lingering caution or because of his bond with Yagi was a mystery. Maybe it was a combination of the two. "Can I help?" Midoriya asked, watching as Shoyuta stopped in front of him, assessing how best to do this. The teen, who Shoyuta had partially put aside to focus on Midoriya, took shaky breaths, head angled in Midoriya's direction even in sleep. "No, that's okay, Midoriya. I'm going to pick him up. He'll have to lean on me for support," Shoyuta explained, hesitating as he bent down. The arm had looked bad before but it looked even worse now, like even touching it, propping it in place would cause a lot more pain than good. It reminded Shoyuta of some of Midoriya's worse injuries. "Actually, you might be able to help," Shoyuta realized. Midoriya leaped closer, bouncing by Yagi's side expectantly. "This is probably going to hurt him. If he wakes, you might be able to calm him down." Midoriya nodded enthusiastically, stepping away again to give Shoyuta the space he needed. Shoyuta had been right to assume it would hurt, that it would awaken him. The capture weapon he'd unraveled from around his neck and slowly wound around Yagi had caused the boy to pull faces in his sleep as Shoyuta had tried to create a type of sling, but the instant Shoyuta had began to lift him up, when gravity had begun pulling on the arm, the boy had cried out, eyes deliriously flying open. No, Yagi mumbled, voice lighter, more youthful than Shoyuta was prepared for. He wrestled in the black-haired hero's grip, mumbling incoherently. Yellow electricity sparked off his form. It didn't harm Shoyuta, though it definitely startled him just enough to almost drop Yagi. The teen cried out, eyes shooting around unseeingly and head whipping back and forth. His eyes found Shoyuta, lost, confused and pained. More sparks traveled along his body. Shoyuta called upon his quirk habitually. What the f was that? Toshi, Midoriya piped, squeezing his small hand into Yagi's. The blonde stilled just a little, his head lolling in Midoriya's direction. Izuku, he mumbled. It's okay now, Toshi, Midoriya assured him, squeezing a little tighter, smiling even if Shoyuta had definitely seen him. Watching with a frown before. How the tables had turned. Wverse. Nana where dash. We're gonna be okay now. I'll be the hero for the both of us for now, Midoriya spoke, stepping backwards so that Shoyuta could push them on. Yagi's mouth opened and shut, a few more incoherent words falling from his lips. Midoriya was always quick with his own responses right up until Yagi passed out again, head flopping into Shuta's shoulder. Midoriya walked a little ahead, hand remaining weaved between Yagi's even asleep. Hey Eraserhead, did you use your quirk on Toshi back there? It looked like you stopped his quirk. How does it work? Do you have to be looking at them? You've got those cool goggles on your head so it would make sense. Shoyuta sighed, the boy's ramblings continuing all the way to their destination. He couldn't find any irritation in him though. Relief though, that was an easy thing to settle into even if there were so many questions he had racing through his head. For now he allowed himself to find comfort in Midoriya and Yagi's presences. In Yagi's soft breathing against his neck and Midoriya's never-ending chatter. Toshi! He hadn't heard it at first, hadn't even been aware of anything, not even himself. It had brushed past his sense of awareness, blown with the wind because he was on a beach apparently, a beach that registered as both familiar and not to him. Toshi! The waves crashed softly, liking at the sandy shores before retreating back out to sea. Back and forth and back. Tuss! It was mesmerizing, addicting to watch as they inched closer and closer, yellow electricity sparking brighter under its surface as it dared draw in more and more each time. He reached out to it, warmth seeping into him from where his sense of self connected. Hello. It drew back, slipping from his grip, pulling further away, yellow flashing turning to green. He tried to follow it, to grab hold of it. It melted through the cracks in his fingers, replacing the warmth with something cold, something that was downright terrifying. Toshi, wake up! There was someone out there, someone the water was rushing to, someone pulsing with the same colored green as the water. They radiated the heat Toshinori wanted to hold on to. He slowed his steps, coming to a full stop, letting the cold sink into his bones as he squinted to get a better look of the figure. The boy was faced away from him, casting a long shadow in his wake, one that Toshinori was left to wallow in. He found he didn't mind as much as he did before. If anyone else deserved that warmth, it was the boy. He more than even Toshinori himself. Something pressed into his shoulder. He dared look away from the light, looking to his side. Nana smiled at him, eyes crinkled and head tilted. There was something about her gaze, something that caused a lump to form in the blonde's throat and tears to well in his eyes. It's time to wake up, Toshi, Nana spoke, reaching to ruffle his hair. There were others lined up beside her, 6 to be precise, all facing him too. He couldn't quite make them all out though, didn't really want to focus on anyone but Nana. Toshi, wake up, a voice called from the light. He turned out of habit, coming face to face with the boy who'd been so far away before, one who offered out his hand to Toshinori, smiling so brightly, so kindly. The simple action thawed some of the building cold in his chest. He reached out, their hands weaving together, green electricity darting from where their hands connected, turning yellow and melding over him. The world exploded in green and yellow. Toshinori woke up. He lurched from his bed, one for all pulsing in his chest, flickering along his skin as he threw himself up. From beside him, Izuku squeaked in surprise, almost falling right off the chair he was seated on. He righted himself quickly, shooting to his feet and leaning into Toshinori's space. Leaning over a bed that Toshinori was supposedly on and not the alley floor like he'd been expecting. Where? Izuku's smile grew impossibly wider, the boy bouncing in place in his excitement. If he was this happy, it couldn't mean they were in danger. He allowed himself to be cautiously optimistic. "We're safe," Izuku practically yelled, grabbing Toshinori's arm. His left arm, which looked perfectly fine. He flexed his fingers, a jolt of pain rushing through it. It was definitely more manageable though than he last remembered. Had it being so broken been one extremely painful fever dream? Oh yeah. Recovery girl healed it mostly up. She fixed my scratch too, just like you told her to. Oh, she told me to give you these when you woke up, Izuku explained chirpily, scurrying over to a counter and racing back with some gummies in hand, ones he offered enthusiastically to Toshinori. Recovery girl? Izuku's smile faltered, his head tilting and eyes dimming just a little. Do you not remember? She said you might not because it took a lot out of you, Izuku explained, crawling onto his bed and personally tucking a gummy in Toshinori's hand. He took it, chewing it thoughtfully. He wasn't as hungry as he remembered being. Where are we, Izuku? Toshinori inquired, looking more closely around the room. There were curtains around his bed, shielding off the rest of the room from sight. There were still medical things in sight, a couple bottles of pills to be precise, and a plastic cup with what he assumed was water in it beside his bed. It had to be a hospital. He'd passed out and now they were in a hospital, a public space in which their pursuers could have snatched up either one of them before Toshinori even knew or had the chance to fight back. At least the alley hadn't been a popular space. Where are you? Izuku squealed, bobbing up and down on the bed giddily, chucking one of the gummies left for Toshinori in his mouth. You the? Izuku nodded, giggling to himself, shaking the blonde. There was a dull pain in his arm from the action, one he proceeded to ignore. This hero, Eraserhead, showed up and brought us here, Izuku chirped, pausing and frowning instantly after. I didn't just let him take us instantly, Toshi. I know you said not to trust any heroes, so I stood my ground and dash. Toshinori sighed shakily. Even imaging Izuku having to be in that position made him queasy. He was going to be the hero sooner. It should have been him keeping Izuku safe. His hand found its way into Izuku's hair once more, his words trailing off as Toshinori ruffled his hair. You did good, partner, Toshinori comforted. Izuku looked up at him from between tufts of messed up hair, smiling once more. He should be letting Toshinori be the one to stress over the disaster this situation could turn into. They were being pursed by villains who could all potentially have provisional hero licenses and were now in a den of heroes and future heroes, a place practically impossible to enter or escape without permission. This had the potential to be either the smartest or stupidest situation Toshinori had found himself in yet. He couldn't fault Midoriya though. The kid had done the best with the situation. He'd been stuck with Toshinori was more than certain of it. So, who exactly is Recovery Girl? Toshinori asked, breaking up their little moment. Izuku tensed under him, still under Toshinori's hand for a couple of beats before he whirled on him, the blonde's hand being knocked aside as Izuku encroached even more into his space. Huh? You don't know who Recovery Girl is? Izuku yelped. Toshinori shook his head slowly, carefully, smiling sheepishly at the green-haired child. Have you been living under a rock? I guess it's less strange not to know, not as popular as, but even then, shouldn't be possible not to, Izuku cut in and out, most words beginning to escape Toshinori's hearing as he mumbled to himself. Must you both be so loud? A voice drawled from Toshinori's left. At first glance there didn't appear to be anyone save for him and Izuku around. He followed the young boy's gaze and movement, Izuku crawling to the side, throwing his legs over the edge of the bed and peering down at something on the ground below. He grinned as he did so. Toshinori leaned around too, almost startling back to find a man encased in a large yellow sleeping bag. Bunches of black hair fell free, encasing the man's glowering face. Eraserhead. You're awake too, Izuku piped, shifting into a sitting position, legs dangling over the side of the bed, content to remain. Eraserhead. Toshinori repeated. The man sighed, slowly unfurling himself from the sleeping bag and standing casually before the two. He looked between them wearily. Toshinori shrunk under his gaze while Izuku only beamed more. Welp, it seemed we're all awake now, Eraserhead yawned, drawling his words, eyes only half open. Izuku kicked his legs in the air, stealing another gummy and passing an additional one to Toshinori, one in which Toshinori ate on autopilot. Eraserhead watched the exchange carefully. Suspiciously. Quite an injury you had there, Eraserhead pressed on, picking up what most definitely had been Toshinori's water and drinking it. Fell from a tree, Toshinori lied. Izuku winced, face pinching tightly. Toshinori struggled to not pull a similar face. Fell from a tree? What the F kind of excuse was that? Must have been a pretty tall tree, Eraserhead responded, face still carefully held together. It was too late now. He might as well just commit even if none of them were believing a word out of his mouth. Fall from a tree? You make a habit of that now. A newer voice chirped, the curtains being thrown open, a short elderly woman entering. Izuku looked ready to self-combust on the spot, vibrating so intensely it shook the bed. Small screeches escaped his mouth in irregular intervals. Toshinori sat up a little straighter. Recovery girl. Izuku scurried over to the other side of the bed. The elderly lady smiled up at him as she hobbled closer. I gave him the gummies just like you said to, Izuku squeaked. Toshinori's gut twisted uncomfortably. He could practically feel Eraserhead's gaze searing into him without even needing to look over. Then he'll be fully better in no time thanks to you, Midoriya. Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. Toshinori frowned deeply, watching the small boy's face. How did they know his last name? Had Izuku, Midoriya, he reminded himself. He should be calling him Midoriya too, told them? Well, Recovery Girl began, turning her attention to Toshinori. Something about it was vaguely familiar. It didn't make sense though, he didn't really know anyone much older than Nana, let alone this old. If you don't plan on trying to attack me again, shall we fully heal up your arm? Toshinori's brow furrowed, eyes snapping to Midoriya for some answers. The boy's smile had shifted slightly, attention now turned back to Toshinori silently. I'm sorry? Toshinori trailed off uncertainly. Recovery Girl sighed heavily, shaking her head. Don't be sorry. Stop getting to that point is all I ask. The injuries the two of you combined obtained dash. Eraserhead coughed, Recovery Girl going quiet almost instantly. The exasperation was still written clearly over her face. Toshinori turned to Eraserhead, the man's expression remaining unreadable still. Wait, hang on. Wait, is Midoriya. Where else were you hurt? Are you okay? Toshinori yelped, startling forward a little to get a better look over Midoriya. The boy's brows furrowed, his mouth opening partly but no words escaping. That's not what I was going to say. He was fine. Only a couple scratches and bruises, Recovery Girl sighed. Bruises? Toshinori hadn't seen any on him. Midoriya inched closer, flopping down crossed legs between Toshinori's stretched out legs. I told you I was fine, he reminded him. His mouth remained open for a time, face scrunching as he contemplated over something he ultimately didn't share. You on the other hand are lucky to still have that arm of yours, Recovery Girl interrupted, glaring at the two. Both turned to the elder lady in tandem, Midoriya's hand darting out and grabbing onto Toshinori's leg. If you left it much longer, I wouldn't have been able to do much. You should have gotten help for it sooner instead of tromping around for hours leaving it like that. Swinging it all over the place and moving it like dash. Recovery Girl cut herself off with a sigh, shutting her eyes and taking deep breaths following the action. While she recovered, Toshinori looked down to his arm, flexing it in place and watching. There was some flaring pain that built the more he moved it. Still there though. Still attached to him. He needed that. Being a pillar for society, a symbol of peace in Nana's words, he definitely needed it. Stop that, Recovery Girl chided, shooting forward and grabbing the arm. Hey Dash. She puckered her lips, pressing them into Toshinori's arm before he could even process what was happening. The pain vanished, weariness settling into its place. Midoriya placed a gummy in the hand the woman let go. She muttered curses to herself as she stepped back, glaring at Toshinori. You don't have a daughter with the same quirk, do you? A granddaughter maybe? Toshinori couldn't help but ask. This whole thing felt a little too much like that situation. They even both complained about Toshinori to his face. You calling me old? The woman barked. Toshinori's eyes widened, hands coming up to his side, waving her off. And no, that's not, I didn't mean, only that dash. I don't, she responded. Toshinori fell quiet, examining the old woman's face as he came down from his flustered state. That didn't make sense. Their quirks were exactly the same. They even looked vaguely similar now that Toshinori was looking at her more. Now that you're alright, would you like to tell us why you traipsed around Muzutafu for hours instead of going to a hospital? Eraserhead weighed in. Toshinori didn't look to him, instead to Midoriya, carefully assessing his face. How much had he told them? This is a safe space. No harm will come to either of you while you're here, Eraserhead assured them. Toshinori wanted to believe him. UA was considered the best hero school in the country, the safest place to find yourself. It was his dream school as much as it was Midoriya's. Okay, maybe not quite as much, but he definitely still wanted to go to this particular school. Like Nana had before him. The license still in his pocket weighed heavily on his mind. I think it's okay, Toshi, Midoriya whispered, leaning a little closer to do so. His whisper wasn't very quiet. Recovery Girl and Eraserhead definitely had heard it. The quicker we can figure out what's going on, the easier we can help you both, Eraserhead weighed in. Toshinori grimaced, flexing his now fully healed hand. There are a lot of people worried about you both, Recovery Girl chimed in. Worried about Toshinori? The only person that could be. Is Nana, his Shimura here? Toshinori squeaked, leaning back to see if he could peek around the curtain. If Nana was here, they'd be okay. It would mean she was okay too, and the gnawing twisting in his gut about her extended absence had no reason to be. Surprise decorated Recovery Girl's face at the mention. Not as of now, no, Eraserhead offered. Toshinori did not miss the way Recovery Girl's face tightened into a grimace, nor the hesitation in Eraserhead's tone, the flicker of a wince he attempted to mask. The knot twisted tighter, Toshinori's heart squeezing in his chest. Okay, it didn't matter if he was safe at UA or not. He had to find Nana. Something was clearly wrong, and until he actually talked with her, he wouldn't be able to rest comfortably. What if those people were targeting her too? Midoriya couldn't go. His body almost physically lurched at the idea of leaving the boy alone anywhere, especially after everything he'd already put him through, but it would be dangerous. If Nana was somehow hurt, Toshinori couldn't put Midoriya's safety into only his own hands alone. He'd failed once already. If he could find out for sure if UA was safe though. Here, Toshinori mumbled, unearthing the license from his pocket and offering it to Eraserhead. The man's eyes widened slightly, his fingers slowly pinching the opposite end to take it. Is this? This is one of the people who attacked us. Toshinori spoke steadily. Midoriya looked intently at his lap, poking at the place the scratch had been. There was a lady too. I don't know if she had a hero license, but I wasn't risking our safety anymore enough to investigate. She'd be in hospital right now. Her legs were all cut up, Toshinori offered. Her quirk made her eyes glow, and she made this floating red board with her mind that hit Toshi, Midoriya explained. It was good one of them caught it. Toshinori hadn't gotten the chance to see her use her quirk at all. He'd only felt the receiving end of it. Explains your arm. A mental projection type quirk then. Eraserhead mumbled to himself. Toshinori winced, shrinking into himself a little. Well, this was gonna be embarrassing. No, it didn't slam me that hard. My arm, that was my quirk, Toshinori admitted. The silence that followed caused Toshinori to shrink in on himself more. It's never done that before. I don't just break my arm with my quirk all the time or anything. It can be destructive, but I'm learning to temper the damage. It's totally new and abnormal, won't happen again, Toshinori defended weakly. He'd never get into you, not with people thinking it broke his body up. Nana would be able to help him understand it, he was sure. He just needed to find her. Maybe that guy had done something to his quirk. Who broke your arm after using your strength quirk? It was your quirk that caused the damage, not Midoriya's, Eraserhead recounted. Midoriya shrunk in on himself this time, tensing as he stared into the bed sheets. Damage? Had they connected Midoriya and Toshinori to it already? Yeah, it was mine. Midoriya? He's quirkless. Considering they knew Midoriya's name, it was surprising they hadn't already known that. He straightened up in his place, watching carefully to see how the two adults would react. If they so much as gave Midoriya a dirty look. What? No, he's not. He dashed. Okay, that's enough questioning for the time being. Recovery Girl jumped in. Toshinori glowered between the two, gripping the sheets in his hands tightly. Recovery Girl didn't look ready to rip into Midoriya like he'd seen his fair share of people do in matters involving quirklessness, more of a panicked shift to her than anything. Eraserhead looked confused, no hatred in its place. His eyes jumped back and forth between Toshinori and Midoriya, like he was trying to puzzle them out, reconnect his existing thoughts in his head. It made more sense, Toshinori guessed, for a child's quirk to cause the damage they'd most likely been connected to rather than someone who'd, in Eraserhead's eyes, had his quirk longer. You've got enough information for the time being. Yagi and Midoriya are probably tired considering the circumstances and you have an investigation to carry out, students to ease, Recovery Girl laid out, shuffling towards Eraserhead and herding him towards the exit. She threw the curtains open, more light streaming in. Daylight. Hango dash. Call Mrs. Midoriya at some point, yes? She deserves to know about her son's health and reappearance. Eraserhead didn't resist too much, walking a little with her even. Wait. The two adults and one intrigued Midoriya all turned back to Toshinori. He looked Eraserhead up and down once more, worrying his bottom lip between his teeth. Promise me. You'll prioritize Midoriya's safety over everything. That he will be safe here. Promise you're not working with those people, Toshinori asked, watching Eraserhead closely. He'd looked down many adults in his life, watched them spin tales to trick him, to hurt him, sometimes to ease his mind. Eraserhead's face grew serious, shifting from the otherwise hard-to-read face he kept up. He stood in place, Recovery Girl stilling in her efforts to remove him from her abode. I promise Midoriya and you will be safe here and that we at UA will find these people and bring them to justice. We will fix this, Eraserhead promised. And as Toshinori watched him, glanced around for subtle shifts in his face or hands, a glint in his eyes of ill intent, he found himself believing the man. Okay, Toshinori eventually abetted, easing more into his bed. Okay, he exhaled, one weight falling from his shoulder. The door slammed shut, Eraserhead disappearing, leaving Recovery Girl, Midoriya and Toshinori alone in the room. Midoriya handed another gummy to Toshinori, watching the way the teen sunk into himself with a furrowed brow. Okay, no more gummies. Let's get you both some real food, Recovery Girl ordered, back at his side and swatting the gummy out of Toshinori's hand before he could even place it in his mouth. And then he waited. The plan had originally been to wait for nightfall. From that point, he'd planned to wing it, hoped that he'd manage to stumble his way through it somehow. The longer he waited though, the worse he begun to picture what could have befallen Nana. Could this all have been connected to All for One? One big scheme to put an end to One for All? How would Midoriya have been connected? How would he even yet know about Toshinori's existence? He'd poked once at Recovery Girl about Nana and while she hadn't had much to say, her face had spoken the words she didn't. He hadn't dared push more after, couldn't stomach seeing the looks and not being able to do anything. While Midoriya chatted with Recovery Girl, asking about some of the Hero Corps students and their quirks or some of the injuries she'd had to help with while working at UA, Toshinori had focused on One for All, trying to temper it in his body. It somehow felt more powerful and yet weaker all at once. The yellow electricity still darted along his arm when he channeled it, flickers sometimes snatching Recovery Girl or Midoriya's attention every now and then. None of them pushed him on the matter though Recovery Girl watched with a look he couldn't quite place. It reminded Toshinori of the face Eraserhead had pulled when he heard Midoriya was quirkless. Midoriya had conked himself out, refusing to leave Toshinori's bed and falling asleep at the end like a kitten might. Resigned to sleep without his own pillow, Toshinori had long buried it under Midoriya's head, watching the boy. He didn't quite want to say goodbye. Doubt at his decision to trust Eraserhead and clawed at his already frayed nerves. If anything were to happen to Midoriya, while it would be on Eraserhead, would also be on Toshinori. As soon as he'd met the boy, had taken him with him, he'd become Toshinori's responsibility. Distantly he wondered if this was how Nana felt with him. Constantly stressed, worried even for his well-being. Did she feel those strange surges of pride or fondness sometimes too? Gods, even thinking about it made him sound old. He was only 14, too young to be thinking about someone in that sort of way. Do you have Midoriya's file? Toshinori asked, finally pulling his attention from the sleeping green-haired boy to the short woman typing away on a computer not too far away. Recovery Girl didn't even pause in her typing. Of course I do. Toshinori hummed a little in response, leaning back against the mattress, staring up at the ceiling. Did you have it before we got here? Recovery Girl paused at that. He could feel her gaze burrow into him, but he remained facing up. Her silence spoke volume. It chipped more doubt into his decision. We did, yes, Recovery Girl answered. She didn't resume typing. Well, that didn't set Toshinori's nerves at ease. He wasn't sure what specifically had him reaching that conclusion before Recovery Girl had confirmed it. Maybe it had been how Eraserhead had seemed to have all this information on Midoriya, had even known his last name, something Midoriya hadn't even mentioned to Toshinori despite the long hours he'd spent talking on their quest for Nana. Perhaps it was how Recovery Girl seemed to even know about Nana. As soon as Toshinori had adopted one for all, Nana had insisted she be put on his emergency contacts list. She'd made this elaborate plans to tell his parents too, one she'd never gotten the chance to bring to fruition. Toshinori had managed it somehow without it ever coming to that. Best not for her to find out like that his parents were buried 10 feet in the ground in that way, or any way. The point was, it wasn't as surprising as it was supposed to be though. He sighed, screwing his eyes shut and bringing his hands up to rub his face. Maybe his biggest concern should have then been whether that made them trustworthy with Midoriya's safety. He wasn't sure how much time it had been since the attack, but getting information, even for the top hero school, shouldn't have been so easily accessible so quickly. He couldn't shake something Eraserhead had said. Something he hadn't said more like. It was your quirk that caused the damage, not Midoriya's. What? No, he's not. Does Midoriya have a strength quirk? Maybe one that can cause a lot of damage. Toshinori inquired. He didn't want to doubt the boy. Why wouldn't he have used it when he was being held by the woman? Why would he have called himself quirkless, showed such despair at the idea that only someone who actually was quirkless could understand? It didn't make sense. Eraserhead didn't make sense if Midoriya was really quirkless though. If they had their files, then it would say clear as day Midoriya was quirkless. There would be no reason to assume a little boy could have caused that much damage. It would clearly be Toshinori's doing. Toshinori tilted his head to take a look at Recovery Girl, watching the way she pursed her lips, tapping her finger against her desk as she focused her attention on Midoriya. He does, yes. He has a strength quirk, one he can't use at the moment in his current body. He'd end up worse off than you. It might even kill him, Recovery Girl admitted. He shot up, eyes widened as he searched for a trace of a lie. Kill him? And no one's told him? Because Midoriya couldn't know. No, that despair was too real to be faked. Recovery Girl swiveled away. What if he accidentally used it? He wouldn't even dash. The situation is complicated. You'll understand in time, Recovery Girl cut him off. Toshinori would never understand. Did they even understand what they were subjecting his childhood to on top of that? What life was like for quirkless people? You should get some sleep, Yagi, Recovery Girl insisted in the following stewing silence. Toshinori looked back down at Midoriya, watching the rise and fall of his chest, watching the peace he seemed to have found in his sleep. His heart seized in his chest. Yeah, Toshinori mumbled, tearing his gaze away. After this, after he made sure Nana was okay, he would come right back. He was gonna talk to whoever the hell had this idea because it was foolish and dangerous. Stupid, dumb, quirkless Deku. He threw the sheets over himself roughly, shuffling over so he could peek down at Midoriya's face as he fell asleep. Midoriya wasn't going to feel that way anymore. Not if Toshinori had anything to say about it. Maybe Nana would help him too if Toshinori asked. They didn't even need to mention one for all to him. They just needed to help him learn to control it. He'd fallen asleep to that thought. He'd awoken abruptly again later, shooting upwards and blinking around the space in a panic. There was a deep ache in his chest, one that he couldn't find a reason for. Tears threatened to fall from his eyes, hands clawing into his chest. Nana. He needed to find Nana. It was still daylight, the sun on the verge of setting based on the lighting sneaking in through the window. He couldn't wait any longer though, needed to reunite with his mentor soon. Something was wrong. He'd thought so before, but now it felt of more urgency. He leapt out of bed, looking around wildly. Recovery Girl was nowhere to be seen. No typing, no soft chatter. Nothing. Conveniently nothing. He took it, moving briskly towards the door, unable to see anything outside of it, tunnel-visioned. He reached out for the door. Toshi! Midoriya yawned, opening up his vision and awareness, easing some of the dire need out of him. He looked to the side of the doorway. Midoriya was camped by the door, rubbing his eyes, backpack on his back and hair sticking at awkward angles. The blonde blinked at him slowly, brain trying to catch up with what he was seeing. Midoriya? What are you doing up? He looked back to the bed, obviously not finding him sleeping there. The pillow had puffed up a bit back to its original shape. How long had Midoriya been camping there? Why are you calling me Midoriya now? Toshinori startled back to him, gawking under the hurt reflected in Midoriya's gaze. The boy looked down to his feet, wiggling his right against the ground. It's your name Dash. But we're friends, right? Midoriya looked back up, frowning deeply. Oh good gods, the kid was making him feel bad for being respectful. He wasn't crying, tears strangely absent. He was dealing equal damage though. Of course we are, Toshinori mumbled, being the one to look away from those piercing green eyes this time, else he'd be the one to start crying like an idiot. Well then call me Izuku, the boy insisted. Toshinori sighed, daring to look back at him. He was smiling, gripping the straps of his backpack as he turned his gaze on Toshinori. How the hell was he supposed to say no to that? Izuku. His face seemed to get brighter at Toshinori's response, the boy hiking up his backpack on his back and looking to the door. What are you doing up anyways? Well, I didn't know when we were leaving, so I wanted to be prepared, Izuku mumbled, twisting the backpack around and rummaging inside. I've got food and water this time. Toshinori watched, the boy pulling forth a water bottle and raising it up, puffing up his chest proudly. Maybe if Toshinori had planned for him to come, he'd be proud of him too. Izuku, don't you want to stay at UA? The smile fell, his eyebrows wrinkling in on themselves and hands slowly stowing away his supplies again. Your mum'll probably be here soon and UA's your dream come true, Toshinori elaborated. Never mind if it was the start of his dream too. Nana was more important than that. Later Toshinori problems. But you're leaving, right? To find your mentor? Izuku responded, as if that was enough reason for him to keep tagging along. Toshinori's mouth opened and shut, words failing to produce themselves from his mouth despite his best efforts. Yes, but it'll be dangerous. UA's safe, Toshinori reminded him, Izuku turning to stare intently down at his shoes again. The blonde's hand snuck onto his shoulder. You'll be safe here, he assured them both, squeezing the place under his hand in what he hoped was a comforting manner. That doesn't matter, Izuku interjected, shaking Toshinori's hand off his shoulder and grabbing it in his. What if they hurt you? What if they went after your mentor too? Toshinori gaped slightly at the boy, once more lost for words. Had Izuku noticed how the others, how Recovery Girl specifically, acted when prompted about Nana too? That's what you're worried about too, yeah? We're partners in this, so I'm coming with you, Izuku declared, squeezing his hand and smiling. I got your back too. Izuku had already done so much. He'd done too much for someone so young. It would be dangerous. UA would be looking into this, looking for them. They'd be running from two groups, if their attackers were big enough to be considered a group. It was wrong of Toshinori to let him come. How could he put that into words Izuku could understand? Izuku, Toshinori trailed off uncertainly. The longer this went on, the higher the chance they'd be caught. Recovery girl could be back any second. I'm coming. I want to meet your mentor too. If she's your mentor, she's gotta be a super cool hero. A small smile pinched at the worried downturn that had rested on Toshinori's face. Nana would love Izuku. He wasn't sure what exactly brought that thought on, but as he looked down at the green-haired child, grinning kindly up at Toshinori like he wasn't about to put his life at risk again, Toshinori was sure of it. Smiling in the face of danger. Yes, she'd love him to bits. You'd follow me even if I said no, wouldn't you? He sighed deeply, Izuku squealing excitedly and reaching for the door handle. Let's go, Toshi. We gotta be super sneaky. Not like All Might at all, but that's okay. Izuku whispered loudly, crouching in on himself giddily like they weren't trying to escape one of the most secure places in the country. He shuddered at the stories he'd heard about Principal Nezu. What's your teacher's quirk? Does she have a cool, super strong quirk like you? Is she popular? Would I know of her? Izuku continued as they moved through the building, yanking Toshinori after him. The halls were eerily empty. Toshinori was waiting for someone to pop up, expected it even. She is really strong, but that's not her quirk, Toshinori offered despite himself. They were both gonna get them caught. Izuku sounded so excited though, an excitement that infected Toshinori. If Nana was okay and he was seeing things that weren't there, then he was hyped for the two to meet. Even if Gran Torino, ever present wherever Nana was, would probably beat him up for kidnapping a child. Twice. Oops. It's called float. So she can fly? That's so cool. You could use it to evade enemies and attack from safer places. Can she make others float too, or just herself? How high can she go? Can she travel fast? Izuku rambled, voice getting louder as they pressed on, finding a staircase and eventually an exit. Toshinori peeked outside, stomach flipping when he found no one. The quiet was not as comforting as it should have been. Had they been this confident, Toshinori and Izuku would stay in place? Was there something else going on? If there was no one here, how would Eraserhead be ensuring Izuku was safe? Maybe it was better Toshinori had let the boy come with him. This way, Izuku chirped, pulling Toshinori after him. The blonde let him, fiddling with his bangs anxiously as they moved. Sure enough, the exit was just in sight. I saw it out the window earlier. We should be careful. I saw some students hanging around too, he explained, skipping casually onwards even despite his words. Toshinori hunched down, glancing around for the both of them. This is too easy, Toshinori muttered. Izuku stopped in place, Toshinori accidentally shoving into the child, unaware he'd stopped. Izuku dash. There was the sound of running, multiple people all heading in Izuku and Toshinori's direction. Izuku squeezed his hand tighter, whipping around. There was something else, something that grew closer to the two of them at an alarming rate. Izuku turned to face whatever it was. Toshinori wrapped his arms around the boy, shoving them both to the side. One for all spiked but did not activate under his skin. The two tumbled into the ground, ice filling the space they'd occupied seconds before. Izuku shrieked fearfully. Todoroki, someone chided from behind them, a guy if he was hearing correctly, one closer than he had expected. He shot to his feet, dragging Izuku up with him and shoving him behind his body. Welp, he was probably gonna break another bone now. Wasn't that lovely? For people who had to be somewhere around Toshinori's own age, skidded to a stop some distance away, watching in confusion. Hop up, Toshinori mumbled, bending down. Izuku listened, jumping onto his back and shuffling around until he was comfortable. Toshinori knew next to nothing about any of them, only that one of them had to have an ice-related quirk. Best they retreat. He wasn't risking Izuku with this or hurting some hero students, just trying to stop two, admittedly, suspicious people. He'd never broken a leg before, but there was a first time for everything, he supposed. He just hoped he could keep running through the pain. The boy looks like Skachin, Izuku mumbled. Which one he was talking about was besides Toshinori? Whoever it was, Toshinori found irritation forming in his chest towards. He'd been the kid to start calling Izuku Deku, right? Hey, you the people after Midoriya and All Might? You did something to them, right? The red-haired boy yelled. All Might? Izuku mumbled. What did the kid's hero have to do with this? This was all getting fishier and fishier by the second. The kid looks a little like Midoriya, doesn't he? Another one of the hero students, this one wearing funky glasses with a black streak in his blonde hair, piped up. That is Midoriya, you dumbass. A different blonde guy, one who possessed red eyes and spiker hair, yelled in his classmate's face. The others looked over to him, though red-eyed Blondie's attention was held firmly on Toshinori and Midoriya. No way. Midoriya's like definitely taller than that, the black streak blonde one defended. Also not like 5? 6. His all-red companion added on. Do you have siblings? Toshinori asked Midoriya, taking slow steps backwards while the group argued amongst themselves. Maybe they could make it out of this without fighting or breaking anything. No, Izuku mumbled in confusion. That was weird. Oh well, one problem at a time. With some distance and the perfect opportunity laid out, he turned on his heel, bolting. Izuku gripped him tighter, looking back to see if they'd noticed. If they were following, Izuku didn't say anything at first. No you don't, a voice called out, Toshinori dodging to his right as someone landed, a long tail slamming into the place they'd once been. The added weight on Toshinori's back almost sent him toppling, but he managed to right himself, shifting Izuku and turning to face his new opponents. Two girls moved beside him, one jumping in a frog-like fashion towards them, tongue extending out in Toshinori's direction. He dodged that too. Izuku squeaked behind him. Don't let her touch you, Izuku squealed, pushing his weight to the right just in time for Toshinori to avoid a brown-haired girl's hand. How she'd crept up on him was besides him. He pushed back towards the exit, dodging and weaving, right up until ice formed behind him again, boxing them in. The two groups converged together, spiky blonde with anger issues from before landing closer than Toshinori would have liked, explosions stuttering from his hands. His quirks like Kachan's too, Izuku observed. Toshinori glowered at him. So he was the one like Kachan. Stop running already, idiots, he snarled at them. Izuku shrunk a little more into Toshinori's shoulder, grip tightening. He was gonna have to cause some damage again. Maybe he could do what he'd done before, perhaps tone it down a bit. Maybe that would work out better and his arm wouldn't break on impact. They wouldn't need to get hurt, and in the chaos, if he aimed it right, he could flee with Izuku. As if reading his mind, Izuku shifted in his hold, gripping to both his arms instead of his shoulders. Don't use it. You'll get hurt again, Izuku pleaded. Toshinori winced. He couldn't just let them be taken back, not with Nana's whereabouts up in the air. I saw most of them using their quirks earlier. I can tell you and dash. There wasn't time for that. The group seemed to be too busy arguing amongst themselves now, but that wouldn't last long enough for Toshinori to get all the information and form a battle plan to escape unscathed. He'd have to go where he hadn't wanted to find Nana. If he hurt himself, a possibility growing more likely by the second, he wouldn't have time to fuss around. If she really was hurt or taken, all the more reason to find her sooner, and the best place to find her would be there. He'd been planning to go there, had come to a begrudging understanding somewhere between his talk with Recovery Girl and Eraserhead and waking up with the panic coursing through his body. It still made him uncomfortable though. It'll be okay, Izuku. What does your hero say again? Because I am here, Toshinori assured him, grinning a little over his shoulder. Hey, what are you two planning? Don't do anything stupid, Kachan called, breaking from the arguing. Toshinori turned back to them, taking a deep breath, dredging on one for all. It felt especially charged under his skin, more than it had before. It crackled, traveling along his whole body. 20% had been a bust. Maybe he needed to go smaller. 5%? That didn't feel enough, but 20% had definitely been stronger than it had been a few days ago. No Toshi, Izuku cried out. Whoa, cool. He's like me. Since when is his quirk like mine? And sort of Midoriya's? The black streak dude cried out. The red-haired boy's skin hardened as he shifted into a defensive position. It looked rocky. It probably was. Toshinori pulled his right arm free, Izuku yelping at the loss. He reached for it unsuccessfully. One for all brimmed to life in his arm. 5%. 5%. He just had to focus on that and pray it didn't leave him out for the count. It's okay, Deku, we're only trying to help, the brown-haired girl who had tried to touch him called. Toshinori stilled, one for all going silent in his veins. He tensed. Izuku tensed. Both turned to look at her. What did you just call him? Toshinori growled. Okay, change of plans. He was going to kick this girl's butt. The hell did she mean by she was helping when she insulted Izuku in the same sentence? She stammered, brow furrowing. Confused like she didn't think she'd said anything wrong. Were these the sort of heroes UA was fostering? No one else seemed to find anything wrong with what she'd said either. They looked at Toshinori like he was the one with the unreasonable problem. Not just the girl then, he was gonna kick all their buttes. What's your damage? Everyone's called him Deku. He doesn't mind, the red teen defended. Outrage did not even begin to describe the anger that coursed through Toshinori at those words. Were they blind? Stupid? How could you look at Izuku and see a boy who was okay with being called that? How could anyone be okay with being called that? Hey Izuku? Toshinori mumbled. The boy managed a soft squeak in response. What are their quirks? Izuku looked up to the side of his face. The blonde couldn't make out his expression though, couldn't look away from the innocent expressions Japan's future heroes wore on their faces. Now I don't want to tell you. It's okay Toshi. I'm used to dash. Izuku dash. Hey, do you guys know who we are? One of the more silent of the group, a boy with a burn mark on one side of his face, inquired. Toshinori turned his glare on him next. What, was he gonna use their status as UA students to justify how that was all okay? They weren't that popular. Toshinori had never even seen them before. I think they've lost their memories, the boy hummed, turning back to his companions. Lost their memories his butt. He was gonna teach these guys a lesson Gran Torino style. Maybe the man would be proud of him for once for something. Not that he needed his approval of course. Oh, the brown-haired girl mumbled, eyes widening in horror. Yes, she should be scared. When Toshinori was done with them, one for all had returned, excitedly lighting him up. Izuku didn't flinch, didn't seem to feel any static or anything off it. He was watching, face pulled indiscernibly as he examined his surroundings, as he watched the yellow buzz around. Use 5%, Izuku instructed him. What? Toshinori asked, hand lurching down to shift Izuku on his back. Izuku grabbed his hands, locking them into place. His grip was strangely stronger than before. 5% won't break your arm. Use it in your legs and we could get out of here. The boy with the engines on his legs isn't here. That snagged Toshinori's attention. The anger abated slightly, surprise at the small boy's words. What was that supposed to mean? Could he know about One for All? No, that was impossible. There were only a few people who could, and Izuku couldn't be part of that number. Please Toshi. Let's just go, Izuku whispered. Toshinori squinted at the green-haired kid, searching his gaze for something. Someone who knew about One for All wouldn't need to ask questions about it like he had before. Izuku frowned back, eyes blown impossibly wide pleadingly. Okay. Nana. He had to find Nana. He'd given these assholes enough of his time already. When this all blew over, he'd do something about this. He wasn't sure what he could do exactly, but he'd do something. Maybe Eraserhead would be able to do something about this bullshit. But what dash? Toshinori turned, 5% of One for All slamming into the ice wall. There wasn't any pain upon impact, his hands sliding back under Izuku instantly, a completely normal color unlike it had been last time. The ice cracked, exploded upon impact, showering down. In the chaos, Toshinori took a huge leap, One for All propelling him in as he hopped and bounded towards the exit. They were following. Toshinori didn't need to turn back to know they were, ice falling or not. Go, go, go! Izuku ordered, his voice being carried away by the wind. 5% he had to keep reminding himself, tamping down on it. One slip-up could leave his legs broken, the two captured again. Only 5%. Hey you! One voice broke through the roaring of wind in his ears, getting too close for comfort slowly but surely. Izuku squeaked, his chantings disappearing. The explosions filtered into Toshinori's ears. The blonde twisted around, One for All thumping alongside his heartbeat. 5%. 5%. 5%. But Izuku's warm presence on his back. Vanished, his arms gripping tightly into Toshinori's left arm desperately. He felt his control slip as his heart spiked, his fist traveling towards Kacchan. The pure panic and fear, the anger culminated, aimed right for his face. Izuku cried out his name, reaching for him, the boy's eyes widening, anger evaporating to what had to be fear. Toshinori tried to pull the brakes, but it was too late. He could feel it. The punch would hit, out of control, shattering both his arm again and maybe this guy's jaw amongst other things. Kacchan tried to backpedal, a useless last-ditch effort. Izuku's hand brushed against his arm before he could make contact with Kacchan. The small boy's eyes widened in surprise for just a moment. Toshinori couldn't say what happened. In the split seconds leading up to his fist connecting with the other blonde, his quirks suddenly dulled in his body, a sting feeling pulling on it, taking it away from him. The yellow electricity sparking along his skin turned greenish in color, shooting off him and straight into Izuku. He couldn't pull his fist back, had built up too much momentum anyways before to do it. His grip on one for all thrumming inside him was slipping and not in the overpowered way it was before, disappearing before his very eyes, drawing itself into Izuku. A strength quirk. Going straight into Izuku's small tiny breakable body. He has a strength quirk, one he can't use at the moment in his current body, it might even kill him. When his fist struck Kacchan, the worst it did was break his nose, knocking him back. If the words hadn't been thrumming in Toshinori's ears, Izuku might have slipped along with him. In reality though, Toshinori managed to grab onto Izuku's form, gripping to his clothes and tugging. He tugged hard on Izuku physically. He tugged even tighter on one for all internally, clinging onto both for dear life as he fell backwards, pulling Izuku down with him. Instinctually, his hands wrapped around the boy, eyes squeezing shut as he pulled, harder and harder, tears dancing in the corner of his eyes. Izuku screamed, a noise that was made from both fear and pain. His small arms curled around Toshinori. Toshinori opened his eyes just before they landed, just long enough to notice the green sparks flying back towards him, slamming into him in a furl of yellow electricity and a mental weight he felt settle back into him restlessly. He had only a moment of relief before they slammed into the ground roughly, his vision dancing, stars poking into his blackening vision. The combined rush of his quirks smacking back into him and the ground left him temporarily unable to register much but the bright white stars. There was a sense of déjà vu for Toshinori as he lingered somewhere between being awake and being out cold, his body numb to him in this state of nothingness, one for all dancing angrily in his chest, a struggle that took most of his energy to hold on to. Outside of his awareness there was movement, something slipping free from pressed against his skin, a lot of loud commotion. Something shaking him. As like once before, it was crying that pulled him out of the state he was left in. As like every time before, it was Izuku. Poor sweet Izuku who he'd really made cry too many times. What sort of hero was he trying to be causing that? He was only half brought into awareness, half there as Izuku crowded in his face, calling his name. One for all had settled too, settled like it had never tried to flee into Izuku's small body and most likely destroy him. Kacchan hobbled into sight behind Izuku, nose definitely crooked and leaking blood. He looked at, perfect. Toshinori could fight him. When he gained the ability to speak or move his muscles again. The blonde tried to speak, tried to move, only partially successful. Izuku squeezed Toshinori's hand back, an excited teary laugh falling from his throat. It was the most encouraging and heartwarming sound Toshinori had heard in his life. Kacchan's words were a buzzing sound, one that itched at Toshinori's mind irritably. Izuku's laugh, his smile shifted, face scrunching but not in the confused little way Toshinori had gotten used to seeing. No, this time his nose flared too, his little hands forming fists in his Toshinori's shirt. This time he trembled, not in fear but anger. The spiky-haired boy reached for Izuku. Blackish neon green whips enveloped Toshinori's sight, startling the life back into his aching bones, God that made him sound old. They sprung from Izuku, the boy startling back in an explosion of orange. Izuku vanished into the mix, his comforting warm presence leaving Toshinori cold and alone, waking his body up fully. What the F dash? Toshinori heard "Kachin" yell from somewhere. Get back! A newer voice cried out. Izuku, Toshinori struggled to say, tightly clamping his eyes shut as he struggled to push himself into an upright position. He managed just as the tendrils began receding, pulling further away. Somewhere in the mix, Izuku was crying, this time more panicked. The students, more of them present now, pulled back, battling against the tendrils with surprised cries. Toshinori found no such fate meeting him. For the most part, they swerved around him, pushed any threat away from him. This wasn't a strength quirk. Nothing like Toshinori's quirk at all, in fact. The tendrils themselves seemed fairly powerful, picking up the red-haired rock guy and throwing him into a building with ease while it continued battling the others. But All Might? All Might? But Toshinori looked around, searching for Izuku's favorite hero. There was no one old enough on the scene. What's wrong with Deku's quirk? The same annoying voice growled as the blonde, bloody-nosed teen battled right towards Toshinori. Explosions splurged from his palm, sputtering into the tendrils. Stop. That could hurt him, Toshinori snarled, turning on the boy. Whatever was going on with Izuku, whatever this could mean, they'd deal with it after they'd helped the kid. The boy slowed in his attacks and Toshinori couldn't help the rush of amusement he felt when the whips hounded on him for that. Serves him right for calling Izuku Deku. The nerd. Stop that. With him distracted, Toshinori found the amusement washing away, his attention snapping back to the source of the tendrils, his legs moving before he could help himself. Maybe it made him a fool. So far, his luck had prevailed on not earning their ire. Walking towards the source seemed like one surefire way to change those odds. Himself quicker, one for all oddly receptive to his efforts working with him. Maybe it was a ploy to get to Izuku though. Toshinori couldn't shake that from his mind, the cold that had settled into its place, familiar and lonely. A few of the students had managed to get closer, dodging as they worked and pressed back to back, batting away when they could. Midoriya, please cease this at once, a boy with engines on his legs called out, squawking as the brown-haired girl who first uttered Deku yanked them both into the air with her quirk to avoid a strike. I'm sorry, Midoriya. We just want to help you, she cried out, the two dropping to the ground beside a boy with tape stretched out from his arm. You won't need help, Izuku called out, his eyes scrunched up as he held to his wrist. The quirk didn't appear to be killing him, another hint that this wasn't quite what Recovery Girl had been talking about in her office in a time that felt like so long ago. It's gonna be okay, Izuku. Just hold on, Toshinori called, grimacing as he contemplated his next course of action. The whips were holding Izuku in the air, keeping him away from his attackers in another way, like he'd said Nana could do if she wanted to. He could try jumping, but what good would it do if he plummeted back to the ground? It left Toshinori with one horrifying, degrading idea. Hey! Toshinori called out, jogging up to the brown-haired girl, scowling as he went. He ought to try and fake a smile, maybe she'd be more agreeable then. She spared him a glance, her classmates following suit in wary tandem. Hey, your quirk, it can float other people too, yeah? Like you did with your engine friend? The engine teen in question whipped to him, straightening in place. I'll have you know my name isn't Engine Boy. It is Ida 10-. No time for that, the tape dude called, said tape wrapping around him and yanking him out of the way roughly. He skidded, engines roaring to life to keep him from toppling over. Yeah, she answered, heaving deep breaths as she struggled to keep up dodging. She had taken to using some of the shattered icicles to her advantage, making them float and dropping them back down. Coupled with how she kept using her quirk on herself and those around her too, it seemed to slowly be wearing on her. Good, okay. I need you to use it on me so I can get up there, Toshinori piped, pointing to where Izuku struggled. It was pretty self-explanatory what he wanted to do, but he pointed it out anyways. Just in case. She didn't seem the brightest, not if she was going around casually insulting a child. Are you crazy? The tape hero student squawked, getting swatted like a fly when he turned his attention to Toshinori. Toshinori darted forward buzzing yellow, catching him and easing him down. The others watched, gazes hard to read. Most likely, but this might be the only way. Toshinori reassured, smiling awkwardly, attention snapping to the tendrils hovering nearby like they were waiting for the black-haired student to step away from Toshinori. He's not attacking you. Toshinori nodded, inching closer and closer to the stilled whips. They slithered away from his touch. He doesn't see me as a threat. He's not angry at me. The others, while faced away, looked troubled by his admission. We didn't mean to hurt anyone. The girl sounded sorry, looked at two from where Toshinori could see, but he couldn't help but hesitate. He'd been burned personally before by this. Trusting Eraserhead was one thing, someone who'd never technically done anything serious that hurt Izuku or Toshinori. The girl had called Izuku Deku though. Had called him useless. Well, help me help him, Toshinori pleaded, skidding away from the tape-themed student towards the floaty one. She worried her bottom lip between her upper teeth, slowly easing her way back to him. Hey, Siro Ida Dash. Don't worry, we have your back, the two promised, easing in closer too. The tendrils hung back, twitching and slithering through the air aggressively. We could still wait for Aizawa-sensei. He might be able to cancel whatever's going on here. Tape Boy, whom he was inclined to believe was Siro based on the snippet the other guy had gotten out before, laughed shakily. What could he do here? He needs to see the person whose quirk it is. Seeing Midoriya would be pointless, Ida retorted. Toshinori furrowed his brow, looking between the two curiously. This is definitely his quirk. I'm sure of it. And Toshinori was. He couldn't place why he was so certain. It just had to be. They hadn't come into contact with anyone else who could cause something like this. That doesn't make sense. Midoriya's quirk is strange, but this is like a completely different quirk, Ida refuted. What do you dash? Guys, let's theorize later, yeah? Midoriya needs our help, the brown-haired girl called out. The tendrils swatted the air around them, encircling like a pack of hungry piranhas. He would not like to be down here when they eventually attacked. She extended her arm out to Toshinori, waiting patiently, resolutely. Toshinori examined her for a moment, watching for some sign that she might just drop him and be done. He found none. Good luck, Toshinori offered, extending his own hand. She shook it, nodding wearily before he was off, gravity becoming nothing as he shot off towards Izuku. The tendrils didn't attack, parting and making way for him to meld into the space beside Izuku. He stopped right where he needed to. Izuku didn't notice, his eyes squeezed shut still as he gripped to his arm. Izuku, Toshinori called. The boy's eyes startled open, his teeth gnashing tighter together. Toshi? He nodded. Getting here was one thing. How did you help a kid calm down a quirk you yourself don't know anything about? I'm hurting them, the boy admitted in dismay. Good Lord, he could not be worrying about everyone else when he was struggling too, could he? I can't make it stop. What even why dash? Breathe, Izuku, Toshinori instructed, reaching out a hand to rest on Izuku's shoulder. His fingers sparked, yellow and green dancing between the two. One for all didn't feel like it was leaving like it had before. It still felt warm beneath his skin. I can't stop it, he sobbed, fingers sinking into his wrist. His nails weren't sharp enough to draw blood, but it could not be hurting, not considering how long Toshinori had seen him gripping the area. I can't dash. Hey, focus on me, okay? Toshinori mumbled, pressing his other hand into Izuku's other shoulder, turning his body fully to face him. The boy's mouth opened and shut like a pufferfish, his attention slowly easing onto Toshinori. That's really good. Everyone down there is holding up pretty well. You're kicking their behinds, but they aren't Hero Corps students at UA for nothing. Izuku didn't say anything. Toshinori squeezed both his shoulders, the boy letting his wrist go and reaching to grip at Toshinori's shirt with the free hand. There were small indents left in its place. Hey, why don't you tell me about their quirks, partner? I promise not to beat them too harshly if you do. Hero's honor, the blonde piped, smiling in what he hoped was a reassuring way at Izuku. Ditch their quirks? Izuku stuttered, dragging Toshinori a little closer, gripping just a little tighter. If it helped, it was okay with the blonde future hero. Yeah. I saw the guy with engines on his legs you mentioned before. He must be really fast, Toshinori prompted. Izuku didn't say anything for a long pause, the only noise being shouting and fighting below. This plan might have been a bust. Maybe he should try. He is. I saw him running around from the window between the others. He kept checking in on everyone else. I think he drinks something to fuel them. I couldn't see very well, but it was orange. Maybe orange juice? I don't think it would be orange soda. Bubbly drinks would have too much gas. Izuku rambled, his words becoming stronger as he spoke. It could be like an orange cordial or something, Toshinori chirped in. Some of Izuku's hollowness, the fear, the despair slowly seeped away at his response, his gaze snapping up to Toshinori's properly this time. Orange juice has healthy stuff in it though. You start the day with orange juice because it's good for you. It makes the most sense, Izuku debated. Toshinori couldn't help the softer, realer edges that began to peek across the smile that had already been present on his face. Sugar also gives you energy. Coupled with all the good healthy stuff in water, it could give him what his engines need. And so they went back and forth, conversation transitioning from Ida to some of the other students to other quirks Izuku had seen or heard about. Slowly, the tendrils withdrew, Izuku's energy began to deplete and he seemed to struggle less. They spluttered out, receding beneath Izuku's skin, the boy sagging against Toshinori. He held tight. If he let go, Izuku would go splat against the ground. It totally had nothing to do with the overpowering fear that had gripped him at seeing Izuku like that, coupled with the relief that he was okay, blinking blearily against him. Nothing at all. You're okay, right, Toshi? Izuku whispered sleepily, peering up at him. Toshinori smiled, nodding and brushing some of his bangs out of his face. I'm all right. Good. Izuku buried his face back into his shirt, yawning into him. Good. Against him, as his feet reconnected with the ground, Izuku seemed to fall asleep, clinging onto Toshinori tightly too. Midoriya? Is he okay? The girl with the float-like quirk asked, hand covering her mouth, sweat dripping from her forehead. Yeah, he will be. She nodded slowly, turning and puking rainbows into the grass. Ida eased forward, patting her back and complimenting her on her efforts. Was her quirk time-based? Weight-based? Both? Izuku hadn't been sure. Neither was Toshinori. If it was anything like Nana's, it wouldn't be either. Nana sheet. He'd forgotten all about her. He looked around, examining the classmates and where their attentions were. Ida and the gravity girl were distracted obviously. At some point, Siro had drifted over to the redhead, the black streak guy and Kachin, who was yelling profanities, heaving deeply with a hand pressed to his nose. The others had formed into sectors too, small groups engrossed in each other. It was sorta sweet to see. Classmates so close and all. He hoped one day he'd be like that. For now though, he needed to focus on the one person he knew did have his back, aside from Izuku apparently. He almost felt bad for slipping away. Does anyone want to explain to me what happened? Shoyuta sighed, rubbing his temple tiredly, waiting for one of his students to explain what the ever-lovering had gone down in his brief absence. Recovery girl had taken to tending to a few of them. He hadn't even been gone long. He should have known even that was still too long to leave his class unattended on a mission. Finding the person responsible for Midoriya and Yagi's mini-forms should have come after. Maybe he should have told them the full story. He could practically feel the judgment radiating off Recovery Girl. Stupid nerd and his stupid quirk, Bakugu complained nasally, ice bag shoved into his face as he waited for Recovery Girl to heal him. It was almost endearing to see. Not that he liked seeing his students hurt. The look on Bakugu's face though, he couldn't imagine the boy was coping well having his but handed to him by a smaller version of his rival. Was it his quirk though? It's never done that before, Hagakure pointed out. To his knowledge, she'd come out fairly unscathed from the encounter. Maybe it had to do with Midoriya not being able to see her. We can talk about Midoriya's quirk when he's back with us. Did they mention anywhere they might be going? None of the students offered any words. Shoyuta sighed again. Great. Welp, it seemed like another sleepless night for him then. His head was killing him already at the mere thought. I think I might know where they're going, Recovery Girl weighed in, every head in the room whipping around to her, eager and confused why she of all people would know. Shoyuta was not as surprised as them. He couldn't shake the way she jumped in when he and Yagi had been talking about Midoriya's quirk or, in Yagi's eyes, lack of a quirk. Not me. I didn't know her that well. But how hadn't he thought of that before? He's going to his old mentors, isn't he? Recovery Girl hesitated, stepping away from a now sleepy Kirishima. The class muttered amongst themselves, jumping between concern for their missing classmate and teacher and awing at the idea of All Might's mentor. At least it seemed exciting for some of them. It wouldn't be exciting for Yagi soon enough. I have a friend who'll know where to find them. Maybe I should have called him earlier, Recovery Girl exhaled, face pressing together worriedly. Who? The class inquired curiously, waiting with bated breath. Shoyuta followed suit. You might know him as Gran Torino, Recovery Girl confessed. The class silently looked amongst themselves. The guy who scouted Midoriya after the sports festival? Recovery Girl's face pinched and she turned away from the students. That was a problem for another day, another connection that was growing more suspicious than a simple favoritism. He was close friends with Toshinori's mentor. If he's going where I think he is, then Sorahiko will know where to look. He might just also be the best person to tell him everything. There was only one logical conclusion: Toshinori could reach about everything after an hour of silent contemplation following their escape from Yude. Izuku nestled against his chest, his grip refusing to budge even in sleep. The conclusion was not an easy one to swallow, was something that made him sick to consider, let alone come to a begrudging certainty of. He'd spent a day or so, how had it only been that long, with Izuku, and yet in those days he had both saved and been saved by this child. They'd taken on heroes and villains alike together. So the very idea the man who'd been after his master would soon be after him, had had a child that Toshinori had been racing around with all this time sat bitterly in his stomach, slowed his steps to get to Nana. Because what other conclusion could explain everything that had happened? Toshinori had tried, he'd tried for so long, staring down at the soft look on Izuku's face for a lot of it when he could, to find another visible end. Izuku had claimed he was quirkless. He'd acted like someone who'd experienced the woes of quirklessness even despite being so young. That in itself had been believable, something Toshinori would know intimately. Then Recovery Girl had claimed he had a strength quirk, that Eraserhead had hinted at, that even the Hero Corps students seemed to know about. Recovery Girl's explanation, as cruel as it was still, had made sense as to why he had suffered under the guise of quirklessness. Everything after that though, everything that had happened since only led Toshinori down that path, the one that left him helplessly tugging at his bangs with one hand as he tried to connect the dots between a literal immortal terrorist and this warm ball of energy that rambled excitedly about heroes. He couldn't shake the tendrils from his mind, ruthless and dangerous as they sunk from Izuku's hand, spreading and attacking anyone who hadn't been Toshinori. He had to wonder why though. If Izuku was all for one's son, why wouldn't he attack Toshinori the most? He'd known about One for All too. He'd known about the percentages, about managing the output. Maybe it had been a strangely accurate guess. Izuku was fairly good at reading people's quirks, scarily so, but he couldn't shake how Izuku had known about how much Toshinori had first put out, what he needed to do instead. He definitely couldn't shake the sapping, the sparks of green and yellow as One for All tried to seep out of him, was Sekidi towards small Izuku like he was a vacuum. Like he had all for one. The coldness, the emptiness that Toshinori had almost forgotten even after only a few weeks of having One for All, had sank back into his bones like an old friend. Izuku had to be all for one's son. There were still doubts, confusion, but he was almost certain of it. When Izuku finally awoke, reaching to rub his eyes, Toshinori had begun contemplating on where there was to go from that point. So buried in his head he didn't even notice at first, not until Izuku was tugging lightly on his shirt, pulling his attention down to the small form. He half expected the sting sensation to hit him then. Thinking that felt like a betrayal, one that sunk in the longer Izuku remained awake and nothing happened. Not that he should have been guilty. The kid was all for one's child, he was right to fear that happening again. What happened? Izuku mumbled, face crinkling, his small head darting around to try and place their surroundings. Slowly realization dawned on his face, his eyes widening. He unburied himself from Toshinori's chest, scuttling back with a squeak. Toshinori was left to blink slowly after him. Izuku. The boy watched him with panicked eyes. In the chaos, he'd lost his backpack. Toshinori had left so quickly he hadn't even realized until they'd put some distance between them and the top hero school that it had been gone. He'd felt the weight of that since. Izuku had managed to find it in the ruins even, and yet Toshinori had left it. Stay back. Toshinori stopped, Izuku stilling in tune, trembling in place and gripping his right wrist tightly, squeezing in all the same places he had before. Izuku, Toshinori tested, taking one step. Izuku scurried 5 steps back. People watched them absent-mindedly, no one intervening. If they weren't careful, they might garner the wrong type of attention. They might garner all for one's attention, something infinitely worse than UA or the hero posers. I don't want to hurt you too, Izuku cried out, watching his hand like it might betray him with the tendrils again any second now. You won't, Toshinori comforted. Izuku hadn't before for whatever reason. He wouldn't now. Toshinori might now be sure he was all for one's kid, but he was equally as sure Izuku wouldn't accidentally turn his quirk on him. He took careful steps forward, smiling comfortingly. Izuku had run out of fleeing room, watching fearfully until Toshinori had crouched in front of him. Here, he began, reaching towards Izuku and linking his hands over the boys. Izuku struggled a little. If they come out again, I'll just force them back in. I've got super strength, you know, Toshinori promised, giving his hand a squeeze. Izuku, who wasn't crying yet but looked on the verge of it, studied his face, his body slowly sagging and relaxing. That won't work, Toshi, Izuku mumbled even if his small frame betrayed him. Toshinori gasped in mock betrayal. You don't think I could do it? A small smile blossomed on Izuku's face. Quirks don't work like that. After the words had left his lips, Izuku's face scrunched in confusion. Quirks? I have a quirk. I'm not Dash. He didn't look as ecstatic as he should have. The guilt and surprise in his tone, in his face, sounded genuine, too genuine for a child to be able to fake surely. Could that mean he didn't know he was all for one son, just like he didn't know about the supposed strength quirk Toshinori had yet to see? It would explain a couple lingering things Toshinori hadn't been able to puzzle out. It would be a bit strange. Suddenly asking Izuku about his dad though. Later problems. The realization eased a part of him, though it probably shouldn't have. Izuku was still connected to All for One. There was still hope this boy would be a hero, could stay out of this whole affair. Still could be taken to Nana's without the fear he'd turn around and try and fight either of them. Not that Toshinori had been able to imagine that scenario, no matter how logical it should have been considering all things. Well, we better get you training after this, Toshinori piped, rising from his crouched knees. He still was hunched over slightly, hands still held between Izuku's. The boy's head turned back to him. What? You think you can take on being a hero without training your quirk? Even I need to. But when we're done, we're gonna take the world by storm, just you wait and see, Toshinori assured him, smiling still. Maybe Nana would be able to help Izuku train his quirk too regardless. She had to have seen something like it out there. If he could convince her Izuku wasn't like his father, that he didn't even know, maybe she'd agree to take him on too, cut him out of the one for all for one debacle somehow. He'd have to hope Gran Torino wasn't there though. He was the more reasonable of them, to be honest, the more cynical. Toshinori had to get Nana on board before they tackled him. It had nothing to do with Toshinori's growing fear of the man himself and his training methods. The very thought hypothetically would send chills down the blonde's spine. It didn't though, obviously. Why you think I can still be a hero? Even if I hurt all those people? Izuku whispered. Toshinori peered down at him, eyebrows wrinkling closer to his eyes in confusion. Did he think? Did he? Yeah, he did. Relief had cooled his worry away, the boy's simple presence enough to abate some of his doubts, to help him keep trusting Izuku despite the reality of the situation. This kid could 100% still be a hero, would be. You didn't mean to, Toshinori pointed out. Izuku looked back to his feet, the two walking again. I didn't, they hurt you and I was so angry, Izuku hinted, the swinging of his free hand growing more aggressive. You didn't even know you had a quirk, right? Anyway, nobody got seriously hurt. They're in the hero course for a reason. You can still be a hero, Izuku, quirk or not, Toshinori embellished. Nobody worth anything was hurt. Even if they had been, Recovery Girl would be able to fix it. She had probably done so a while ago. The smile returned to Izuku's face, tears blurring his eyes. He squeezed Toshinori's hand tightly, swinging it between them as they pressed on. They'd be at Nana's house soon. The very thought had Toshinori buzzing with anxious energy. He'd never been before. He'd memorized the address, had looked at the slip of paper every night until it had gotten destroyed in a particular fight Toshinori had been dragged into. It had been for emergencies. He'd reminded himself every night, repeating the address in his head even still. Emergencies. This was an emergency. Even still, this felt like another step, another level of trust being crossed into for both Nana and himself. Training all the time was one thing, actually showing up at her house was another. Can you tell me more about your mentor? Izuku asked as they got closer, dredging Toshinori from his internal worries. He snapped his head towards Izuku. His hand had to almost be crushing Izuku's, but the boy didn't say anything about it. You want to know about Nana now? Izuku nodded enthusiastically. I know her quirk, but I don't know much about her. What's she like? How did you meet? Will she give me an autograph too? Do you think she'd know All Might or other heroes? And off the boy went, calming the anxiety twisting in Toshinori's gut. With Izuku by his side, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Telling Izuku any more about Nana was the final threshold, the final straw. It would mean he was trusting the green-haired boy despite everything. It would be really dragging him into his life despite all, for one being his father. Toshinori smiled, exhaling a breath he didn't know he'd been holding since Izuku started talking. Some of his worries fluttered away with the breath. They'd return later. For now, Shimura Nana is, well, she's my hero, Toshinori began. Izuku turned his full attention to Toshinori. And so he told Izuku about Nana, everything. Izuku listened in rapture. Izuku might not have had his backpack, but he apparently had energy bars on hand, ones he'd tucked into his pockets. A few hours into their wait on the steps of what had to be Nana's house, the green-haired boy had reached over, offering Toshinori one between a story he was telling about All Might. And then he said, "Dash. I am here." Toshinori asked. Izuku's nose wrinkled and scrunched, Toshinori unable to help laughing at his reaction, almost choking on the food in his mouth. Toshi, Izuku whined, only spurring the older of them on further. He pouted, turning his full attention grumpily onto the energy bar of which he took small nibbles of. Sorry, you can say it," Toshinori assured him between laughter. Izuku scowled, glaring at him from behind the bar. "No, you ruined it. It's the epic climax." Izuku refused, standing and walking into the yard, crouching down facing away from Toshinori. The blonde did not follow, smiling as he watched him go fondly. All for one did not deserve Izuku. "No, you can say it again, Izuku. I won't interrupt this time, promise," Toshinori chirped, leaning his head against the pole and looking absently to the gate. His smile dimmed in strength. Nana should have been home. He knew she stayed out late typically, had probably done so looking for him the past day and a bit, but surely she'd have to have come back for sleep, for food. No one had answered the door. The lights had remained off, the house still inside. Didn't Nana have a husband? He at least should have been here, even if meeting him had the bits of the energy bar Toshinori had eaten churning uncomfortably in his gut. The resolve to wait dwindled away the longer things dragged on. If Nana was in danger, she'd have to understand if he maybe broke into her house. It would be for a good cause, especially if he was able to find something inside that helped him find her. The next step would be contacting Gran Torino, and maybe that was why he'd waited as long as he had already. He hated to willingly seek him out, could already imagine the choice words the tall man would have to say. About the whole situation, most at Toshinori's disadvantage. He also wanted to keep the man separate from Izuku until he spoke with Nana. He didn't even want the man looking in his direction, let alone discovering Izuku's heritage. Not yet. "Hey Izuku, how do you feel about some light breaking and dash?" He turned back to Izuku, The boy, having scurried a little further away, crouched down with an extended hand. He couldn't make out much, not in the darkness. Izuku! The boy scooped something up, something large and square. He hobbled back a little, holding the sign up to get a better peek at whatever was on it. Did your mentor just buy her house? Izuku inquired, rushing back to Toshinori and extending it out to him. It took the teen a hot second to actually make out what was on it past the red and white color scheme. For sale. The sign looked old, worn with dirt smudged into it and bugs scurrying along it. Izuku didn't seem to have an issue with them, watching Toshinori's face with a furrowed brow. No, he muttered, snatching the sign and scrubbing at the dirt, scrubbing back and forth. Nothing changed. Of course, nothing changed. That wasn't how for sale signs worked. Toshinori dropped the sign, whirling around, one for all jittering to life as he shoved the door open, the electricity lighting up the space before vanishing, bathing the room in darkness. That wouldn't do. He needed to see, desperately so. He called on his quirk, moving even if it hurt a little bit. He wasn't focusing on controlling it, was moving forth with none of it in mind. Only Nana. 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 There was nothing, the house barren, stripped of everything, of any life at all. No chairs, no tables, no belongs at all whatsoever. It was like no one lived there, had lived there for a long time. Dust arose off the surfaces as Toshinori ventured in, throwing each and every door open. There was no logical explanation, nothing that could make this make sense. Nana wouldn't give him a fake address. She wouldn't have given him anything at all if she didn't trust him with it. She wouldn't do that, not to him. She wasn't like everyone else. She'd believed in him and his ideas, had given him her quirk for crying out loud. She wouldn't abandon him, not like this, not after everything. She just wouldn't. There had to be something in the house, some hint that Nana had left for him maybe. Yeah, something that would lead to her real home. Nothing turned up, not even a speck, nothing at all. She could have left him. Could this be their attacker's work? Could they have the power to have orchestrated something like this? All for one be involved? Eek! Toshinori whirled towards the yelp, moving swiftly down the stairs and dropping what he'd been looking into. Nana wasn't there. He wouldn't let Izuku be gone too. Izuku was crouched, hiding behind a counter, an extremely short man stepping towards him. Toshinori rushed forward, ready to attack before the man could even get a step closer. Except, in the blink of an eye, he was gone, and in another blink, someone had slammed into his back, knocking him onto the ground beside Izuku. The kid cried out, rushing to Toshinori's side. This time, Toshinori had no problem getting up, pushing up instantly and turning to face the stout guy. The very old stout guy dressed in a yellow and white costume that was reminiscent of Gran Torino's. DMN kids. That was sloppy of you. I'd have kicked your butt and gotten to Midoriya if I was an enemy, the grouchy man complained in a very Gran Torino-like way too. If he didn't know Gran Torino so intimately as one could know another by getting his butt handed to him by said other so often anyways, then he'd have sworn this was the man himself. Save for his age and extremely short stature, they were almost the exact same. Even if this wasn't Gran Torino, he found a jolt of fear rush down his spine at the sight, places where the man had bruised him in the past tingling like they were still there and fresh. He pushed Izuku back, crowding them closer to the door. Who are you? The old man scoffed at his words, shaking a cane he didn't look to even need at Toshinori in an offended manner. Who am I? Are you blind as well as obtuse? I saw you too recently for you to be saying that, the old-looking Gran Torino snapped. Toshinori flinched instinctively. Are you related to Gran Torino? His grandfather or something? Toshinori asked. His grand-dash. The man glowered, his outrage seeming to increase exponentially as he stomped a little more furiously. The nerve of you calling me old. You have brain damage too now. Izuku tried to peek out to get a better look at the old man, Toshinori promptly pushing his head further back into hiding behind him as the fear turned into one harsh jolt. The action seemed to almost abate some of the lookalike's anger. I'm not here to hurt either of you, the short man insisted, the anger fading away to something else, something that had Toshinori's gut twisting uncomfortably, something that was a clear sign this wasn't Gran Torino. It looked too pitying. Chio sent me. Recovery girl, you might know her as, right now. Izuku tried once more to peek around. Toshinori proceeded to push him back once more. The blonde had never seen All for One, didn't know what he looked like, but this man, if he was related to Gran Torino, might know. What if Izuku looked like him? Stop pushing the boy back. I already know he's there, remember? I just said I wasn't here to hurt him or you, the man complained. That was true. Izuku stepped out, hurrying into the space between the two older people. I think he's telling the truth, Toshi. Toshinori focused his gaze warily on Izuku, ignoring the way the old-looking Gran Torino muttered about the nickname to himself, smiling a little as he did so. Glad someone was finding this situation amusing because Toshinori sure wasn't. First, Nana's house was empty, dusty, and now there was an old man dressed up in Gran Torino cosplay. His worst nightmares rolled into one were playing out in reality. Who are you? Where's Nana? The anger that temporarily flared to life on the man's face was short-lived. His expression reminded Toshinori of recovery girls. This time, he was going to force the answers out of him, no matter what he had to do. Best you both sit down, the old man sighed, hobbling out of sight. Izuku looked back once at Toshinori before following after him. There weren't any chairs. Toshinori would have seen. There were 3 chairs out by the time the blonde had built up the courage to follow the two, both waiting silently for him to take a seat too. Where had the chairs even come from? Sit, boy. Toshinori did, a shudder rolling along his spine at the tone he'd used. This guy had to be related to Gran Torino. Not even a cosplayer could replicate his tone so well. It had Toshinori rushing to sit beside Izuku. You're not going to like hearing this, the man prefaced, mainly looking towards Toshinori. Well, it was a good thing Toshinori hadn't liked anything about this situation before then. Nothing new there. Might as well spit it out, Toshinori muttered, the short cosplayer glaring a little in response. Well, for starters, I'm not Gran Torino's grandfather. You're lucky I don't give you some actual brain damage for that one, Toshinori, he snapped, waggling his finger at the blonde. He recoiled a little at the casual slip of his first name. I'm Gran Torino. There was a beat of silence, a scoff falling from Toshinori's lips as he flopped back in his chair. Gran Torino's not that short. I would know, Toshinori breezed off, crossing his arms and rubbing absently at his left arm. He'd had a particularly nasty bruise there more recently. This was all dredging it up. I am Gran Torino and you, Toshinori, are actually almost in your 50s, Gran Torino snapped. And Toshinori had thought the previous comment had been the most outlandish thing that would pass the man's lips. I'm not nearly in my 50s, Toshinori pointed out, sitting up straight and leaning forward. Maybe the old man was blind. You look very good for being almost in your 50s, Izuku piped up. While a nice thing to say, it was not helping the situation. Very young looking. I'm not almost in my 50s. I'm 14, Toshinori insisted, horrified to see the way Izuku was looking at him now, like he was re-evaluating his perception of Toshinori. I'm not. Not at the moment, no, old Gran Torino agreed. What did that even mean? Was he really agreeing with him? It felt backhanded, which, well, that did fit Gran Torino, but he couldn't make out how it did so. I don't know the full details, but you and your boy got mixed up with some de-aging quirk business, the man continued. That was unbelievable. There were quirks for everything but de-aging ones? His memories were too fresh. They couldn't be old memories. If he was almost 50, he wouldn't have been able to recall things so easily if reverted back. That's not how brains worked. Cool. Izuku squealed, eyes sparkling acceptingly as he looked Toshinori up and down. It explains why you don't know who All Might is. Everyone knows about and likes All Might. Even Kacchan likes him. Hold the phone, not knowing one hero did not mean anything. There was just no way. None. The Gran Torino imposters snorted though at what Toshinori couldn't place. Izuku seemed to have found a reason for it though. I know. I thought it was impossible to. All Might is the symbol of peace. He's the #1 hero. How could anyone not know? Symbol of peace? Swiftash. No way. There was no FING way. He looked at Gran Torino, searching for some small twitch, something that was giving away this was a lie. Maybe this was all a dream. Maybe if he just pinched himself really, really hard. He was about to when Gran Torino started speaking again. Eraserhead is working on getting the guy who did it so they can fix you both up. He elaborated like he hadn't already dropped enough information to take Toshinori out. You both? Toshinori weakly repeated. Gran Torino nodded gruffly, turning to small little Izuku. You didn't think it was weird you both were in the same place after? Midoriya's gotta be 14, maybe I don't keep up too much with that stuff. You never visited me enough to even tell me you had a. Gran Torino trailed off with a frustrated huff. What? What the actual F was going on? Had a what? Oh, had he been wrong? Had he been dragging his actual son around these horrifying situations? Is that why he had grown so attached so quickly, because subconsciously he'd known this boy was his kid? Why did he have a quirk like all for one though? No, it couldn't be possible. He sagged back in his chair, gripping to the chair for dear life, to root himself down. Izuku had made no such conclusions. He plowed on like Gran Torino wasn't dropping the craziest shit he'd ever heard. So that must have been Kachin. He got into Yue like he wanted to, Izuku mumbled. Kachin? The fucker who'd started the whole Deku thing. His distress took back seat for a second. Yeah, he should totally have pummeled that guy when he had the chance. The broken nose was hardly enough. The Bakugu kid? Yeah, that explosive loud mouth's hard to miss, Gran Torino grumbled. He had never related so heavily to Gran Torino over anything. Who knew he would over bitterness towards a person? What about Toshi? Did he get into UA too? Toshinori didn't really need to wait for Gran Torino to answer. He already knew he had. Izuku had told him All Might's whole backstory. And if it was All Might? Yes, somehow. Must have gotten lucky, Gran Torino huffed. Izuku's smile grew brighter as he looked to Toshinori. You're a hero, Toshi. He cheered excitedly. So are you, kid, Gran Torino added. Izuku and Toshinori whipped around to face his mentor's close friend. It did not feel as surprising as it looked to be for Izuku to Toshinori. Or well, you're training up to be, he clarified. Despite everything going on, Toshinori couldn't stop the smile that etched across his face as he looked down at Izuku. His eyes were welling with tears again, ones he scrubbed at furiously. Of course you are, partner, Toshinori hummed, ruffling Izuku's hair fondly. The boy turned to him. Toshinori couldn't place what exactly the look meant. It was gone before he could even try. Such crybabies. The lot of you. Soft-hearted crybabies, Gran Torino grunted. There wasn't much bite to his words though. We should get back to that school of yours now. The quicker we can get you both back to Nordash. I have one more question. Gran Torino had pushed off his chair, was moving to leave, brushing off dirt as he turned. He'd stilled, not in a tense sort of way, in a defeated one. There were a million questions Toshinori had that he could have asked. There were so many years he didn't remember, so much he wanted to understand. There was one pressing thing he wanted to know though, something Gran Torino had to know he was going to ask about. Where's Nana? Izuku even waited, rocking forward in his seat just as curiously as Toshinori. He didn't seem to be harboring the same fears as Toshinori. He was nearly 50, how old would that make Nana? Surely if Gran Torino was alive, Nana would be too. Toshinori, Gran Torino trailed off. The tone of his voice yanked at his disillusions, startling him out of his chair, darting towards Gran Torino, grabbing the end of his cape and clinging on tightly. She's dead, Gran Torino admitted. She died a long time ago now. And as he spoke such a short, rather curt response, Toshinori's world imploded. And Toshinori? Well, he exploded. He didn't mean to hurt you, Izuku spoke softly, sitting cross-legged across from Gran Torino some time later, watching as the man scowled, dabbing his cheek with his cape. He'd stopped bleeding a bit ago though he still kept doing it. Yes he did. The brat, Gran Torino mumbled. There was no real heat to his words though. Neither of them could blame Toshi, not with the news Gran Torino had given. Izuku hadn't expected Toshi to lash out like that, had frozen in place when the two had first begun fighting, Toshi's pain denials echoing against Gran Torino's orders to stop. He'd wanted to cry when he'd finally got past the shock, watching unsure what to do. Toshi was getting his butt handed to him, but he wouldn't stop, just kept getting up and charging, denying, turning to angry yells. If he wasn't careful, he'd break his arm again, maybe a leg or something else this time. After a while, unable to stomach it anymore, Izuku had tried to step in. It was dangerous, but he'd been hoping maybe his new quirk might spark to life to help if he got put in a bad situation, just like it had back when he'd been scared at UA, coming out when Kacchan had gotten just too close. His theory had been wrong there. It wasn't something brought on by danger like he'd been thinking. He realized all too late, Toshi coming right at him, fist charged and sparking, a loud cry falling from his lips alongside the tears from his eyes. Izuku being there seemed to dawn on him in the last second. Luckily, the future hero reaching out, curling around Izuku to protect him from the blow as they rolled along the ground. Enough, Toshinori, Gran Torino had snarled, Toshi rolling out, laying himself on the ground and breathing deeply. Izuku had crawled off him, hovering unsurely. The last 2 times Toshi had been like this, he'd looked like he was dying. This time did not seem to be the same. How? Toshi had finally asked some time later, not moving, breathing more evenly aside from a few sharper breaths. All for one. Toshinori had risen, looking back once at Gran Torino before rushing towards the door, shoulders hunched. Toshi, Izuku had called out. The blonde hero had looked back just before he left. The look had startled Izuku, holding him in place long enough for the door to slam in his face. It reminded Izuku of Kacchan, of his teachers and the other kids in his class. Leave him be for now, Gran Torino had sighed, parking himself on the floor and tending to his injuries. Either he'll sort himself out enough to come back inside, or we'll have to go knock him out before he finds out all for one is in Tartarus. Izuku had plopped down across from him, unable to shake the look from his mind while he watched Gran Torino. And that's the way they'd been for a while. He wanted to be excited about being a hero, actually making it like he'd been dreaming of. Instead, every time he shut his eyes, he kept seeing Toshi, the pain and anger that had been rolling off him. How could he be excited if Toshi couldn't be? He's taking forever, Gran Torino mumbled grumpily, looking towards the door. Izuku didn't say anything, looking in the same direction too. I'm too old for this. Gran Torino let his cape go, leaning back against the wall and shutting his eyes. Toshi really cares about his mentor, Izuku hummed, reminded Gran Torino of. The man's face pulled tight though he didn't open his eyes. I know that. We've been through this before though. He's dealt with his grief for the most part, Gran Torino explained. That made sense, Izuku supposed. Toshi was old too when he wasn't Izuku's real age. He couldn't be angry forever even if, at the moment, Izuku feared he would be. How long did it take him? Izuku asked. Gran Torino sighed deeply, rubbing his still shut eyes. A long time, kid. He was bitter for a while. He loves Nana a lot, anyone with eyes can see that. That was true. Toshi's goal had been to find Nana the whole time he'd known him. Did Nana love him back like that? Gran Torino cracked one eye open, watching with a hard-to-read expression. It slid back shut and a small smile grew on his wrinkled face. Yeah. She loved him like a son. When she found out Toshinori's parents were dead, if things were different she might have adopted him on the spot. Toshi didn't even have his mum or dad. Izuku didn't have his dad, not really, but he always had his mum. Even if she didn't always say or do what Izuku needed her to do, he knew she loved him a lot. Toshi had no parents and the only other person Izuku had been sure he loved was also dead. While Izuku hadn't liked Toshi's response, he couldn't fault him for it. If Izuku lost his mum, I think Toshi would have liked that, Izuku replied. There was something in his chest. It didn't feel entirely like him, not fully. It had started after his quirk had shown up, right after Toshi had talked him down. It flared up when Toshi was acting different, when he did something very Toshi-like. Does Toshi meet many people when he grows up? Gran Torino breathed slowly through his nose, lips pursing. I didn't talk with him for a long time. He probably did have some when he was younger after Nana. He puts on a friendly enough front. All smiles like her. People who love him. Yeah, he has them now for sure, Gran Torino responded, shifting into a straighter position against the wall instead of sagging. I hope I remember all this when we change back, Izuku mumbled, picking at his socks. They were all yucky. They definitely would be stinky like the rest of him. His mum always upped him if he wore the same socks too often for that reason. He missed his mum at times like this. He hadn't been so far from her for this long before. He wouldn't take back his choice, was still ready to stick with Toshi even if he thought of him like everyone else. He just wished he could run into his mum on the way, even if she'd probably get up him for worrying her, for getting mixed up in this all. I want to be there for Toshi too. I want to support him like he supports me. Even heroes needed love sometimes. Izuku wanted to give Toshi that. Gran Torino laughed, a breathy sound that snapped Izuku's wandering attention back. I'm sure it'll work out, kid, Gran Torino assured him, opening his eyes and looking to the door again. There was no sound outside. There had been some for a while, the sound of stuff breaking. It had been silent for a bit now though. I'm gonna go check on him, Izuku decided, rising to his feet daringly. If Izuku was gonna be a hero, he'd need to be braver. This was good practice. If you want to. Don't say I didn't warn you, Gran Torino grumbled, shutting his eyes again and easing back. Izuku ignored the grumpy man, reaching for the doorknob and pushing it open. The door creaked as it opened and shut. He found Toshi easily, the hero seated on the stairs looking outwards. Not too long ago he and Izuku had been there, waiting with smiles and excitement for his mentor to show up. Izuku wished they could go back to that. Toshi hadn't looked at him like he had then. He'd looked happy to have him there. He slid into the space beside Toshi quietly, sitting anxiously and waiting. Should he speak first? Should he wait to see if Toshi would? Maybe he should apologize, even if he didn't know what he'd done. I'm sorry I almost hit you, Toshi spoke first thankfully. Izuku craned his head up, trying to catch a glimpse of Toshi's face. He looked tired, hollow even, the anger having seeped from his face. Tears still fell, his mouth parted as he tried to escape an air his nose couldn't get. It's okay, Izuku responded. He hadn't been aiming for Izuku. He'd just gotten in his way. It still wasn't great, but Izuku didn't need an apology for that. I'm sorry you had to see that, Toshi apologized. Izuku's brow scrunched in on itself. He didn't need to be sorry for that either. Why was he apologizing for stupid things? You love your mentor, I get it, Izuku brushed off. Toshi's lip wobbled, a slow shaky breath falling from his lips as he tried to steady himself. Izuku waited. It's stupid, Toshi mumbled, reaching up to scrub away the tears. Some of the life seeped back into him. That was nice. He didn't like to see Toshi like that. It felt wrong. He should be full of life, full of laughter and comforting head pats. He still wasn't there, but this was closer than before. Izuku pressed closer to him and like that was encouraging, Toshi seemed to stutter to continue. She's been dead for years. We'll go back to normal and this'll be old news, Toshi mumbled. Izuku couldn't think of anything to say, anything that would comfort his hero, so instead he said nothing. I'm sorry, Izuku. I shouldn't dash. We're gonna be hero partners, remember, Izuku reminded him. Toshi's mouth opened and shut, eyes falling to him for the first time since. None of that hate remained. There was hurt, so much it made Izuku want to cry too, but nothing aimed at Izuku. You can tell me to shut up, Toshi warned. Izuku rose an eyebrow at him and he looked away again. She was the first person to believe in me, the only one to take me seriously in so long. She chose me, quirkless big dreaming me, and she gave me so much. She cared so much and she just dash. He seemed to struggle after to form words, a sob falling from him in the place of words. He tried, Izuku was sure of that, had experienced that feeling before, but no words managed to slip free. Izuku stood up, Toshi's teary eyes shooting to him, startled. Izuku watched him, waiting for something. He couldn't say why he did it, but he reached out, ruffling Toshi's hair like Toshi did to him. It always comforted Izuku, he hoped it would comfort Toshi too. Distantly, he only felt half in control. It was almost like someone else had control of him too. He'd chosen to do it, he was sure, but something else felt like it urged him to as well. It reminded him of the weird feelings that weren't quite his he kept feeling. He chose to ignore it. It's okay, Toshi. You don't need to speak, Izuku offered, smiling in a way he hoped was comforting. Just like All Might. Toshi's eyes widened, his lips full on wobbling now, eyes focused on Izuku before he leaned his head towards him, face turning to the ground and disappearing from Izuku's line of sight. He could still hear Toshi crying though. Until Toshi was okay, he'd do this, be there for him like this. And he did, time stretching on. Slowly the shaking subsided, the two shifting, Izuku sitting and the two leaning against each other. They sat in silence. Izuku had grown used to the drawn-out quiet that sometimes filled the space between them, found comfort in it. There are people who believe in you, Izuku chimed in after a bit. Toshi didn't react, not as far as Izuku could see. Gran Torino said you find people, others who love you too. Toshi hummed, a weak and shaky sound. That wouldn't do. And I do too, Izuku admitted, even if doing so terrified him. Aside from his mum, most people he had cared about had turned away from him, Kachin being the most notable. His own father being another even if his mum didn't like him saying that. You're my hero Toshi, Izuku pressed on. The silence had changed now. It wasn't as nice anymore. Izuku's skin crawled the longer it drew it, the longer Toshi said nothing at all. Isn't All Might your hero? Toshi inquired. The panic stuttered out, confusion taking its place as he turned his head to get a better look of Toshi. He was looking down at him, face hard to read. He is, but so are you, Izuku piped. Toshi's eyes widened, a small breathy sound falling from his lips. His hand ended up in Izuku's hair, messing it up as he seemed to like doing as much as Izuku liked receiving it. You're my hero too, Izuku, Toshi responded. What? But I haven't done anything, Izuku gawked. Toshi's smile clung onwards, growing a little. You've done so much. You're gonna be one of the greatest heroes, Izuku, mark my words. Izuku looked away, unable to stomach the look Toshi was giving him. It reminded him of how his mum looked at him. Like he cared about Izuku. Nobody's said that to me before, Izuku admitted. Surely your parents have? The way the words were said sounded weird to Izuku's ears, but he wouldn't look up, not until he was sure he wouldn't cry. This was Toshi's moment. My mum loves me, Izuku assured Toshi. She did. Izuku had never doubted that, not once, not even when the other kids said she didn't. I don't think she thinks I can be a hero though. Definitely didn't. He would never forget the night after he was diagnosed quirkless. Maybe now he had a quirk she would change her mind. And your dad? Izuku's frown grew deeper, the boy picking at his socks again. I don't think so, he replied, pulling and letting go. His socks slapped back into his ankles over and over again. Mum says he went away because he loves us but he never calls. I think he left because I was quirkless. He'd never been brave enough to say it, his mother's face haunting him after the last time he'd tried to. As much as it hurt to put into words, it felt nice to get off his chest, to admit to someone who didn't know his dad. His loss, Toshi mumbled, hands wrapping tightly around Izuku, suddenly hugging to him tightly from the side. Izuku's hand inched over his, gripping it tight to his chest. Screw him. You're amazing, Izuku, all right. Izuku nodded. Toshi was smart most of the time. If Toshi said it, then maybe. Okay, Izuku mumbled. His mum told him so sometimes too. Toshi's words weren't new. They still caused fat tears to form in his eyes though. It was nice to have someone else care about him, believe in him. Was this how Toshi had felt because of his mentor? He hoped so. Toshi deserved to feel that. He still did, having someone else in his corner like Izuku also had. Toshi! Izuku tried to stand up, wriggling free from his hero's grip. Toshi let him go, watching as he skipped down the stairs until Izuku's hand slipped into his and yanked him up too. Let's go see my mum, Izuku piped excitedly. Maybe this was it. Maybe this is how he could help Toshi even a little. The blonde's face scrunched in confusion, bangs swaying in the wind. What about Yue? What about going back to normal? Izuku looked to the door, hesitating for a moment. Toshi had people he cared about who could comfort him in the future. Current Toshi though? That can wait. Come on, Izuku piped, yanking him after him. Toshi followed like a puppet, not quite rushing along with him but not pulling him back either. Gran Torino's gonna kick my butt, Toshi whispered scaredly. Izuku laughed, dragging the bruised blonde faster. It'll totally be worth it, I swear. Toshi listened, followed where Izuku led. Okay kids, Gran Torino yawned loudly some time later, pushing his aching bones off the floor. They rebelled against the action. He ignored them. Stupid all joints. Stupid kids. Toshinori was lucky Nana had stuck her neck out for him, asked him to look after the blonde twerp. Otherwise he'd make the boy sorry. Maybe when he was his normal self, he still would. The thought brought him some comfort as he reached for his prop cane, shuffling towards the door and kicking it open dramatically. Hopefully that'd break up whatever father-son in teen and kid form bonding moment the two were most likely having. That was too wholesome for him. He wanted to stay partly angry at Toshinori after all. Of course his efforts were for naught. Of course neither of them were there. Of course the yard was deserted, the only trace of Toshinori being the smashed-up for sale sign. God damn it, Toshinori, Gran Torino mumbled as it hit him. Once again, Midoriya and Toshinori were missing. The only difference was this time, he had no idea where they'd go. Surely he wouldn't? He'd told Midoriya where All for One was. He'd out and said it, and if the boy had told Toshinori to what if he went after All for One? He reached for his phone. He really was getting too old for this. Since her son had gotten into Inko had found herself in newer situations, ones she never would have imagined for herself a couple of years prior. She found herself at hospitals more often than not when in the same room as her son, her boy's body strapped up and laid out before her, only half the time already mostly healed. He'd always be unconscious for a good portion of the time before he'd disappear right back out there and get hurt all over again. She'd even found All Might humbling himself before her, begging her to let her son come back to the top hero school, declaring how he'd raise Izuku up, give his life for her son. That one had been particularly strange to see. Seeing Izuku worship the ground All Might walked on was one thing, one easily more realistic thing. To see All Might do the same with Izuku was baffling. Having tea with All Might, Yagi, call me Yagi at the very least, had been a little strange too, something that a younger Inko would never have believed for herself. Yet it had been him and Izuku that had shown up on Saturday, both eager to offer her a hand before they sat down to catch up. If she'd had doubts about the skeleton of a man, they had eased over that shared tea by simply watching, listening to them. It was in the way he watched Izuku's mumblings fondly with an encouraging and supportive pat of the head. It was in the way Yagi spoke about her son's progress, all the things they were working on meticulously thought out. Even now quirkless, she trusted Yagi cared deeply for her son's well-being, that he too was as concerned as her and would fight tooth and nail for him. It made her even more confident in their little sort of co-parenting routine. After the tea, while Izuku packed up before they could head off, Yagi had pulled her aside, fiddling with his hands before reaching into his pocket and outstretching his phone, peeking around to see if Izuku would appear. And that had been an even stranger situation, All Might wanting to have her contact information. For young Midoriya, Yagi had insisted. I can keep you updated on things at UA and perhaps, you might give me some advice on how best to, look out for him. He'd looked so nerve-wracked, his bangs looking particularly droopy in that moment. He'd looked ready for rejection. Inko, after she managed to shake the shock, because good God All Might wanted her contact information, had taken the phone, unable to stomach the pointless uncertainty radiating off him anymore, typing in her phone number and name before sending a quick text to herself. His eyes had been wide, mouth agape as she'd done so, like even though he'd asked he hadn't expected it to ever come to pass. We should have done that last time you were here. Can't be co-parenting without some communication, Inko informed him, smiling and reaching for her own phone. Blood had unearthed itself from Yagi's mouth following the statement, horror and fear that she'd somehow killed the symbol of peace driving her out of her chair to his side as he recovered. I'm fine. Why you dash? Izuku had showed back up before Yagi could fully articulate his thought process, offering a new stream of concerns that had drowned out their original conversation somewhere between shoving a handkerchief in his teacher's direction, when had he started keeping them on hand, and trying to soothe Inko's own fears. They'd left not too long after that. Inko hadn't expected herself to be placed into another new situation so soon after the last, had been wrapping her head around seeing the actual way All Might looked at her son, like he hung the stars and the skies, like how she might have looked at Izuku sometimes, since they'd left, meandering around her apartment with a relieved smile that refused to budge. Yue's call had come at 5:18 p.m. that afternoon and introduced Inko to a new situation, one she never ever wanted to experience. Izuku was missing, hadn't turned back up at 5 p.m. like he was supposed to have apparently. 5 p.m. Not 3 p.m. like Inko had been led to believe at 2:30 when the two departed side by side. Any glee had been sapped away, tears in her gaze as she told the principal all she could, hoping and praying desperately it would be enough. It was safe to say she hadn't slept since her son and his idol had gone missing. Sleep had been gnawed away, eyes constantly glued to her phone for some information, a call to say they'd been found and were perfectly fine. And then the call had finally came almost 24 hours since she'd heard he was missing, Izuku's form teacher claiming the two had been located and that Izuku, not Yagi. He didn't say anything about Yagi's health, only had a small scratch to show for it. He'd asked her to wait a bit for them to sort some things out. Inko had listened for a total of 5 agonizing minutes before she'd grabbed her car keys and set off to, probably breaking a handful of laws in her mad dash to get to her destination. She'd hopped out, ready to do or even see just about anything to get inside, to discern her son's state for herself. Cracked ice and scorched grass marks had greeted her in the entryway, a red and white-haired boy with a bandaged arm thawing a particularly chunky piece of ice. In another corner, a boy chatted with a different array of animals, said animals helping to move some more ice. Students, Izuku's classmates, milled around, mostly silent as they worked, the mood somber, not an excitement Inko had thought would greet her from them with Izuku present again. He's not here, a familiar grumble had informed Inko, Katsuki coming into view. He looked by far the worst out of everyone, nearly every body part on display being taped or wrapped in bandages. There was a bruise on his cheek. His nose looked broken, dried blood splattering his upper lip. We totally could have caught them, he added on, eyes whipping to the taller boy, Ida, if Izuku's description of his friends were to be believed, who appeared suddenly before them. We don't have enough information clearly. It's best we wait for Aizawa-sensei to get back, Ida had replied. Gone. Izuku had been spirited away, disappeared once more before Inko could even see him this time, a clear destruction left in his wake. You must be Mrs. Midoriya, Ida had clarified to her, offering her his hand to shake. I wish we could have been meeting under better circumstances. And then he'd whisked her away, sat her down in their dorms to wait for Aizawa to get back from wherever he was with some tea to calm her frayed nerves. We'll find them again, Aizawa had promised sometime later when he did show up, bags weighing down his eyes, a coffee cup in his hands as he regarded her. It had to have been some time after he'd talked with the students, Katsuki amongst others offering greetings and goodbyes, no longer injured. We have a promising lead. Don't worry, Midori'll be back before you know it. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure of it. Even if I have to give my life to do so. Yagi's promise, his desperation danced in the corner of her mind as she watched the worn teacher at that moment. He'd promised not to give his life, to live, but she was sure he still would rather die than let her son be hurt. She'd have to trust in both of them, trust Aizawa and Yue too like she trusted in Yagi. And Inko had been sent on her way again, with only a backpack left behind to show for her efforts, leaving her left to wallow in the overwhelming quiet that felt far worse, weighed far heavier on her. If sleep had been impossible before, it was worse then, the damage, the injuries reflecting back in her mind. Inko was thus awake at 3 a.m. on Monday morning when a sharp knock cut through the air, snapping her attention instantly to the door away from the phone she'd been relentlessly refreshing. It could have been anyone who had bad intentions towards her or her son. It was 3 a.m., lots of shady people hung around at that time. It would be unwise to open the door. She did anyways, dropping the phone and scrambling to answer before the person could even knock again. Anyone could mean Aizawa, could mean Izuku. She wasn't going to let anything stop her, tearing the door open desperately and coming face to face with Blonde. A boy around Izuku's own age stood in the doorway, eyes puffy and red, said boy gawking at her with teary blue eyes. Something about him looked familiar, tugged at Inko's mind aggressively. She had know where she could have met him at though. Izuku didn't have any friends from school who would fit this kid's description. And yet the feeling inside her persisted unshakably so. "Mom," a small voice cried out, small hands wrapping into Inko's lower body, finally pulling her attention away from the gaping blonde. Green hair greeted her, tufts of green hair she could never forget. The blonde's existence faded from her mind instantly, tears blooming in her eyes as she reached down to hug her son close, squeezing him tightly, completely ignoring the fact last time she'd seen him he'd definitely been very much taller, wider, his voice less high-pitched. Later problems. His eyes peeked out at her, just as teary, clearly Izuku's. They cried together in the doorway of her apartment for who knows how long, Inko unable to tear herself away even if she wanted to, Izuku's grip unwavering against her. Eventually she did remember the blonde, his bright red shoes creeping into her awareness, his face reappearing back in her mind. She tilted her head up, wary now as she examined him. There were still tears in his eyes, an aching, longing flashing in them as he watched. Attention glued on them until he noticed her looking. He turned away then, glancing at something outside of the apartment building. He pulled on his bangs, fiddling with them as he waited patiently. His bangs. "Yagi!" His head snapped back to her then. Izuku pulled back too, eyes darting over her face in equal surprise. "You know Toshi, Mum?" "Toshi?" Izuku called him Toshi. Not all Might Toshi. What the hell was going on here? She pulled back, looking between the two, trying to piece together some coherent narrative. Izuku scrambled back a bit, grin huge as he looked up at Yagi with stars in his eyes. "She knows who you are, Toshi. You already know my mum." Izuku squealed, bounding in place. He looked around 6 years old, maybe even a year younger or older. She might not have seen her son like this in some time, but she'd never forget, never be able to erase the little boy from her mind. Yagi had to be around Izuku's actual age, just a bit younger himself maybe, life filling his scarless body. He didn't look like a skeleton, a husk of a person's body. He looked alive and it almost brought a new set of tears to her eyes. "Sorry to intrude," Yagi mumbled, hanging his head as he said so. "What's going on here?" she asked, pleaded for answers. No one had said anything about either of them being de-aged or something. That seemed like a pretty big thing to gloss over. "Well, Gran Torino said we got hit with a quirk that makes us little," Izuku explained, reaching out to pull Yagi inside, the door shutting softly behind him. "Gran Torino? The hero you went to mentor under?" Inko mumbled, furrowing her brow. She hadn't heard that name in a while. He had seemed such a random pick for Izuku to go to at the time, someone Izuku had buzzed excitedly about. "Izuku went to Gran Torino?" Yagi yelped, the pure horror on his face a little concerning. Izuku and Toshi. The casual uses of the names felt strange to hear. Yagi, in the few interactions they'd had only ever called him Midoriya. "Young Midoriya. My boy." To hear him so casually using her son's first name too. Izuku's grin widened, unaware to his companion's fear, eyes seeming to brighten more excitedly at his mother's words. "Wow. He's so cool. I wonder what sort of stuff he teaches me." Izuku squealed giddily, a forced shaky smile growing across Yagi's face when Izuku looked back to him. He shuddered when the green-haired boy looked away. That was even more concerning. Izuku had seemed thankful, happy about his time under the man, as short-lived as it was. Had he mentored Yagi too? Maybe that's why Izuku had been so stoked, another thing connecting him to his biggest hero. "How did this all happen? Are you both hurt?" Inko pressed on, bending down to Izuku's level and brushing aside hair from his forehead. She turned his head around with her other hand, the boy whining and swatting her away. "Mom," Izuku complained, eyes flickering between her and Yagi in embarrassment. The action warmed her chest, eased some of the anxiety she'd been wrestling with for the past few days. "Mom, I'm fine. Toshi's hurt more than me." Inko straightened, turning to examine Yagi. She didn't advance on him, the boy didn't even seem to remember they even knew each other for one. He was still All Might for a second thing. Trading numbers was one thing. Checking for injuries like she had with Izuku was a whole other ball court. She did take a couple steps forward. "Oh, I'm fine. Just a couple bruises. No shattered arm this time," he laughed awkwardly. Shattered arm? He wasn't wrong. There were purple marks slowly forming against his skin, a fair few of them she noted the longer she looked. A couple of cuts, quite recent in appearance, peeked out too, but he otherwise looked fine. His arms were very intact too, the right shade of color, the right angle and everything. She'd seen enough of Izuku's broken bones to know. "I'll be fine as soon as we're back to normal anyways." Inko winced, recoiling. Oh, had no one told him either? She hadn't seen his stomach injury personally, knew about it in theory, and by the results it wreaked outwardly in a way one couldn't help but observe. It was far from normal and no one had told him. Yagi noticed, wonky smile falling from his face, his brow furrowing as he watched her. She needed to change the conversation. This was not something she felt equipped to talk about, and if she did, Izuku didn't need to be here, not to hear that. "Mum, guess what?" Izuku hummed, bounding up onto the couch, beckoning her back. Inko listened, happy to be distracted from that for the time being at least. Izuku waited till she'd sat, wriggling as he turned to face her. "I have a quirk, Mum." Izuku piped. That didn't make sense. If the quirk had truly shrunk them down, de-aged them, then technically speaking, Izuku should have been quirkless. If anyone should have had a quirk, it should only have been Yagi. Fear took root past the confusion. Izuku's quirk was dangerous, had hurt him too many times to count. He had a better grasp now, but that understanding had been hard-earned, something little Izuku wouldn't have. "You haven't used it, have you, Izuku?" Inko yelped, searching him with renewed vigor, pushing back his sleeve to check for the telltale purple bruising. "Mum, what do you mean?" Izuku yelped, pushing her back with his tiny, unscarred arms. Yagi shifted, standing closer to Izuku with a pinched face. "It could hurt you, baby," Inko fretted. Izuku's face scrunched up, hands falling to his right arm. Had he already broken it in the few days he'd been away? Aizawa had said he wasn't hurt, but maybe that had been after Recovery Girl stepped in. Maybe she'd heard what she'd wanted to somewhere instead of the truth. Had her baby been forced to get by for a full day with a shattered limb? "It didn't hurt me," Izuku mumbled, guilt pooling onto his face, hands squeezing into fists at his side. "It wasn't your fault, Izuku," Yagi assured him. Looking down at Izuku seemed to be the only time the tension disappeared from his form. Some of the guilt did abate when he spoke too, like Izuku genuinely believed the things that came from his teacher's mouth. "What happened?" Inko asked. The two of them turned to her, both faces pinched in a very similar way. That was unnerving to be on the opposite end of. It seemed, even having forgotten they knew each other, that they could still influence each other. Could still be scarily alike at times. "Toshi was hurt and it just happened. I didn't mean to, Mum, but I just got so angry and they just came out. And started attacking everyone," Izuku defended, shrinking into himself more as each word passed his lips. "Came out of him? What do you mean came out of you?" Yagi, whose eyes had been fixed on Izuku, a level of guilt flashing in his own, turned to her, gaze questioning, cautious. "They were like tentacles, but not. They were all black and green and came out of my hand and just started hurting everyone. I couldn't control them," Izuku lamented, tears biting at his eyes as he looked down at his right hand. Tentacles? That was not Izuku's quirk. She couldn't say she knew everything about it, considering it had shown up out of nowhere, a miracle that should have been impossible. Izuku hadn't much to offer on the subject either. His quirk did not involve tentacles. It was like All Might's, so strong in that sort of way that it sometimes tore Izuku's unprepared body apart in a flashy show of green and a little red at times. "If I'm at UA, maybe someone's teaching me how to use them right? I can help people instead of hurting people with them now, right?" Inko couldn't say. It hadn't come up at all when they met up. There was no mention of anything out of the ordinary. This had to be new. But where had it come from? "Of course you can, Izuku," Yagi interrupted, ruffling up his hair and smiling down at him. "Think of all the cool things you could be doing with them." Izuku's desperation faded, the boy slowly nodding, a way that grew more enthusiastic as the seconds dragged by. God, the way Izuku lightened up at his words, Even if he didn't remember his promise to Inko, Yagi was still upholding it seemed. Yeah. One of my classmates had something sort of like it but with tape. He did all those cool moves. Maybe we help each other, Izuku recalled, bouncing in place again. His body stilled suddenly, attention snagged on something off to the side, the boy gasping and pushing himself off the chair. My backpack! Izuku raced forward, tearing into it and fiddling to unearth its contents. Food and water littered the floor in his rampage. Izuku, Inko called, watching the mess grow. It's still here. He pulled out a notebook, one that looked less worn than the last time Inko had seen it. It was one of the first notebooks, the beginning of his hobby. She looked to Yagi, wondering his thoughts on this. While the normal him seemed to find it fascinating, endearing too if the looks were anything to go by, Inko was curious to see what a younger him might think. The face he pulled was the exact same, maybe even just a tad more odd as he watched Izuku flip around, rushing back to Inko's side. Look mum. Toshi signed it after he saved me the first time, Izuku squealed, pointing down at an autograph, one smaller than she'd been expecting, not much like the one Izuku had somewhere in his room. That one was All Might while the one in Izuku's notebook was more Yagi. It melted her heart, eyes snapping over to him. He even asked for my autograph. He told me I can be a hero, mum. We're gonna fight together someday, Izuku gushed, eyes purely for the blonde hovering beside them. Inko found her fingers tracing out the signature, a smile spreading across her face as she did so. I think he's gonna be one of the greatest heroes this world has ever seen, Yagi insisted honestly. I believe he should be the person who becomes the next symbol of peace. The situations were so different, spoken in different tones for different reasons with different words from a man who'd been a hero for most of his life, and a version of him reaching for that goal. She could not shake it though. She might have been crying when both of them looked to her again. Yagi winced, inching a little closer forward, flustered. Izuku hovered, hand rubbing on her back worriedly. He's right, Izuku. You're going to be an amazing hero. You already are. I should never have made you doubt that, Inko cried, grabbing his face in her hands, hoping, praying that he could see the belief in her eyes. She'd apologized already, Izuku having accepted it too even. Something about saying this to an Izuku so little though, one who hadn't gone through everything he had to prove it quite yet, it felt realer. It felt right. It's okay, Izuku mumbled, voice wobbling, eyes darting away from hers. No Izuku, it's not. I should never have. You being quirkless shouldn't have mattered. Izuku's lips wobbled and she pulled him into a hug, squeezing him tightly, in a different way to the way they'd hugged when they reunited. Izuku's hands slowly inched around her, bunching into her shirt and squeezing. Yagi watched with a smile, one that looked bittersweet to Inko's eyes, one that reminded her of the expression at the door from before. He looked like he needed a hug just as much as Izuku. Was it something she could do though? He was All Might after all. Mum, I probably stink, Izuku mumbled sometime later, wriggling himself free. Inko let him, her nose wrinkling up. She'd been too busy celebrating to notice. That you do. When was the last time you had a shower? Both of you. Inko agreed. Yagi's eyes widened before he winced, rubbing his neck in embarrassment. Izuku laughed, a sound that pattered out. Yagi, why don't you have a shower? I'm sure I could find some clothes you could fit into instead of those, Inko offered. Are you sure, Izuku dash? Go Toshi. You stink too. I wasn't gonna say anything but Mum's right, Izuku complained. Yagi's mouth opened, words absent and failing him. He nodded slowly instead. Izuku honey, why don't you show him where the bathroom is while I go get him some stuff? Inko hummed. Izuku startled to his feet, nodding and taking Yagi's hand. It was unnecessary, Yagi would definitely follow him, but neither commented on it while Izuku led him away. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. So he did know their last name. Izuku had had a habit of not divulging his last name a lot when he was little, hoping if he offered up himself, he'd make more friends. If that had been the case here, it hadn't lasted. It's okay, Yagi. You're always welcome here. She just hoped the bathroom wasn't too messy. That would be embarrassing. She'd hardly been thinking about anything aside from Izuku for the past few days. With the two set off, Inko exhaled deeply, running a hand through her hair wondering how she'd gotten here, the X symbol of peace in her apartment with her son, both of them practically children again. Nothing in her wildest dreams could have prepared her for this. Should she call someone? Yue? Aizawa's face flashed in her mind. His classmates' dejected expressions coupled with it. Should she not pass on the message to them all, ease their worrying like hers had been? It was past 3 a.m. though. They'd all looked extremely tired, in need of sleep. She would let them know, she decided, standing and moving towards the cupboard, reaching in and pulling out a bright yellow towel. She would 100% head to Yue with Izuku and Yagi in tow at a more reasonable hour. Hopefully the extra time would be ample to figure out how to reverse the mess if sleep was not being achieved. She moved towards Izuku's room, pushing the door open and flicking the light on. Yagi was bigger than Izuku normally. It wasn't by a huge lot, not since Izuku buffed up in those 10 months prior to the entrance exam, but still by enough to mean the clothes he'd worn more often that he'd left at home wouldn't fit Yagi's frame. She fiddled around, a particular set of clothes coming to mind. Izuku had some clothes, ones he'd bought sizes bigger just in case he grew while he was away from home and came back for something or other. Izuku would probably flush in embarrassment if he saw the All Might-themed clothes he was about to offer the boy's idol. She wasn't sure if Yagi even knew he was All Might though, didn't know when he'd decided to take on the name. With the items in tow, she headed towards the bathroom, surprised to see Izuku and Yagi still standing in the doorway, waiting. "Oh, you didn't have to wait. I could have just left them at the door," Inko piped, handing them to Yagi. "It's fine. Thank you again." "You didn't have to," Yagi piped, looking down at the shirt. The look that took over his face at the sight of the shirt did not pass Inko's awareness. Maybe he did know he was All Might? He might have suspected it otherwise. The smile returned as he looked back to Inko. "You looked out for Izuku." "Of course I did. Now go have a shower. We can talk afterwards," Inko piped. Yagi nodded slowly, the door shutting and leaving Izuku and Inko behind. "Come on, Izuku," Inko mumbled, leading her son back towards the kitchen. He hopped up onto one of the dining room chairs, watching her silently before he turned away, face drawn seriously as he looked down at the table instead. She waited for him to speak, looking in the fridge checking to see what they had. She wasn't sure when the last time they would have eaten would have been. Maybe it had been yesterday at UA, or maybe there hadn't been time before they were off again. She poured him a glass of apple juice, the boy mumbling a thank you and sipping at it but otherwise offering her nothing. She sighed, turning back to her task. She hoped eggs and toast would be fine. She would need to go shopping for sure after this all was over. "Mom," Izuku began after a bit, Inko humming as she began pulling some things out of the fridge to show she was listening. "Could you love Toshi?" Inko nearly dropped the carton of eggs she'd pulled out when the words registered in her head, the woman whipping around to look at her son, eyes blown wide, face slowly turning red. Where the hell had that came from? What? Izuku didn't look up at her, pushing the glass back and forth in place, swishing it around. "Toshi's lonely," Izuku offered, wringing his hands together and leaning back in the chair as he drifted off in his own head. "And I thought when I have no one, I always have you. So could you love Toshi too?" Inko stared at him, unsure what to say to that. Izuku didn't push into the silence, just remaining like he was, leaning in for another sip of his drink every now and then but otherwise remaining. Inko looked down at the carton of eggs held shakily in her grip, placing it down slowly as she contemplated on how best to answer that. She knew next to nothing about Yagi. Even with his identity out in the open, no one really did know anything. It was easy to conclude he didn't have too many people in his life, not when he had dedicated so much of his life to heroism for so long. But family, he had to have that though. What about his mum? Izuku's face pulled tightly. She'd said something wrong it seemed, his body hunching into itself as he leaned back against the table. "I don't think she's around anymore." He had his mentor, Izuku admitted, sneaking a look towards the shower. The sound of running water still filled the air. "I think she was his mum too, but he found out she died today," he continued. Suddenly some of the silent observing from Yagi made sense. She would hug him, she decided. He was Izuku's age and he had no one, had just lost someone without knowing. She never wanted to think of Izuku having to live through that. With the two of them so similar at times, she couldn't ignore the place her mind drifted to. Yes, she'd definitely give him a hug, All Might or not. He wasn't All Might, not when he hovered awkwardly by her son, not when he watched her hug Izuku with what had to have been grief reflected in his eyes. He was Yagi Toshinori, and maybe she could hug that boy. Not the man, but the boy he was for the time being. Things aren't that simple, Izuku, Inko mumbled despite her conclusion, unsure what to say still. What do you even say to that sort of thing? She could offer him a hug, a shoulder even, but love? Aren't they? I love Toshi, why can't you? Izuku insisted, a frustrated lilt to his voice. Dear God, it hadn't even been 3 full days. How did this man bury himself so resolutely in her son's heart so easily, and how did Izuku do it so effortlessly back? You know him when he's older, Izuku pressed on, sitting up straighter, speaking quicker now. You called him Yagi, so you know him. They were literally co-parenting Izuku. Of course, she knew him a little. Not enough though. Hardly enough. She was just Midoriya Inko and he was Yagi Toshinori, All Might. That was a hard bridge to cross even for Izuku sometimes. He still called him All Might for God's sake. I don't know him well, Izuku. You can know people and not know them still, Inko defended. Maybe things would be changing soon though. Discussing your sort of shared child seemed the way to start a friendship. That's not. Why can't you be in his corner too like you're in mine? Izuku complained. Sometimes her boy could be so smart even when he was this young. It was hard to forget he didn't know everything. I'm your mum. I'm not his, Inko reminded Izuku, taking the pan out of the cupboard and shifting back to her task after she'd spoken. She turned the oven on, finally mustering the courage to look back at him. His face broke her heart to see, sent her walking towards him. She bent down by his chair, brushing hair out of his face. He glared at her. His mentor wasn't his mum, Izuku grumbled. She rose an eyebrow at him, sighing deeply as she watched his face. You said she was like his mum. Izuku huffed, brushing her hand off him and stewing into the cup of juice. Izuku, I can try to be there for him, but it's never gonna be like it is between us. That's not the way Yagi and I are. Yagi's not actually little, you know, and he has a life and his own people, she tried to explain. Izuku looked back to her, not quite outright glaring anymore. He didn't look particularly happy either. You can be there for him now, right? Before he's old again. Inko had already decided she was giving the kid a hug. She would definitely do something, but after this, there was no guarantee they'd be close outside of Izuku. Izuku was the reason they even knew each other. Of course it was him trying to give Yagi friends too. I can try, Inko responded. Izuku nodded, pouting and glaring at the table anyways again. He has people who love him, Izuku, trust me. They'll be there for him, I'm sure of it. They already were. Poor Izuku just didn't know. That's what Gran Torino thought, Izuku mumbled, head whipping around as the shower filtered off. Of course he had. Anyone with eyes could see it. Well, he's right. The silence filled the space again, Inko shifting back to her other task again, sliding 2 pieces of bread into the toaster. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Mum, Izuku responded before the door opened, Toshinori stepping out. He was fiddling with his hair, trying to push it down, combing out the knots with his fingers. His bangs were even floppier after the shower. The clothes fit well enough, riding up a bit when he reached up. They'd have to do for now. He'd be back in his baggy clothes in a couple hours hopefully. Come take a seat, Toshi, Izuku piped, jumping off his chair like Yagi needed hurting. The blonde looked between Izuku and Inko, following and sliding into the chair beside Izuku. With his companion sitting down, Izuku sat back down too, grinning now like nothing had ever been wrong. Not you, mister, Inko interrupted, crossing her arms. Go have a shower. Only people who are clean get to eat. The food's not done yet anyways. Izuku scowled, looking back and forth between the two. You heard your mum, Izuku, Toshi mused, ruffling his hair. He'd been here not even an hour and he'd done that twice. Inko had caught the normal Yagi and Izuku doing it, but it happened spaciously in comparison. Tashi, Izuku whined, groaning as he wobbled over to the bathroom, grabbing a towel on his way in. The toast popped out in the time it took, crisp and ready to be consumed. "I'll bring you clothes in a sec," Inko called after him. "The All Might onesie." "I want the All Might onesie please," Izuku replied. The door slammed shut a second after, a soft chuckle from Inko filling the space. She watched Yagi's face out of the corner of her eyes, his hovering on his own clothing. "Izuku really likes this All Might guy, huh?" he mumbled. "He loves him, yeah," Inko replied, cracking 3 eggs and watching them splat on the pan. Satisfied, she moved over to the cupboard. She hadn't ever gotten rid of Izuku's clothes, slowly piled them away over the years as he grew out of them. Call her sentimental, but she liked to look back sometimes, see how much Izuku had grown. Following the dorms being instated, she'd grown more prone to pulling them out. The All Might onesie had somehow survived all the years. Izuku had worn it often for a while, refusing to give it up even after he'd grown too much. It had weathered the time and made it, a little like Izuku himself. She might have had to sew it back together a couple of times, but it hardly had mattered, not when it made Izuku happy. It was an easy thing to find. So distracted, she hardly noticed Yagi having followed her. He hovered a bit back, wringing his hands like Izuku had been doing moments before. "Are you okay? Can I help?" Inko had almost dropped the box on her head. If Yagi hadn't darted forward with jarring speed, yellow flickering along his skin, it would have done so. It wouldn't have been that critical an injury, though it would have hurt a little. Yellow electricity reminiscent of Izuku's crackled along his skin as he stilled, dying down all at once as he offered Inko the box. "Are you all right?" That was actually scarily like her son's quirk. Weird. She took the box, offering him a smile, placing it on the small table beside the cupboard and sliding it shut. "I'm okay. Interesting quirk you have there." Yagi tensed, crossing his arms and staring intently at the box. That was an interesting reaction. Could she be blamed though? To her knowledge, All Might had never experienced that yellow fanfare before, especially not so similar to her son. "Is All for One Izuku's father?" Yagi blurted out of nowhere. For the second time in the past couple of minutes, Inko was left choking on her words, absolutely baffled at the ones that had fallen from someone else's mouth. All for One? The guy who'd put an end to All Might's career and was now in Tartarus? What? Where would you get that idea? That was sort of insulting. Yagi must have realized it too, his hands coming up defensively in front of himself, stumbling backwards. It's just he told me he was quirkless and everyone was saying he had this really dangerous strength quirk that could kill him if he used it right before he used these whip-like tendrils, and he mentioned his dad being really anti-quirkless and out of the picture, which totally seems like something All for One would be based on things I do know. I didn't mean it like you would know obviously, he rambled, a much louder affair to when Izuku mumbled things. He didn't even look at her as he spoke, eyes squeezed shut like he was waiting for her to hit him or something. "It's okay, Yagi." Inko trailed off, smile thin though. She couldn't find the anger and insult in herself, not seeing how thrown off he was. "It'd just be if he was, then we could help you know. Get away from him. Izuku's a good kid, an amazing kid and Nana dash." Yagi went deathly still the instant the name left his mouth, the bright mannerisms and loud speech instantly replaced in the blink of an eye. I wouldn't let him hurt Izuku." "Or you," Yagi corrected. "Nana, she must have been the mentor Izuku mentioned." His face scrunched, body turning away from her before she could even properly realize. "Thank you, Yagi," Inko spoke. He didn't respond. Gods, Izuku was often a disastrous mess of emotions. At least she'd known him his whole life, could relatively predict him even if he did throw her off sometimes. She knew how to comfort her son. She did not know how to comfort his idol. "Izuku's father is many things, but All for One is not one of them," she added, tucking the onesie she'd finally found in the box under her arm and walking hesitantly up to his side, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry about your mentor," she mumbled. Under her touch, Yagi's shoulders shook. He still didn't look back at her. "If she was half of what you are, then she must have been something special." Yagi nodded, reaching to brush away the tears, to rub his eyes. "She was more," Yagi confessed. She hadn't expected him to. He seemed fairly private. He had kept his identity a secret after all for so long. Not all heroes could do it, It would fit his mojo not to be open. Oh Yagi, Inko mumbled, squeezing his shoulder. I don't even know what I'm going to do now, Yagi admitted, burying his face in his hands. Inko swallowed thickly, taking a deep breath. You don't need to do anything, Inko pointed out. Nobody would expect anything from you. Whether she died yesterday or a decade ago is pointless. She mattered to you is what does. Yagi, you could go into bathroom after Izuku finished and cry in there all day and that would be understandable, she assured him. She was a Midoriya, crying came with the name. She would be a hypocrite to judge someone else for doing the same. A sob tumbled from his throat, a wounded noise that tore at Inko's heart. To think this man-boy. He was currently a boy, had experienced such a heartbreak before and was being forced to relive it again. It was cruel, unimaginably so. Midoriya Inko was not a violent person, but in that moment, she wanted to hit the person who'd done this to him and her son, for the worry it had caused her, the pain that it had caused the both of them. She'd definitely be having some choice words at least if she even came into contact with them. You're a little like her. Inko snapped out of her head, a little shocked to find him looking at her. How long had he been doing that? Oh dear, her face had probably looked murderous. That's very sweet of you to say, she replied, smiling and taking a step back. Would you like a hug? Her heart crashed against her chest, panic settling into her bones. She had just offered All Might a hug even if she'd decided she would. Thinking and doing were two different things. Yagi straightened in place, worrying his lip between his teeth and nodding tearily. She relaxed, wrapping her arms around him, his face pressing into her shoulder. He was taller than her, had always been. He leaned down to bury his face away, one of Inko's hands slinking into his hair and remaining there comfortingly weaved around him. They stayed like that, Inko offering silent support. And if Toshinori pretended it was Nana there, her hair brushing against his cheek, her hand in his hair, it was no one's business but his. They were back in the kitchen by the time the shower turned off, Yagi's eyes practically red and raw-looking. After Inko had dropped the onesie at the door, she had rushed back to the kitchen, despaired to find a burnt tinge to the eggs. Yagi had assured her it would be fine and she'd hesitantly slid them onto plates with the toast. She placed one in front of Yagi, sighing deeply. He had to be starving. Crying was one exhausting thing, but if his quirk was like Izuku's in more ways than the one, then it would have left him ravenous already. Toshinori didn't move to even touch his eggs and toast even as they grew colder, waiting patiently for Izuku. It was sweet and endearing to see, his head tilted towards the door. I'm not Izuku's dad, am I? Inko froze, turning from her light cleaning back to him. These sudden surprising words would take her heart out if it kept happening. Just something Gran Torino said. I don't think I'd be a deadbeat dad or whatever Izuku's dad is, but I just want to be sure, Yagi asked. Once again she was left speechless because technically, if you looked at it in a certain way, he sort of was Izuku's dad. She hadn't mustered up the nerve to think of him past being a co-parent with her to Izuku too much yet, which had already taken her a bit to wrap her head around, to use that term. But if they were being technical. Not his biological father, no, Inko offered. Yagi watched her, staring long and hard before nodding. He had an apple juice too, was drinking it as he stared, sipping slowly. That's good. Izuku. I can't imagine anyone ever doing that to him. If I made him think, I'd want someone to beat the crap out of me for it, Yagi dropped. Inko couldn't help the surprised laugh that fell from her lips. God, out of everyone in the world, she couldn't be gladder to have Yagi being the other person to look out for her son's well-being. I'm glad Izuku has someone like you in his life, Inko admitted to him. Yagi pulled the glass from his mouth, his lips parted slightly and eyes wide in surprise. So Izuku and we do know each other then. Inko nodded, turning and sliding the second plated food onto the table, placing it where she knew Izuku would sit, right beside Yagi. Yeah. I don't know for sure when you met, but you definitely do. It's how I know you partially, Inko offered. Yagi propped his head up on his hand, leaning on them as he faced Inko. What do you mean when we met? Inko hummed thoughtfully, pursing her lips. Well, she began, sitting down across from him with her own plate. Izuku's never said anything, it's only speculation on my part, she clarified first, leaning a little closer, looking to the bathroom. Izuku's hand peeked out from inside, yanking the onesie in before shutting the door quietly. Izuku got this teacher 10 months before he did his entrance exam. He had this meal plan and everything. Very extensive stuff, Inko recalled, leaning forward conspiratorially. Izuku wouldn't like her talking like this. He was very secretive about it all, protective of it. Yeah. Yagi prompted, interest sparking in his own gaze. Izuku, he was quirkless right up until that exam. It was a miracle, just appeared out of nowhere and shattered his whole arm. The point is no one had believed in Izuku's dreams because of it before, not even me, Inko recalled, looking down at her lap shamefully. If anyone should have been the first to believe in him, it should have been her. When she hadn't been there, she was glad Yagi had been if her theory was correct. Anyway, I think it was you who was training H? Yagi? Are you all right? Yagi had gone deathly still at some stage during her talking, his grip tightening into a fist on the table, eyes intently staring at the food. He was queer. You said he shattered his arm? Yagi stammered out, eyes darting back and forth across her face. Was he blaming himself? He did seem to care an awful lot about her son even after a few days. It softened her heart to see once more. Yes. He punched a big robot to save this girl. They're friends now actually. Anyways, his body wasn't expecting it, wasn't prepared for that sort of power to come out of his arm, or so Izuku says, Inko recalled. She furrowed her brow, watching the boy furl and unfurl his right hand, staring at it, stricken. Oh Yagi, it wasn't your fault. If it was you training him, you couldn't have known that would happen. That's our Izuku, just throwing himself out there like that. Enough to give everyone a heart attack. Speaking of heart attacks, Yagi looked on the verge of a one. She imagined blood would have stained her table once more if he were his normal age. He opened his mouth, nothing coming out as they formed shapes of what had to be unspoken words. Inko reached a hand across the table. Yagi dash. All done. Izuku chirped, stepping out of the bathroom, the little all-might antennas bobbing as he rushed to take a seat at the table, hopping up and excitedly looking down at his plate. The smile turned to a frown, the boy poking the food. It's burnt, Izuku whined, finally looking at the scene he'd walked in on. Are you guys okay? His eyes particularly lingered on Yagi, the boy staring at him, still stricken as he looked Izuku up and down. Yeah, Yagi eventually forced out, smiling. It looked fake to everyone in the room. As he looked back down to his plate, Izuku looked to Inko, gaze questioning and confused. Inko had nothing to offer. Izuku not so subtly shifted his chair closer to Yagi, the chair scrapping loudly against the ground as he moved. Yagi looked over to him, some of the tension seeping from his form. Is it the burnt eggs? I don't much like them either, but Mum says all eggs are super good for you no matter what. Heroes eat eggs, Izuku chatted, either ignoring the issue Yagi seemed to be having or genuinely believing that was it. She was leaning towards the former. All Might's gotta eat a lot of eggs. He's big and super strong and we gotta be too, Izuku continued. At the mention of the hero, Yagi's eyes shifted, following the bouncing of the antennas as they moved. He swallowed thickly. I bet he does. They began heading back to UA around 7 a.m. Toshinori only knew because Mrs. Midoriya had made a show of it, wondered aloud if it was still too early. Izuku had shot down her worrying, yawning between his words. Izuku. His friend. A future UA student. His apparent successor. Toshinori was fine. He was totally 100% doing dandy. It wasn't causing him to fall into a downward spiral as he considered the implications of that or anything. No way. Izuku, dressed in his onesie, an All Might, who he was almost 100% sure he was, themed onesie, sat by his side, one little hand slipped in his. It was unnecessary, he wasn't pulling Toshinori anywhere or anything. It was comforting nonetheless, and it was Toshinori's lifeline and tether, so he refused to be the one to let go. Izuku, who would be breaking his arms and gods knew what other bones again soon. Who already had. Older him wouldn't have known it would happen. If his current theory was right, he probably had never had the issues Izuku would be having, the bone-breaking kind of ones. He'd never had to tamper his power to control damage to his own body. The quirk got stronger as it jumped between people, stockpiled as it went one by one. Izuku's body would have been ill-equipped and Toshinori would have never considered it could do any damage after he'd bulked Izuku up. How could he when he himself hadn't had those issues? His own inability to predict had already done the damage. He has a strength quirk, one he can't use at the moment in his current body. He'd end up worse off than you. It might even kill him, Recovery Girl had claimed. Suddenly, it made a whole lot more sense. He kicked himself mentally for not connecting the dots before. Izuku being all for one's son? God, Izuku was too precious to be that monster's kid. The other quirk was still strange, but there was no way it could have related him back to that terrorist. How could he have reached that conclusion first? Of course Izuku would be his successor. Who else could have been? Are you alright, Toshi? Izuku whispered, leaning over. He'd seen the way the boy had been watching him since Toshinori had realized, the boy's worry mounting as the hours ticked by. Part of him, the small part that wasn't freaking the F out, was warmed by the care. He hadn't pushed. Neither of the Midoriyas had pushed, even if Mrs. Midoriya had definitely noticed too. It was impossible to fully hide. He'd condemned the boy to forever hurt himself in pursuit of his dreams. Sort of, Toshinori replied. That fit because as much as it scared the absolute shit out of him, he couldn't shake the absolute glee, the excitement and feeling of pride that settled amongst the terror. Izuku would be the ninth wielder, the selfless boy who'd left his dream school to follow Toshinori. Izuku would, already had, taken the world by storm, he was sure of it. He was both scared shitless and excited to remember how. I will be, Toshinori promised, squeezing Izuku's hand as they pulled into the parking lot. Izuku didn't press. Mrs. Midoriya watched from the rearview mirror. It didn't take them long to find someone as they walked through the gates. Eraserhead appeared out of nowhere like he'd been lying in wait, eyes bloodshot and hands jittery. He looked like he was the one who'd been running around Muzutafu for the past couple of days, especially compared to the showered and fed Izuku and Toshinori who actually had. You two have caused quite the trouble. Yagi looked away from him, taking in the area instead. The ice had all been cleared away at some stage, no sign of any skirmish left in its place. Gran Torino thought you'd be hunting down All for One about now. Yagi said nothing. Maybe in another reality he would have left Gran Torino behind and tried to use whatever he could to find out where the BSTRD was. Wouldn't be easy, but to avenge Nana, he would have. I didn't think you'd drag Midoriya into that intentionally, Eraserhead ended. And maybe that was the crux of it. Izuku had been with him and hunting All for One, putting Izuku in that level of danger, potentially getting him killed would never have been worth it. Is everyone okay? Izuku asked. Everyone looked to him. Izuku had come to terms with it for the most part, but clarification would definitely help. Nothing Recovery Girl couldn't fix. It was hardly the worst they've experienced, Eraserhead assured the boy. There was a soft edge to his voice as he said it, his eyes crinkling just a little. Yagi didn't think he'd much like that being pointed out though. So where do we go from here? Mrs. Midoriya asked for them, eyes set hard. She'd been complaining about the lack of communication near the end of their time in the Midoriya apartment. Apparently she hadn't gotten the memo about them being aged down either. Well, we've found the 3 culprits, Eraserhead explained, running a hand through his hair. 3? There was only 2, Izuku recalled. Toshinori thought back to the phone, the 3 faces on the home screen. The third one. The one he'd been most haunted by considering his unknown status. There was 3 people behind it though. Allegedly. I'm sure if things had dragged out, he would have come after you too. As it was, we caught him visiting his friends at the hospital before he could, Eraserhead informed them, his smile downright evil looking. Why? Toshinori asked. With the knowledge now that Izuku was the next wielder of One for All the signs seemed to point to All for One. He seemed such a dangerous foe though, it would be sloppy for him to have let them get caught so easily. And yet, he tightened his grip in Izuku's. The boy squeezed back. From what we understand, Midoriya was never part of their plans originally. He grimaced as he said it. Great, look at Toshinori dragging the boy into his issues like an idiot. Izuku's involvement could have all but been eliminated. He could have been kept safe. They had said they were looking into Izuku though. Maybe it was inevitable. Maybe Izuku would always have been dragged into it. They won't say too much, but enough has slipped, we have an idea, Eraserhead explained, scowling as each word left his mouth. His eyes flicked over to Izuku, hesitating for a moment. Izuku must have noticed, straightening and nodding for him to continue. The goal was to age you so much back you would have no memories, no remnants left of your life. And then, well, you'd be conditioned as they saw fit, Eraserhead admitted. That's, Mrs. Midoriya trailed off, a hand coming to cover her mouth. There'd been fighting before Yagi regained a sense of himself before, yelling somewhere before his memories suddenly didn't mix or make sense. That must have been them and Izuku. His successor had saved him from it, condemning himself in the process. Yagi's heart squeezed tightly in his chest as he turned to look down at the boy. They have licenses, Toshinori pointed out, tearing his gaze from Izuku. Or at least one of them did. Eraserhead grimaced, crossing his arms as the silent question hung in the air. Still looking into that. It's not as hard to get hands on licenses as one would think. Heroism isn't as clean-cut as it's marketed as. We have some less than ideal theories, but none of them seem eager to cough much up, so it's a work in progress, Eraserhead pondered. That wasn't quite reassuring, but it would have to do. There'd be time to look into that after things got fixed. So, how do we go back to normal? Izuku inquired. Well, he began, pulling his phone out of his pocket, typing away on it. Before we do anything, I'll call Gran Torino and the others back so they stop wasting their time waiting for you somewhere you won't be, he explained. And after? Toshinori persisted. Eraserhead paused his typing, looking up at him. As he did so, a weight seemed to lift from his shoulders, a stress seemed to abate. We go see the BSTRD who started this and we get to make him fix it. The smile definitely sent chills down Toshinori's spine that time. He didn't want to know what that entailed. He probably would know soon enough. Eraserhead stepped aside, pressing the phone to his ear, chatting peppering out as he stepped further away. Izuku looked up to Toshinori, the first hints of nervousness peeking into his expression. Is it gonna hurt again? Mrs. Midoriya's face fell to Izuku's left. Maybe, Toshinori truthfully answered. The boy's face crumpled. But it'll be worth it, the blonde pressed on, bending down beside him. You're gonna be closer to being just like All Might afterwards. You're gonna be a hero, he reminded him. Izuku frowned, the fear slowly fading away. A hero student? He clarified, but the smile had already began pulling at his face. Who knows, you might be even better than All Might, Toshinori mused, standing up straighter. Izuku gasped, horrified at the mere notion. No way. That's not possible. Take that back, Izuku cried out, hands slipping from Toshinori's. The warmth of one for all inside him felt like it was slipping with him, returning to its current holder. It sparked fiercer, warm and hot as it flickered. A goodbye in itself. As Toshinori looked down at Izuku, emptier, chillier than he had been before, he decided maybe it would be okay as terrifying as it was. Izuku was a blazing inferno, rushing a little more forward as they followed Eraserhead into questions slipping from his lips as he walked beside the black-haired man. Inko and Toshinori lagged behind, both colder than him in a way, left in his suddenly bigger shadow. The two smiled anyways, both touched with pride as they watched him. And if Izuku turned that warmth back on them every now and then, his warmth a green spark in comparison to Toshinori's, that didn't hurt anyone. They'd be lucky to garner it. Technically, Toshinori was an adult. He'd always been entitled to make his own decisions, leave UA whenever he wanted. Following the whole de-aging debacle, somehow the choice had felt out of his hands. Showing even an inkling of an idea about leaving the premises to simply get groceries had earned him offers of accompaniment or, in Aizawa's case, a firm no. Like Toshinori was one of his particularly vexing students and not an adult capable of making his own decisions. Not until we sort this whole thing out for good, Aizawa would mutter, glowering darkly at him before turning back to his work. I don't trust the narrative we're being fed. Neither did Toshinori, but that didn't mean he felt it necessary to have him confined to the school. It was understandable for the first couple of days, but as the week trickled by, bled into 2, it slowly began getting on his nerves. He'd been all might for most of his life, the symbol of peace for society, and now he'd been reduced to an old man no one trusted to venture out on his own. It was frankly mortifying and getting in the way of his life. Being stuck in one place had never been particularly ideal or the way in which Toshinori lived by. Even back during the days he'd spent in the many different orphanages he'd been shifted between, he'd never let himself be locked up for long. He'd never let them cage him away, always finding ways to escape for when he needed some breathing room, aka every day, or for when he had to meet up with Nana. As an adult, that feeling had not disappeared, always constantly lingering in his aching limbs. There was only a certain amount of things in the walls of UA one could do to occupy their time for crying out loud without going mad off the thoughts you weren't ready to think too much about yet. Not in the stuffy parameters of his apartment or in the classrooms. At the 2-week mark he'd drawn the line, stomping out of the school, daring anyone to try and stop him. It had been a bit over the top, but by that point, he'd been ready to punch anyone who tried to get in his way. There's leftover remnants of my quirk. He might have lied, looking Aizawa in the eye threateningly. Nobody had called his bluff out for what it was, though Aizawa definitely knew he was full of shit, and he'd successfully found himself free at last, the world his oyster to explore to a certain degree. Despite that fact, he found himself right back where he'd been planning to go on the day he and Midoriya had been attacked. Dagoba Beach, even after Toshinori's protege's strenuous cleanup, never had quite garnered much attention or attraction. The smell had all but cleared away as the months trickled by, though every now and then rubbish still found its way back onto the shores rather than actual people. Toshinori had taken to bringing a garbage page every time he visited just in case. Midoriya had slaved away at it so long it would be a crime to let it go back to how it was before. And he did visit, more often than people thought, especially after his retirement. Something about it was calming, put his worrying mind at ease. It was nice to sit there, birds squawking overhead, the waves crashing ahead with the faint sound of the city somewhere behind him. There he could let his problems fall away when he needed to, let them be carried elsewhere with the receding water. When he needed to think, the light noise and cool breeze made things easier to do so, no one wanting to interrupt an old wounded man they could barely see while he was on the trashed wasteland. The day he finally got out was one of latter days, the man unable to shake the events from weeks previous out of his mind, powerless to comfort old wounds that had been dug up by everything that had happened without some external help. He'd made a stop first, legs carrying him to familiar ice cream shop on the way to the beach, one he'd planned to visit that day but hadn't. One he hadn't been to since Nana. He couldn't eat ice cream, not the amount or type prepped for most consumers anyways. Buying an ice cream would be stupid, pointless even. As he'd stepped out of the shop, ice cream cone in hand, he'd almost thought he'd seen Nana beside him in the reflection, could almost picture her hovering by his side, complaining about his plain flavor choices as she nursed her own never-changing strawberry-flavored ice cream, much like the one in Toshinori's own hands in that moment. It began melting almost instantly, dribbled down his hand before he'd even made himself comfortable at the beach. He watched it do so, unsure what else to do with it. Eating it would just be painful, and he'd been experiencing enough of that emotionally in the last weeks to put himself through it physically too. Part of his mind still felt not like his own, more like Toshi and his views or feelings on things. Nana, a softer pain that always tickled the back of Toshinori's awareness even years after, weighed far heavier in that part of his mind, weighed far more painfully on all of him as a result. Nana. All Might. The man tensed, almost crushing the ice cream cone in his hand as his head whipped around. Young Midoriya, he greeted, watching his successor skip down to him from the pathway, sinking into the place beside him silently, the side the ice cream wasn't melting on. Izuku, the 14-year-old him piped excitedly, some of that pain easing in both versions of Toshinori's chest. I heard about you leaving, but I didn't expect to see you here, Midoriya informed him, sitting cross-legged and leaning forward to look at his face easier. Toshinori smiled weakly down at him. It's nice here, he pointed out. Midoriya hummed in response, turning to look around and take it all in. Toshinori hoped the boy was as proud as he was of his accomplishment with the beach. "What are you doing out without a supervisor?" Toshinori pointed out, Midoriya wincing, the boy bringing his legs up close to his chest and digging small holes into the sand beneath his bright red shoes. He refused to look at Toshinori as he spoke. "Used your escape for my own. Just need a break too," he admitted. Toshinori sighed, free hand itching in his lap. He'd developed a slight habit of messing up Midoriya's hair before the whole incident, but now the feeling arose far more often, an itch he knew he should stop scratching now that things were back to normal. Logically he knew anyways. Part of him disagreed strongly, a slight lean of a head towards him with hopeful, eager, large green eyes from a 6-year-old coming to mind every time he hesitated. "Everyone's probably gonna freak out again," Midoriya winced, reaching up and scratching at his own head half-heartedly. Toshinori's fingers twitched in his lap and he forced himself to look away. He was Toshinori, not Toshi. "We'll worry about that later, my boy," Toshinori hummed despite the small identity crisis playing out in his head. The two fell into a companionable silence, both happy to soak in it and cherish the moment they were being presented with, the freedom they'd both managed to obtain. Last time they'd both been on Dagoba Beach. Together, all for one's imprisonment was in the works, Toshinori's complete reversion to quirklessness a weight on both their shoulders. It was nice to not have that sort of thing be the thing that had caused their little impromptu get-together in such a sacred place for them. "What's with the ice cream, by the way, All Might?" He found his attention falling to the cone, one he'd partially forgotten with Midoriya's appearance and all the feelings he had brought with him. Toshinori had been doing his best to repress thinking about for 2 weeks. "Oh, this? It's more sentimental than anything," Toshinori admitted, watching a particular droplet fall from his hands, melding into the sand slowly. He looked over to Midoriya, the boy's eyes unwavering from where they'd rested on him. Even 14, he still hung onto each and every word that dripped from Toshi's lips. "Nana and I used to get an ice cream together sometimes. It's me just being silly," he brushed off, watching Midoriya purse his lips and peer in the offending ice cream's direction. He'd never much liked seeing Midoriya worry over him even before, but it felt like a new desire to shield the boy from it all had settled deeply into his bones. The boy needn't have been fretting for him. He probably had a billion of his own issues to ponder over. Did he too have a smaller version of himself inhabiting the back of his mind constantly now? Did it drive him just a little bit crazy like it was driving Toshinori? "You can have it if you'd like," Toshinori offered, shifting the ice cream over, grimacing as it seemed to dribble more into the sand. "It's a little melted, but I haven't touched it. I can't really eat it. At least it wouldn't be going to waste if you ate it." The protests he could see lining up to spill from Midoriya's mouth remained unspoken, the boy hesitantly seeming to contemplate before taking it. The Midoriya from a few weeks before might not have taken it so easier, let alone at all. The current one caved much quicker, a soft gleam to his eyes as he first examined it, taking a slow, savoring lick and watching Toshinori's face out of the corner of his eyes. The boy had to lean forward to stop it dripping onto his lap, chowing into it quicker to stop more of a mess from sinking into the sand. His attention turned to it fully in his efforts. A softer smile decorated Toshinori's face unbidden. He'd wondered when he was Toshi if this was how Nana had felt about him before. If it was, Toshinori didn't know how she managed not to have a heart attack from all the feelings it gave her. How was it she didn't want to cry at the sheer happiness such a small act could bring to a younger him? Midoriya ate it silently, the anxious edges to his face slowly evening out. He didn't need to be feeling those sorts of things, not about Toshinori of all people. "You know, this is what I actually wanted to do before the whole incident the other day," Toshinori admitted. He wanted to be more open with his successor, couldn't shake the smaller him's chidings in the back of his head about the little information he'd offered in the past. "But you can't eat ice cream," Midoriya pointed out. Toshinori liked the strawberry droplets from his hand, bringing his still sticky hand to rest over his pants. Midoriya looked scandalized, gawking in horror at him. "Not that much ice cream, no. That doesn't bother me too much anyways. Was the anniversary of Nana's death that week, you know, and so I thought it would be fitting of a thing to do. With you," the blonde retired hero explained, picking at his clothing and staring outwards, Anywhere but at Midoriya, whose eyes he could feel burning into his skull. Izuku's he could feel watching him with bated breath and undivided attention. Nana and I never met here specifically, of course. The ice cream was something we did though, and I thought, well, this has sentimental value to us and we're, he trailed off, his heart racing valiantly in his chest. Should he say it? Dare to utter such dangerous words and risk everything? The him he had been in those few days 2 weeks ago argued yes. We're what Nana and I once were, if that makes sense. Midoriya said nothing, and the longer he did the stronger the feeling to tear his own hair out grew, the feeling to walk into the ocean and drown himself. It began to sound more appealing than anything else. Midoriya would have to tell his story, tell everyone of his stupidity when he went back to school after it all. Nana would probably greet him on the other side and laugh in his face at how. Yeah, it does, Midoriya finally said, ending Toshinori's spiraling instantly. He peeked at the boy out of the corner of his eyes, said boy, focusing anywhere but on Toshinori. There was a shaky smile on his face though, a glazy tinge to his eyes too, things that twisted and squeezed at Toshinori's heart. It couldn't be healthy for his already mangled body to be dealt such copious amounts of Midoriya Izuku. Maybe, he briefly considered, Midoriya hadn't guessed Toshinori's implied meaning, had missed all the little hints 14-year-old Toshinori himself had missed until he'd actually lost the woman. Maybe he'd forgotten when Toshinori himself admitted the true relationship he held with Nana so long ago. Maybe little Izuku had clocked she was important, but not that she was mother-like to him, and so his feelings were still unknown to the boy. He didn't think so though. Not a single part of him considered the possibility for long. Midoriya, Izuku, wasn't stupid. Next time we'll have to find somewhere that sells dairy-free ice cream, Midoriya spoke, his voice a little stronger than before, a little more determined. Toshinori's breath stuttered out. He almost choked on blood that threatened to unearth itself from his body. Then maybe if that's why you can't eat it, we can both eat some together too. Toshinori had cried more in those few days as Toshi than he'd cried in years. Looking down at the boy, his boy, he wanted to cry once more, a teenager now or not. Maybe when some more time has passed though, young Midoriya. I think when we get back they might genuinely never let us leave again for a longer period of time. Toshinori laughed softly, looking away and trying to blink back the tears threatening to spill free. A soft laugh fell from his lips too. Hey, All Might, Midoriya prompted, the man humming to show he was listening, trying to compose himself. The boy fiddled with his hands in his lap, worrying his bottom lip with his teeth as he tried to find the courage to speak. Hands sunk gently into Midoriya's hair, ruffling it and drawing the boy's uncertain attention. He offered his boy a smile, one he hoped would reassure him. It seemed to work, Midoriya leaning just a little closer, eyes zeroing on the ground even if he seemed to have found his courage. You can call me Izuku still, you know, he piped, squeezing his eyes shut as soon as the words passed his lips. Toshinori's hand paused in Midoriya's hair, slowly easing back to his lap. The boy shrunk a little more into himself, regret picking at Toshinori's surprise instantly. You don't have to or anything, like there's no obligation to, but it would be okay if you did and I wouldn't mind it, but again it would be completely fine if you didn't want to. Actually maybe just forget I said anything because this is way dash. Izuku, Toshinori interjected, the boy tensing, stilling in his speech. Slowly he dared to peek up at his mentor. Flattered that you'd let me, Toshinori assured the boy, watching the confidence slowly creep back into his body. A smile crept across his face too. Toshi would have killed for that smile. Toshinori, unheroically, found he would too, even if he now knew Nana wouldn't be there to fix his messes if he did so. I think it'd be okay if you wanted to call me by my name too, he pushed, the smile faltering on Izuku's face so suddenly, shock taking its place. I can't believe I never told you it of my own accord in the first place. This should have happened sooner. Oh, I don't think dash. Izuku, my boy, Toshinori cut off. He wasn't listening to any of that. If anyone deserved to refer to him by his name, it was his successor, the most important person in his life, his reason for living. His family. You don't have to call me Toshi or anything. That might be a lot, even if I would be more than happy if you were to do so now or one day in the future, But I'd like if you called me Toshinori at the least, he assured the boy, his smile real in a way his smiles so often weren't truly. How could they not be when faced with the boy before him? Midoriya from a few days ago would have refuted. He had in the past alongside his classmates. Toshinori, Izuku of the present tested, the words gratifying for Toshinori but definitely foreign for young Izuku to say. Even little him had only ever called him Toshi. Despite his struggle, Izuku smiled weakly up at the ex-hero, rubbing his neck awkwardly. Toshinori leaned over, bumping their shoulders together reassuringly. They'd work on it. The two turned back to the ocean again, Toshinori feeling lighter than he had been in a long time, his mind and body more at ease in a similar way. If we refer to each other like this, everyone in class will never lay up on calling me your secret love child, Izuku blurted out of nowhere, startling blood from Toshinori's lips finally. A hand came to his back, rubbing as he coughed, apologizes falling from Izuku's mouth. He offered Toshinori a handkerchief from in his pocket, one Toshinori accepted, patting his boy's shoulder in silent thanks as his body recovered. You're fine, my boy. Do your classmates really think that? Izuku turned red, looking down at his hands. One of them was sticky much like Toshinori's own, the strawberry ice cream having left a mark on him too. I mean, Todoroki mentioned it way back at the sports festival, but I thought he lost interest. Apparently he's been hoarding evidence away on the biggest corkboard I've ever seen and in notebooks, ones he showed the class a week after I got back. And they were weighing in there. Findings, Izuku lamented, burying his face in his hands. Was Toshinori that obvious about his affections? Was it so clear he favored his boy, so obvious that young Todoroki had been able to pick him out for it so extensively? No wonder all for one had known about Izuku at Kamino. Oh, was the only word that could fall from Toshinori's lips. It seemed only to spur Izuku's embarrassment. Uraraka told me everyone kind of jokingly thought it before but began seriously thinking about it after you showed off one for all when we escaped. Yeah, that definitely wouldn't have helped. The electricity along his skin that had tried to escape back to Izuku at one point, the wounded arms they'd probably heard about, all things no one had ever associated with All Might, now something they could link him to Izuku. He'd even sort of used it like Izuku might have at one point. They were lucky the incident had been kept on the down low. The theory might have become more widely spread amongst the populace otherwise. I may also be surrounded by people who believe it, Toshinori confessed. No one had pulled a corkboard or notebooks on him quite like young Todoroki had, but, well, Aizawa had been asking him a number of questions about his quirk and his connection to Izuku and his mother more so recently. He chalked it up to the man noticing Mrs. Midoriya's name flash on his screen once or twice, something Toshinori was sure he had seen and noted. Toshinori might have gotten blood over his desk in a very dramatic fashion after seeing the photos of little Izuku decked out in All Might merch she'd sent his way as an offering for some word on her son's well-being. It should have tipped him off still, honestly. The other teachers made jokes all the time about it, ones he'd slowly stopped trying to shut down, stopped coughing up blood over, but Aizawa? Maybe that's what Chio had been warning him about vaguely coming to pass somewhere squeezed in her lecture about his idiocy. If that's what your classmates think, then I'm okay with it if you are, Toshinori decided. Izuku's eyes widened into saucers on the man, darting across his face for a punchline or something. Be open. We're communicating now. It would be an honor to be your real father, my boy, Toshinori coughed, looking away, a flush rising to his own cheeks. All these confessions today were going to send him to an early grave. So if you don't mind, call me Toshinori anyways. Izuku didn't say anything again. He did eventually lean into Toshinori's side, shaking a little. Maybe that was Toshinori though. He couldn't tell, nor did he mind, his hands slipping around his boy's shoulder, letting the silence wash back over them. There was so much to think about, so much to discuss that had been revealed and dredged up from the whole experience. In that moment though, Toshinori was content to let that be a later problem still, to let himself revel in the feeling of existing beside his boy on their beach. Izuku, it seemed, was just as happy to do the same.